Hello there, Internet. Welcome to the Beyond the Bandlewood seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I am Mogwai, joined by Panda, and I just realized I got to move over here a little bit. Hello, how you guys doing?
I'm doing great,
What's up?
Mogwai. Yeah, I'm very excited for this seasonal. As usual, it is just jam-packed with big names, with interesting storylines, and with just a lot of excitement. I think overall, compared to EU Masters that we just went over for the past month, this is a much more direct, much more do or die kind of format, which makes things a lot more exciting, I think.
I completely agree. We were talking about this right before the show. Like, we are actually craving for some best of three conquest, try hard action. As today, as usual with the seasonal format, everything is on the line. We have a single elimination format, the top 32. But before I continue rambling about this, I'm going to let Panda let you guys know what the seasonal is all about. Go ahead, Panda, explain.
As usual, throwing me under the bus, but this is what I do best, so I will go right into it.
Seasonal Panda, I'm you, by the way. Look at that.
Stop trying to distract me. Seasonal is a end of season, as the name indicates, tournament, celebrating kind of the accomplishments that players have gone through on ladder and in the gauntlet type tournaments. Going into the open rounds, 1,032 players qualify there. And slowly they get whittled away until only 32 players remain into the top cut, which is usually going 7-2, 8-1, or 9-0 in the open rounds against the best players in the world, which is a very difficult thing to do. But some players like Gamebreaker apparently do it every single time, and we're going to see him in the tournament today as well. And as I mentioned, this is going to be the top cut, the top 32. This is what you qualify from the open rounds into this tournament. Happens every 2 months, and it is essentially a celebration of the best of the best in both ladder format, because you have to get high tiebreakers on ladder. You have to get high on ladder to get that 7-2 to put you in. So it's a two-step process, and also the open round tournament format. So it really melds both together. And the 32 players here today are not here by accident. They didn't win a raffle or a lottery ticket. They're here through hard work, and they're going to show it. I think we're going to see just really exciting matches all throughout the day.
And specifying on the format for today's event, it will be, like I mentioned, a top 32 bracket. We'll have the top 32, the top 16, and then quarterfinals and the semifinals and the finals. Every single one of these matches will be, I believe, best of three conquest with one ban, which is the premier format for Legends of Runeterra events, and one that I'm particularly very fond of, as we are going to see the results of a very diverse metagame. And I'm very curious to see what these top players have decided the best lineup is, and if there'll be some discrepancies, some aggro lineups, some more control lineups. All can happen, and I just cannot wait, because every time I get to cast and watch one of these events, I always learn something as a player. I don't know about you.
And as usual, we're going to have open deck lists. As a reminder, we're going to be running this through the tournament client. So the timer is once again a thing that players have to keep track of, especially a player like Sari that suffered to the timer in the semifinals of the last seasonal. And of course, we're going to be dictated all our timings by the tournament client. So everything will be running ideally, very smoothly and just very easily all throughout the day.
Yep. So let's take a look at the prize pool for today's event. As we can see right there, the champion will take $10,000 as the runner-up will be granted $3,500, $800 on the line for third and fourth place, $400 for fifth to eighth, and $150 for every single one of the 32 participants in today's event.
Let's check out today's schedule to see what is in store for us and at what time. Like I said, we're going to be running everything through the tournament client, so everything will be very neat and tidy. The times that you're going to see here are the times to be expected. This is not a guideline. This is pretty strict in this case for the seasonal tournaments. And we have it here, of course, right away. We're going to be starting in about 10 minutes, the match start of the round of 32. And then pretty much 1 hour after that, every single hour, we will have a new round coming in, with the final coming in at 5:15 p.m. CEST. So again, stay tuned, and obviously a lot of exciting stuff happening here today.
But it doesn't even end there, because after we're done today, we get to witness the American version of the seasonal tournament happening right after NA Omega LoR, right?
America, which will include, of course, North America and South America. A lot of great Brazilian players, and just overall, we've seen, as time has gone on, more and more of these countries grow competitively, and just a lot of great action there. I tend to always, follow some of these players and see the action there as well, because it is just really exciting. A day of exciting Runeterra. We've seen Asian regions already happen. We're going to have, of course, European region now, and then the Americas coming in after. So 24 hours of jam-packed action.
can't help myself and always take a jab at NA, but definitely a very, very powerful region that had a strong performance in the World Championships, and it continues to grow. And they're going to be very excited because essentially we just get to watch high-level Legends of Runeterra all day. It doesn't matter where you are from, what your time zone is. There'll be a tournament that will be ideal for you, and hopefully you guys are excited for spending a nice Saturday just watching this amazing card game with the best of the best going at it. So let's take a look at the 32 participants for the European version of the seasonal tournament, aka the 32 players who qualified, as they are seeded as well. We have a lot of familiar faces coming back, and we're gonna take a look at the bracket here first, though, to see where they all end up. As Game Breaker right there at the top end of the, he always seems to be there, Panda. Like it's just like I don't think I remember Game Breaker not being the first player.
He missed one top cut in I believe it was a 4th seasonal, but every single one of them after that he's made it, and I think most of them have been 9-0. So that's insane. It is. He's a gamer.
And he breaks games for sure, as we have so many familiar faces here, man. Spikes, Cosimo from Spain. We got Fly getting back at it against Annie Desu. Such an exciting event, man. So many recognizable faces. Hopefully we can take a look at the actual graphics with the players, and we can go over them more specifically, as we can associate the nationalities with them as well. But this is the actual bracket for today. We'll be mentioning the matchup that we'll be covering first very shortly. But here we go. This is the one that I wanted. As you guys can see, Game Breaker, yet again, #1 seed of the entire qualification process. I just don't know how he does it again and again and again. Hopefully he can actually perform a bit of a stronger run. He always makes it really far, but something's always ends up happening for this guy, and I think he's long overdue for at least I say at least, but I'd like to see him make it to the finals and actually carry that #1 seed weight, especially considering we saw in Euro Masters Germany actually stand by that #1 seed and take the championship home. But let's mention the other players as well. We got PCS Sahis from France. I think I butchered that in like 7 different ways. Pokravac, we got Goda, we got Sir Donald from Spain, Xylus from Germany, Quickwell, Hollow, Fly making another appearance. It's been a while, and I'm happy to see this player again. The Dime, PCS Tielko, Crunchy Troll, love that name. Bratch Keda, remember him from Europe Masters representing Bulgaria. PCS Gwen, Elb, I'm not even gonna try.
Lewis. If you read the number, it's just Lewis.
Okay, thank you.
And then on the other side, on the the remaining from 17 to 32, we have Smooth Solos making a return to a seasonal. We have Mike Check, a lot of players from EU Masters, of course. Mike Check from Turkey, Shogopass from Poland, Ragnar from Russia, which had a great top 4 performance in EU Masters. Sergi Duvamos, finalist in EU Masters. Yep. Ultraman, also an EU Master from Belgium. So I mean, the list goes on and on. All of these players are here. I was little, also from France and EU Masters. Annie Desu making a comeback. Hopefully his dog will also make a comeback onto the stream today. Cosimo, Fresh Lobster, Bad Attack, Bovice, all from EU Masters essentially, some as casters. And then just a stacked final lineup there with Jinden, Sari, and Crystal, making the MENA region proud. Sari is a player that really qualified for EU Masters last time around, coming in from Lebanon and saying he wanted to grow the MENA region. And last season we saw 3 players from MENA region. This time around we see Gouda from Morocco, we see Crystal from Egypt, and we see Sari from Lebanon and Jinden from Saudi Arabia. So it really is growing, and players are showing up here to the seasonals for the last 2 seasons in a row. So very, very happy to see them, and very happy to see how that storyline develops throughout today. But so many great players. Every time you look at the seasonal, it's always just jam-packed with consistent performers.
Let's take a look at the country's representation here and see how many players came in for each, as we see France and Germany taking the lead with 5 players representing both of these countries, followed really closely by the United Kingdom. And there you go. Look at that sweet Spain at #4 this time around. I think the representation for Spain has gone a little bit down compared to other editions, as we have Bulgaria and Czechia, and then all those countries that won it. I'm not.
Come on, Logway.
All right. You know what?
Right.
I'm going with it. Belgium, Croatia, Lebanon, Morocco, Poland, Romania, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Croatia. No. Oh my God.
Slovakia, maybe. Or Serbia?
Yes, Turkey and Sweden
And Ukraine. That was actually pretty good. That was much better than I expected, Mongolai. I'm gonna give you a passing grade because that was a pretty good actually compared to what I'm used to from you.
What kind of?
I'm glad our off-stream geography lessons have taken have taken their effect. But very stacked lineup of countries here. Germany has fallen despite the EU Masters finish. They usually have 8 or 7 players qualifying to the seasonals. In this case around, it's only 5, which I mean they're still leading here, but they've lost some of that dominance. With France around the same. Spain tends to be around 3 or 4, so nothing too crazy there. But United Kingdom coming in with 4 entrants,
that's the new one,
and a lot of newer names. At least not from ladder, obviously players that have been playing on Terra for a while know all these names from ladder and they're known names. But coming into a big tournament, I did see some new names from UK, some returning names like Fly, of course, and Spikes. So overall, really looking to see how UK performs and if they can really have a really great performance that they haven't had in a while in a seasonal tournament.
For sure. And now that we're mentioning the country's representation, let's go over and see the champion representation throughout the qualifier stage for the seasonals. I have a feeling that Poppy that was sitting right there on the right is going to pop up again here, and indeed she does. But she's not at the very top. No, at the very top, it is the Lord of Narcissism himself, Draven, at 20 different decks. We're putting Draven in, which is not surprising. Easily considered to be the most proficient and overall just the best Noxus champion and one of the best champions in the game, followed closely by Sion, leading us to believe that most of these combinations were actually Draven Sion specifically, and then Zoe, Poppy, Lee Sin, Ziggs and Nami at 12, Fizz at 11, and then we have a bunch of other champions right there. And even as the 1 and 2 ofs, we have some very interesting selections. Like we see Talia there, we see Aurelion Sol, Caitlyn, Karma, Leona, and even Riven.
Yeah, of course, Draven has one more entrance than Sion because there is an Ezreal, Caitlyn, Draven list, it looks like, from the numbers at the at the final. And there, Zoe, of course, paired with both Lee Sin and Nami makes it so she is going to be in the top 3 and not something like a Nami, for example, might be more expected. Overall, Lee Sin has gained a lot of popularity, and this being an off-season seasonal allowed some players to get comfortable with just their comfort picks and go in with a deck like Lee Sin, for example, into a seasonal tournament. But to start things off, in round 1, we will be seeing Sari versus Pokerback. What a match awaits.
This is nuts. Yeah.
And this is going to be the lineup for Sari.
And by the way, this is not a coincidence. We actually selected this match to broadcast because it's pretty insane. And I think a lot of you guys would like to see it as well. Sari and Pokerback, 2 legends of Runeterra, pun intended, as they have been around for quite a while and had tremendous success. Sari, I would say, has had more recent success in tournaments than Pokerback, as Pokerback has been more of a ladder sort of king. And here we go, right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen, it is Darkness versus Lulu Poppy Rowley, as Pokerback drops the Twisted Catalyzer that is met by the Yordle Smith. This is a very key decision here by Sari, because you really want to get rid of this unit, because the more the Twisted Catalyzer gets to strike, the bigger the Darkness will grow. And this is one of the few ways that Darkness actually has to start building up their win condition early on, because the other source for empowering the Darkness is Veigar itself, which can be a little bit weak to potentially some challenges here. So the fact that they did not decide to block really it tells us that Sari is looking to just implement his own game plan and try to potentially outpace this deck before Darkness even becomes relevant. But this Twisted Catalyzer remaining on the board allows Pokerback here to block into Lulu and threat in exchange. Actually, never mind. I said nothing.
That being said, even if you ramp up a little bit, now the Darkness is getting that 1 or 2 damage. Is going to be able to hit targets like the Lulu, and overall just all the key pieces.
Yes.
Once you get that 1 little bit of extra damage, that's already putting you in range of basically everything, even with something like Ranger's Resolve, for example.
Exactly. Like now getting it up to 4 makes it so that if Sari were to play Poppy here on curve, Ranger's Resolve would not be enough to allow her to survive the Darkness hit, which actually slows down Sari. But it is true that without if he had decided to block with the Yordle Smith, he would have missed out on 7 damage here. So these are very important decisions, right? It's not like there aren't repercussions for this, as now Sorry is going to exchange and trade here. And we're going to take a look at the bans. We see for, I would assume for Sorry, actually, never mind. For Pakrvac, the Gangplank Twisted Fate Pink City was banned. And for Sorry right there, it was Poppy Ziggs, I would assume.
Yeah, going to be a burn aggro list, but we'll be obviously we jump right into this round one because things were starting up. Players were anxious to get their games underway, and of course we're dictated by the tournament. We can't really stall for broadcasts. Kind of we're following along onto the rhythm of the tournament client, but usually we will have, of course, the decks and we'll have a lineup and we'll be able to analyze things a bit better.
We'll have some time to actually talk about we jumped into this immediately, so
I'm not complaining.
Me neither. I'm ready, and we see the stilted rope maker reduce the cost of darkness down to 2. So that darkness is already 2 mana, dealing 4 damage. It's safe to assume darkness has been developed to the point where it pretty much kills everything within Sorry's deck, right? Even though there are buffs that can navigate around certain things, darkness is as strong as it needs to be for this specific matchup, in my opinion. And here we go. There's a Senna draw and the riposte. There's still Pokey Stick to nullify. Riposte definitely not good. That's one of the things that I was speaking about with some people the other day regarding the way the meta has shifted. Like we went from Sivir Action just being incredibly dominant for a while and barriers being just absolutely amazing to now with the introduction of Bandle City and Pokey Stick, especially a deck like Darkness that runs it alongside Vile Feast. Cards like Riposte are close to useless here, actually.
More than useless, I think maybe polarized, where in some matchups will be very good, but in some matchups very bad. There's no middle ground really for it. So, and obviously at 4 mana, that is not something that you want to be polarized because it ends up being much more punishing in the mid game when you're playing a Demacia based deck where mana and curve and playing your mana efficiently matters so much. 4 mana is quite a lot as well. So in this case, it's not going to be ideal against Darkness that has, like you mentioned, so many different pings with both Shadow Isles and the newer cards like Pokestick, for example, as well.
And we saw right there the Darkness being used onto Poppy. Sorry, tried to save it with a Sharp Sight, but the Pokestick ping following it up was allowed Pakrvac to effectively remove that threat from the board, as now Sorry still has Lulu and has Bando Commandos, an ongoing legend. Had Lulu. Well, never mind. Now the Riposte actually does something, especially because considering he's tapped out, this is the best moment to play Riposte, I feel. Or not. Okay.
And there's the Lulu now gone. The Poppy is now gone. The champions are slowly falling one by one. Brightsteel Protector comes in. Senna is still very much alive, producing more value. And now you try and get the kill onto the Senna.
Also, it's important to know that the Hungry Owlcat really makes Riposte actually much better. That spell shield goes a long way. So definitely a very good target for it. Even though Pakrvac was out of mana, that would still generally be the target you would go for Riposte. So we were talking about how it was a bit, weak, but there are definitely tools that the Bandle City player can use to enhance its utility here. As down goes a Tender of Terror, and Sorry is really spreading out. This is potentially the key turn here for Pakrvac. He has to mitigate damage as much as he can, but there's a lot of momentum going on here. And we're going to see a Darkness being applied onto the base of Burden.
That being said, there's not enough mana for Golden Aegis. You don't really have a payoff for going this wide anymore. Your Poppy is gone. You don't have a Euro and Arm, for example. So overall, I think, like we mentioned with Darkness, it's gone over that hump. It's going to be able to stabilize going forward. Still 12 HP. You're going to take some damage here, yes. But is it enough to really put you into that perilous of a situation? I don't think so. Senna coming down now as well. You have some blockers here.
This Euro Smith just doesn't do anything, really. I mean, it doesn't even get to give quick attack to the Brightsteel Protector, so there's no real quick attack value here for Sorry. And right now his board has been really dwindled, and he does have that Golden Aegis, but losing both of his champions, just not being able to get enough damage. There's that Withering Wail that's going to bop the spell shield and going to give him some health gain. And I think Pakrvac is just definitely more than enough to stabilize here. That Hapless Aristocrat also feeling really close. That Conchologist draw, very neat as well. You can play all 3 of those cards. You can go Hapless into Conchologist and just Darkness something away. And I believe that should be enough to stabilize at this point, as Sorry acknowledges this and goes for a pretty aggressive Golden Aegis, but Senna's ability allowing Pakrabac to react with Darkness, not lose initiative over it later, and thus develop a chump blocker as well in the process. The attack is just too weak for Sari. Pakrabac has stabilized in this match.
And we talked about it. This is, Demacia-based decks are all about going wide, fulfilling that first part of the equation, and then capitalize on it with rally effects, with Poppy. But in this case, you don't have a scary enough board to capitalize on, and that just means that your strategy isn't going to really work out the way you want it to. Impact damage goes through here, yes, but then what comes after, I don't think there's much of anything. We saw in EU Masters as well, where with Demacia decks, you're able to get your opponent down to 4 HP, but you have to get to 0, and you don't really have that burn outside of impact. So it might not be enough for Sari to do anything, regardless of the top deck, really.
Pakrabac even got access to another source of lifesteal there with the Conchologist, the 2-mana Mark of the... I forgot
Song of the Isles.
Song of the Owls. Okay, it's not Mark of the something else. Song of the Owls gives Ephemeral to a unit and Fearsome, but also lifesteal, which could allow Pakrabac to heal even further. But this game is done, ladies and gentlemen. Pakrabac takes game 1 with Darkness, defeating a very scary matchup, Panda. I definitely believe that this Rally deck has an advantageous matchup over a deck like Darkness because of the multiple. Rally can just be so strong here. And we see now, we take a good look at the lineups here. Pakrabac running a more diverse sort of lineup, all sorts of different strategies here with Darkness, Nami, and Pink City just doing very different things, while Sari has more of a linear sort of strategy that is based around just pure aggression. We see Ziggs being banned there, not Ziggs Poppy, but Ziggs Fizz, to allow him to play Poppy alongside Lulu. But these two decks are similar. They're Demacia-based mid-range decks. One goes a little bit quicker than the other, but they tend to revolve around combat, which makes it more of a similar sort of lineup here. And we're going to see Zoe Nami going into the Rally deck again. Here we go, game 2.
I thought you were going to call me Gangplank. I'm like, this guy's losing it. We're on round 1 and he's already calling me by a champion name.
I corrected it, okay?
So you were going for that. Good to know.
I don't even know, man. I don't know my brain anymore.
And looking at Pakrabac's lineup, just to mention, it's just a lot of players went with kind of a more just 3 best decks, comfort picks, not a lot of prep going to the tournament because this is kind of an off-season tournament. So a lot of players like Lobster, for example, and with the interviews I did with the players, it was kind of just a lot of just comfort picks, just what you're comfortable with and bringing the best decks that you know how to play very well.
Double Trouble gonna provide Pakrabac with some very underwhelming rolls here, getting the first wave and the Sparkle. Is that Sparkly Poro? I don't even know what the name of that Poro is. Fairy Poro.
Fairy Poro. All right, Molly. We'll go with that
Fairy
one.
Poro.
New name now.
And here we go. We're about to see a level up from Nami, though. Unfortunately, he may have to resort to... Yeah, I was going to say Make It Rain, because otherwise you just have to Sunbless Vigor, and that feels awful. So he has to Make It Rain first before developing Nami, but unfortunately, because Make It Rain is fast speed, it passes over initiative to Sari, giving him one hell of an attack here.
Yeah, it's a big attack regardless of having Sparklifies to heal back up or not. This is still, a big attack. You're going to get another development happening here. You can get the Nami down. You have the Sunbless Vigor, you have the Nami level up, of course. You get a buff going, but still some damage will be going through, and you're already down to 16 if you are Pakrabac.
Yeah, but I wonder if that Squire was ultimately worth it, because it did. I mean, it gives him one extra attacker, right? But right now, the thing is, Pakrabac just does not have enough. He has a Sunbless Vigor, and that's basically it, which means the Fairy Poro right there is gonna go down no matter what, because the buff is gonna go onto the first wave, and the first wave could potentially... No, the issue is the Yordle Smith, unless the Sunbless Vigor goes onto the first wave, it cannot really trade with anything. So the buff has to go onto the first wave, not onto Nami here.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult here. Impact coming in as well.
It's a big hit.
Attack. It's not just a big hit, but it's a big hit that you still have to deal with all these units the next round after that as well. And you don't have spells in hand.
I think Pakrabac just may take the hit here. Yeah, just trades into either the Yordle. I mean, I think the Yordle, the Yordle Smith will be less prevalent as the turns pass, as you'll be able to get some buffs that will nullify the quick attack here. So I do agree. I like this block from Pakrabac, slowing down Sari's momentum by taking out the Mayor and reducing the cost reduction, because otherwise he's just going to be able to play looping telescopes for 1 mana and go crazy, generating more and more. I like him not committing that Sunblessed Vigor, because it's clear Pokerback is looking to actually get some good buffs going on here. Not buff a 0/1, but rather buff a 1/2 with Elusive and Lifesteal instead. Still no other, like he's gonna have to resort to Zoe here to get a super cool start chart to add a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, you need to have some spells here. You need to have something for Nami to play off of, and your hand is just all units right now, and still a 3-cost purple fish, so not really ideal. Overall, it's going to be, Moonsilver getting picked up by Sari is going to be a surprise. Maybe Pokerback is not thinking about, he can play Repose for 3 mana, for example, like certain cards like Rally Effects, etc. That might be difficult to pull off, but with Moonsilver, you have a bit more of a surprise factor there as well.
If Pokerback does not develop a second Sparklefly, that Repose could represent game for Sari. That Repose can nullify a lifesteal block from the Sparklefly. Doesn't even have to, Sari didn't even have to kill it. Just getting the barrier and stopping the Sparklefly from getting Pokerback health could mean everything here. Because this open attack is just really, really wide, and they got a challenger as well. Like even if Pokerback plays another Sparklefly here, one can be challenged to the far end with the tracker and left for the last block, and the other one can be nullified with a riposte. And all of a sudden, Pokerback's lifesteal is done for, and I'm not sure he has enough blockers here to withstand this attack, especially with impact on the mix. It's really, really scary for him.
And this is where, as Nami Zoe, you take a big hit, but then you slowly come back into it with the Sparkleflies. You have 2 now on the board. You have a Guiding Touch to heal a little bit as well. And this is Pokerback's lineup is kind of all about getting over that initial hump and making it back into the mid to late game and taking over the game at that point after taking some big hits in the early game. And again, I think it makes sense because, like you mentioned, Sari's lineup is so aggressive that these are kind of 2 opposing strategies going at it.
I like this Lulu development. Gonna enhance that, but this is gonna open up the stun, and this is actually pretty brutal because I believe Sari was setting up for a Moonlight into Riposte here. So he doesn't really want to develop another unit. And he just lost an attacker here, and Pokerback made use of a slow speed spell, so definitely not what you want to see. We're going to go with a big swing here. This is Sari's pretty much his last chance, really. That Guiding Touch can be used to preserve Nami, potentially. Even though the Repose can be used to counter that as well. It depends on what Pokerback picks up here.
And impact will be coming through as well. So some damage coming in here from Sari, but I think it might be similar to the last game where it's just not enough to really end the game here, even with the riposte.
It was looking really good for him for a moment there, but all of a sudden Pokerback has just managed to stabilize barely again. Gonna get that super cool start chart draw. They're gonna enable the wiggly burblefish here. Like I mentioned, the riposte can happen to kill off this Nami, but if it does, these Sparkleflies trade into these units and just essentially nullify the attack completely. So I'm not sure what Pokerback will decide to do here. He may just try to focus on, Sari, because Sari has to make a decision here. He has to either prioritize taking down the Sparklefly or the Nami, and I think a riposte onto the Yordle Smith makes sense here. But he actually uses it onto the Band of Commando because it is an elusive.
I guess you keep the blocker alive as well.
Exactly, yeah.
But how much will the blocker do? I mean, sure, you'll mitigate some damage, but you're still at 16 HP. Would you really get a trade against one of the elusives? And
Nami just keeps pumping here, man. And this allows Pokerback to remove the Lulu. So I don't know. I don't know how Sari makes it out of this at this point. Pokerback looking for a dominant 2-0 start against one of the favorites, really, to go far in this tournament.
But this, also happens with these polarized strategies where Sari's playing a very aggressive strategy, and all of a sudden he meets, a player that has the right decks to stabilize in the mid game. And oh my goodness, yet another elusive. You have, just in case, elusive blocker. All right, let me get that out of the way. Actually, no, Crescent Strike was picked instead, not the Serpent. And no development here from the Nightfall elusive either. Just a straight up attack right now.
There is a Sharp Sight. Sari has access to a Sharp Sight, but may preserve it for later. Though I would argue that preventing, this Zoe level up is about to happen, Panda. I think this Sharp Sight to just kill off this Zoe may be warranted. The problem is the Sparklefly stays on the board, and you're not happy seeing that, but you gotta take down Zoe. Zoe will just get out of hand. And he generated another elusive. with that, by the way, which is hilarious. Like,
and you might be thinking, you know, some elusive surviving. There's 7 HP for Pokerock, but there's the big heal coming in, back to 12 HP. And looking at the hand of Sorry, I mean, is there any way he's dealing this?
I feel sorry
HP?
for him. Yeah,
And the Crescent Strike as well.
with
So
that
if there's a development, you're going to have the Crescent Strike. You're going to have Zoe still to produce more value going into the late game where both hands are kind of depleted. You have a full set of blockers here. And Sorry, obviously, with an open attack, won't really manage much of anything. He's going to want to play Poppy, but when he does, Crescent Strike waiting in the hand from Super Cool Star Chart comes in and completely shuts down the strategy here.
Amazing pickup here by Pokerback. Shutting down what is a really strong top deck for Sorry, but Pokerback just not letting him have any chance whatsoever. We've already seen Sharp Sight, so Sorry can potentially draw into another one, but I don't believe that will be enough, especially with Ebb and Flow being drawn by Pokerback. The second Nami will turn into a signature spell that will translate into 3 spells that can just lead to a crazy amount of buffs and potentially some removal as well. So it's looking really, really clean here for Pokerback, regardless of what Sorry draws, unless it's some sort of like rally effect. And even then, I have a hard time believing that they'll be able to get through. Like this Sparkle Fly blocking here is going to really help out so much.
Exactly, because you are kind of forced to attack here. You can't continue waiting for Sorry. You have to push an advantage while you can get this impact through. But when you're having to attack into a huge lifesteal unit, you know, what are you really doing? It's not really helping your game plan. It's almost, you know, we'll see the HP. It'll end up being pretty, not higher, but close to the initial HP before the attack.
He has a Sparkle Fly too. Nice. Continuing with the buffs here. Gonna go with the last one. Ooh, heal the Sparkle Fly even further. This misses a little bit of value there, but not really relevant. Like this is lethal already. Only Sharp Sight and even actually Sharp Sight's not enough. Well, it could be. It could be.
Well, after as usual, Mogwai, there's a Caster Blessing. The Sharp Sight comes in, but we're gonna have Shelly coming in as well. Yet another elusive coming in. No life steal for Sorry. 11 HP on his Nexus. A big 4-pronged elusive attack coming in here from Pokerback, and this is going to be an explosive round 1 that's going to end up with Pokerback advancing to the next round. And Sorry, a player that made it to top 4 in the last seasonal, a player that, you know, is very, very accomplished, but in seasonal you're playing against the best of the best, and when you're facing Pokerback, it might just happen that you lose in round 1.
Dominating victory for Pokerback, 2-0 over Sorry. Again, one of the favorites to go far in this tournament, potentially win, as Sorry has just been amazing and in competitive so far. We just got told that we are gonna be feature another match as well, because it turns out that one was pretty quick. It was not only a 2-0, but the games were also pretty fast paced. And yeah, what happened there is essentially Sorry went back to back with the rally deck and was able to apply a lot of pressure early on. But if both games, the slower deck piloted by Pokerback was able to eventually stabilize and shut them down, outvalue them, and in this last match, just fly right over with the elusives and conclude the match. So props to Sorry, you know, he did all he could, but Pokerback definitely got the matchup with the lineups and definitely played really well at this point, and I'm very excited to see how he fares in the next round. So I wonder which matchup we'll get to commentate now.
Going off of Pokerback, I'm actually very excited to see him do well. I think, like you mentioned with Game Breaker, they're both players that have a similar cycle of qualifying to seasonal tournaments, doing very well on ladder, but they haven't had that breakout top 4 or final success that you would expect from players like these that have qualified to almost every seasonal. So both players following a similar storyline, I think, for this event. And right away we have Ultraman versus PCS Teal Coast. So I believe it's going to be Belgium versus France, a classic of European competition, and it looks like it's still in game 1. It seems like for these two players. Might be game 2 though.
It's dark. No. It seems like it's game 1, and it's I can see it. It's Darkness versus Draven Scion, and we got a scenario in which both decks are generating a lot of value, but we know how a Lost Soul can just allow you to keep going. And there's that Captain Farron right there. We see, there is lifesteal for Ultraman, but having concluded his attack here, he's not going to be able to heal up for at least a couple of turns. So this Captain Farron could be a game-winning play here for Telcos, because he has double decimate. He can double decimate next round and then finish off with a get excited. Naturally, this gets countered by something like a Vile Feast, right? And okay, I was really curious as to like how beefed up that darkness was. It's at 3, but it's cost 0 mana. So there's been 2 Stilted Roadmakers developed this game and a Senna level up that allow this to happen. As this Captain Farron takes another hit, but there is that mini morph. Extali can block now.
Is the Sentinel though? That's the biggest thing, the life steal here, because looking at just the burn, the HP is already there, the Nexus damage is already there. We have 2 decimates and it get excited in the hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Regardless of Farron, but the biggest thing now is the life steal that Extali Sentinel provides is going to allow Ultraman to climb back up his HP a little bit, just enough to get out of range where he has full board control.
But that's what I was mentioning prior, because he's already declared his attack. He's not going to be able to heal up in a couple of turns here. So actually, unless Ultraman draws into a Withering Wail or a Vile Feast, Telkos could go for the kill here. And we may see it. Double decimate this round into a Get Excited to the face at the beginning of the attack. Next one. Ultraman has no answer for this right now.
It is tricky though, because while you're going all in on this strategy, you have exact lethal. If your opponent has any sort of drain effect,
but what do you do otherwise?
You can play for the board and think that maybe you have a chance.
But look at his board. He's at 9 health. Like, look at he's so spread out. Like, I think this is his only plan. I love it. Like, you gotta go for it. Like, if you're Telkos, you gotta go for this. Yep, this is it. Double decimate and they get excited.
Only thing you can do right now, we're seeing it. There's nothing in the hand right now for Ultraman to do at fast speed in response to Get Excited next turn, but he can still top deck into some sort of an answer.
Here we go.
Exact lethal for Telkos if there is no drain effect.
Oh no!
Be another Extali, all 3 lifesteal units, but you're not gonna have the time.
And even drew a Mystic Shot to counter a Vile Feast. Oh my lord! Telkos with the bird win, Captain Farron. MVP of MVPs in this match right here.
And that
coming
will be
clutch.
Game 1 still. So a very drawn out game there. Telkos takes it, and now Ultraman has to fight for the reverse sweep in this tournament to stay alive and to have his chances of making it far. Another player that has been very consistent on ladder and in EU Masters, but hasn't really had that same seasonal success.
Wait, I'm sorry for interrupting you there, Brett, but I think there's a bit of slip up with some of these champions, right? Like we see Ziggs and Senna. I assume that's
they're playing musical chairs, Mogwai. You know, the music is on, they switch around, and then once the game
Vanguard's joined Draven's side.
They'll go back to their positions. Whoever has no chair is nerfed. That's how these musical chairs work.
We see. I assume that's your build right there for Telkos on the right. The PNZ Bando City could very well be the Ezreal Vi Shellfolk deck. As here we go, ladies and gentlemen, round 2. Telkos has gotten 1 win over Ultraman. Ultraman is going back at it with Darkness, and Telkos is playing what I assume is what is this?
It's a more aggressive Vi list, it looks like. I've seen this list pop up recently. I played Fizz Vi initially with a similar concept, I think. It might just be a Poppy pile.
It's a pot. Oh, this is like
essentially with Poro
like a Bandle City discard aggro, right?
Yeah, with Poro Cannon, you're able to really level up Vi very quickly, and you put in a lot of damage with, Bandle Commandos. It might be running Yordle Squire even, which is something that I was running with Fizz to get him the +1 attack kind of granted.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a variation off of that, but basically an aggressive list with maybe even a Treasure Trash top end, it's possible.
I wonder why Telkos here is not attacking with Zonite. I think you'd be happy to have that exchange happen since you're playing you have a 2-1, and that's very vulnerable to all sorts of pings here from Ultraman, right? Like Pokestick, Vile Feast. So offering the trade early on would be pretty neat, but I guess Telkos wants to delay and see if he can find something to answer this. But now the second Twisted Catalyzer goes down, and I think Telkos has to develop either... Yeah, Boom Baboon works. You could play Zonite as well. Setting up the Zonite by generating the Flame Chompers, but you got to block into these immediately. Like you cannot let these strike multiple times. Your Zonite and your Baboon have to declare blocks onto this, which makes Ultraman think, Ultraman's like, wait, why do I have to do this? I have a Withering Wail in hand. I can deal with both of these. I don't have to worry about this. And if Telkos develops his Zonite into it, this Withering Wail is going to get nutty value and also shut down potential blockers for these Twisted Catalyzers. So I like this pass from Ultraman here.
And you have to think, what kind of removal spells do you expect from Telkos' deck, where you would get punished for maybe waiting for putting these 2 catalyzers into combat? I mean, maybe Mystic shots, but really there's gonna be maybe more one damage pins like we see the Pokestick in hand. Actually a Buster Shot there as well. So
but not enabled yet.
Yeah, not enabled. You want to pay the full price? That might be a bit too much. Poppy instead. So gonna bypass the catalyzers and just go for the big attack. But right away, 2 units get shut down. The drain effect, 2 of those points go, I guess, to just in limbo. They don't really do much of anything. But still, 2 blockers, and you can block it to the Poppy as well. There's no mana for anything to help save her on the attack here. So overall, a pretty good start here for Ultraman.
We may actually see double flip, but the thing is, if you go double flip chompers, these 2 twisted, like, you take a big hit, but these 2 twisted catalyzers survive, which allows him to get insane power set up on his darkness here. So I guess Telkos is saying, yeah, I get that, but I'm gonna kill you before that happens anyways.
And you do have the Pokestick to take down one of them, and you have the Buster Shot now enabled to take out the second one. So if you want to remove them both, there's gonna have to be an open attack here from Ultraman.
It's actually this playing
the stress defense actually pretty big at keeping one of these alive if you want to, but I think you might be on a rush to develop your champions really and get those darknesses online.
Yeah, like we're seeing a really strong setup for darkness, but also a very precarious position. Like that was a very strong hit for Telkos, getting half of his Nexus life total just out of the way, and Senna goes down, and that's great, but there's no mana backup to do anything else this round, which allows Telkos to potentially just start spreading out. He's got those daring poros right there that will be buffed upon attack from this Poppy that's gonna stick on this board this round, so he can just set up an open attack here, and it's gonna be really rough for Ultraman because he can very easily spread out and have a fully developed board, and I don't know what Ultraman can do to, like, he has to resort to Senna's signature spell here. He's actually going to resort to removing Senna. I like this play. I like this a lot.
And the Telkos list is just a Lulu, Poppy, Bandlewood deck. I think we were debated by the incorrect graphics in the initial start when we saw Vi there, and then our minds like, where is this going? But I think we got ourselves into trouble on that one. It is kind of a Lulu Flame Chompers version with Poppy, basically. And your own arms, Bandlewood, etc. So kind of a mix between those 2 decks.
Gonna preserve those catalyzers to block, and we're gonna see Telkos just go straight up with an open attack, knowing the darkness will kill off Poppy. Prioritizing, like we mentioned, eliminating Senna, and looking at a pretty decent hit here, dropping him down to 5. Also, Poppy does survive this. There's no pings here for Ultraman, so he may still have to resort to a darkness to finish off this Poppy if he cannot find a Pokestick or a Vile Feast. But he's still alive, right? Which is very important because Telkos could have set up an attack that could have made that a bit more hard to achieve. It's the whole staying alive thing. We're going to see the darkness going down onto the Bando Commando, hoping that he can actually develop or find one of these ping effects to finish off Poppy here, as Poppy is 1 attack away from leveling up, something you don't normally see, but I don't think I remember a game in which Poppy levels up and the player playing Poppy doesn't win. So you gotta watch out for that.
The new school of misfortune, basically. Same guidelines of how important she is for the strategy, and also how important or how powerful she is when she does level up. It's rare, but when it happens, you are in for a world of trouble. In this case, looking at the hand now for Telkos, if there was less resources in hand, you might give Ultraman a bit of a chance here, even if he has 5 HP to come back into it, to control the board with the darknesses. But overall, Telkos has a very good hand still. Has Aloof, has a Mayor for generation, and has ways to really flood the board with 4 to 5 mana.
And unlike the Sorry series that we've seen, that's a big discard. But even if Ultraman manages to stabilize here, because this deck is also playing Bandlewood as an alternate win condition, that doesn't mean it's over. Like, he could actually just, even though there's still a lot of work to be done, like the Bandlewood is only at 4, it's not going to take Telkos too long to get that requirement. And all of a sudden, Ultraman is on the clock, both from the offense being represented here by Poppy and from the landmark ticking as well. There's a Pokestick draw for Ultraman, though.
And we saw with Sorry versus Pokerback where if you control the game and you just kind of stabilize, then you already win the game. But in this case, it's not really the same. Telkos has a chance to have this card that generates value, that gives him an alternate win condition going into the late game, and he's still at 20 HP. Darkness is not a deck that's able to rush down your opponent's nexus. It builds up very slowly. So this gives kind of a fork attack from Teal'c's, where he has the aggressive game plan, but also kind of something to fall back on if the first game plan fails, which is something that Sorry would have loved to have in his decks, because he ended up just losing off of, once he lost that initial push, then there was a stabilization, and then he couldn't do much of anything to come back into the game.
Teal'c's not going to block into that, willing to take 3 damage, not thinking that the game is going to go long enough for his health to be ultimately too relevant, as the darkness has been built up pretty high anyways. He picks up that Poro sled to meet up the Freljord requirement, though we could see him try to start developing these aloof travelers as well. There's several options. Poro sled feels very mana efficient here though, because it does open up for an attack, but no. Teal'c's gonna go with the aloof traveler. He's gonna get rid of that mini morph. Aloof traveler is just a very neat source of information as well, as we may see an open attack here as a Spacey Sketcher. That's a very, whenever you get a very cheap unit out of the Bandle tree, you feel happy. You know, just having to pay 1 mana just to get that target requirement, even though Loping Telescope is also in your deck. But it's nice. It's nice to pull that off, as he's going to lead off with an open attack, threatening lethal right now. But Senna gonna enable Ultraman to stay in the game. But like we mentioned, Teal'c's has that alternate win condition going, and I don't believe Ultraman is playing Crumble on his list, so there's really no answer for Bandle Tree within this Darkness deck, which is something that you would expect from a control deck to be able to answer also the different threats. But we know how landmark removal is very limited in this game, and Teal'c's really going to try to capitalize on that.
And it's a reflection of the shifts in the meta as well. Bandle Tree was, when the expansion first came out, just all over the place, and people thought it was just this super versatile deck that would beat anything or have a good match against everything, but that shifted over time. It's now not really seen as much, and sometimes some of these decks are foregoing the landmark removal to have a more consistent performance from their deck against the rest of the matchups.
Senna does go down after that ping right there. Very important. Whenever you're facing darkness, removing the champions is pretty much your priority. If Veigar or Senna stick on the board, especially Veigar, they can just start snowballing. Senna can keep generating darknesses again and again, and you really want to remove them from the board as early as possible. Otherwise, it's going to look really bad. Even if you have a Bandle Tree going off, you could still lose the race potentially, as the Spacey Sketcher goes down. You can discard one of the Hungry Outcasts right here. Has access to 3 very interesting options, and ultimately going to go for the Crescent Strike. Can be used offensively. Can be pretty brutal here.
Both the Serpent and the Charger were going to be weak to ping effects, so maybe that is why you go for the Aggression Strike instead. And we have a big elephant coming into play. We see seasonals, it's always a place to spotlight some of the cards we don't see very often, usually through Tribune and Populator, but this time we found a different avenue to get one of the most, maybe not bad cards, but definitely underplayed cards and very niche in what they tend to do.
For anybody wondering, the Armored Tusk Rider is a really cool 6-drop. Essentially what it does is that it does not take damage from any unit that has 4 power or less. So you can't wear this thing down by chump blocking it. It's an elephant with a bunch of armor, so that does actually make sense, thematically speaking. And yeah, it can be a pretty strong force to just finish off this match. Like, he also... Wait... I just realized I'm derping here. How did I get excited? Oh no, he's playing Piltover. What am I talking about? I'm like, wait, I get excited? What happened? All right, yeah, he's got the bird. He's really close to killing him here. It's crazy. It's Preservarium.
On multiple ways, you have the Bandle Tree down to up to 7 as well. There are really not any units other than Senna in the Darkness deck that can block this big elephant and do anything to stop it. Really, we're seeing the board here. None of these units can really do anything. They don't have 4 attack yet.
And because, I mean, you have Stress Defense to nullify the Armored Tusk Rider, so I think, yeah, Ultraman, this is a race, Panda. This is a crazy race. It's about, can Veigar finish off this game before either the tree or the monkey toy can? Down goes the Shark Chariot.
Just in case, coming down, Ephemeral Synergy. We're seeing all the underplayed cards here. Another Darkness in hand now for Ultraman. Another 6 damage can go onto the Nexus now on Teal'c's side. One away,
Panda. Like, at the beginning of the next round, Ultraman will have lethal. We were so focused on Teal'c's with his multiple win conditions, and he's so close to winning. But he's just not there.
10. You don't have any more mana remaining if you are Teal'c. So there's the last card, Build Water. The Hunting Fleet comes in. The attack comes in. Oh,
Goes with the attack
from the Bilgewater Poro coming out from the Poro sled. That's actually something that I did not expect. So all 10 have been met here. The Bandle tree, condition, but you have to wait till the round.
He's going for lethal though. He's going for, and the thing is, it forces Veigar. This forces Veigar to block, and he's gonna go for the stress defense here onto the armored Tusk Rider. And it doesn't matter what he blocks otherwise. And down go, I would assume these are... Wait, that was a Pokey Stick, right? Pokey Stick there.
Number 1.
And Bio Feast, man, this is huge. This is actually huge. Oh my goodness, he actually managed... No, the impact! Oh, the drain from the Vile Feast. Oh my God, he managed to stay at 4. He managed to stay at... That's crazy.
Absolutely everything. You have the drain from the Vile Feast. Both pings of damage going in from the Poro and the Space Catcher are mitigated. And obviously the Stretch Defense completely shut down the Elephant. We talked about, the arm blockers to kill it. But why kill it when you can just put its attack down to 1 and make it basically irrelevant in this case? And the Darkness, they're still there for 3 mana for Ultraman. He still has a chance to play it now after this swing.
But like I told you, man, the impact just seals the deal. The Poro sled is able to get 1 damage through.
But you have the drain from the Vile Feast.
Yeah, no, never mind. I was mentioning that earlier. The Vile Feast drain. Yeah. So this game, so this game is done. It is done for Tokos. Like, he had so many. Like, it seemed like the win was pretty much inevitable here, but the Veigar just came through. The Vile Feast drain just absolutely clutch, and this Get Excited is not enough. And it's not like Tokos can start trying to fish for it with his card draw, because right now this Darkness represents lethal, and there is nothing that he can do to draw at burst speed. So this game is over, folks, and we're going to a game 3. That was a really, really tight match right there.
Game 3, timer is going to come into play possibly for both of these players. Of course, Ultraman's Darkness now is out of the way, and we have, Poppy in both remaining lineups. Not too surprised. I think we saw in EU Masters, Sion and Poppy were the 2 kind of big bands going into the end of it, and 2 of the most versatile and scary champions in the current format. So there's going to be Poppy, Fizz on Ultraman's side, and Lulu Poppy Fizz on Tilga's side, with very different region combinations. Actually, Noxus on Ultraman's and PNZ that we just saw now with Tiltos.
But it is going to be a Bandle City on Bandle City war here. Double group shot in the opening hand for Ultraman with House Spider and the Bandle City Mayor. That's a very neat curve, but Tokos does have access to Buster Shot, which I'm not sure if he'll be keeping this early on. And more importantly, Bando Commando, very neat unit to start things off and can start generating you some neat value. A bunch of 2-drops though here, so I wonder how Toko's mulligan will ultimately go. I could see him just mulligan away the Bomber Twins, the Boom Baboon, and the Buster Shot, and keeping the Bando Commando in hand. When it comes to Ultraman, I would expect at least 1 group shot to go down here. You definitely don't turn away the House Spider and the Mayor though, I believe.
And Tilga's list is going to be a little bit different to the usual Bandle tree. Ooh, that is an awkward hand. Double Yordle and arms now for Tilgos.
Oh, wow.
The Telescope does help a bit in trying to generate cards that you can play on curve for the first few turns, and Fizz coming in now as well. But overall for Bandle tree, I think it's all about, the Bandle tree itself. I think Noxus maybe having Scorched Earth or some kind of blind removal might be relevant as well on Ultraman's side. But overall, it comes down to who's able to level up that Bandle tree first, because when you have so many chump blockers on the board, you're not really able to push damage into the Nexus very efficiently.
Bando Commando is very neat for Tokos, but this Spider, this House Spider into Mayor curve for Ultraman is also fantastic. Both players having very different hands, even though they're playing the same region. But access to very neat resources nonetheless. And double Mayor here for Ultraman could really just make all the difference here. We're going to see a 0 mana Loping Telescope, since there is no answer whatsoever in Tilko's hand. Despite the fact that he's playing a Piltover and Zon variant, there's only access to Pokey Stick right now. So this Mayor is here to stay. And now the momentum, the tempo that Ultraman is going to be generating is just crazy. And he gets Preserve variant too. That's amazing.
And there's a Yordle arms right away coming in. I think this is necessary. You're going to have the Serpent with Challenger. You're going to have the Elusive coming in.
Double group shot, Panda. This double group shot is insane.
This is a huge shutdown. Even the Fizz could have gone down, but you're going to go for the Elusive Bandle Commando instead.
Wow. That, the fact, I would say maybe he mulligans away 1 group shot, but he kept both. And damn, he got rewarded for that.
Telescope comes in as well. We see the Scorched Earth I mentioned is in hand for Ultraman, so the Bandle Tree kind of win condition is kind of out of the way now for Teal'c. So he does have a different kind of, with Yordle and Arms and Poppy and more of the Lulu Flame Chompers strategy to go into now as well. But look at this board. I mean, you're not going to beat this tempo. There's going to be chump blockers for days with double Mayor.
It's too much. That shut down. Like the fact that he couldn't even attack with the Loping Telescope because of the 4-3 stat line turning into the Bomber Twins feels so bad for Teal'c here. We're going to see a Focus Stick go down to reduce a little bit of this damage output, as Ultraman's going to be able to connect in for 7 damage, 6, 8 math. 8.
And the Bandle Tree was drawn for Ultraman now as well, so he has his value engine that he can start pulling down, and still has a lot of spells like Equinox and Scorched Earth to deal with some of his opponent's units, and also even the mini morph. We'll see how Teal'c can replenish his board and try and go for maybe the second Yordle and Arms next turn, having elusive now as well as a keyword on his board.
Noxus, Shadow Isle, Shurima, Targan. 5 out of 10. That Bandle Tree should be at 5 out of 10, and that is already a really, really solid advancement. That's why House Spider is so good in this sort of strategy, as it completes 2 by spawning the Noxus and the Shadow Owls. So actually 6, right? 1, 2, no, 5. Like I miscounted there. So already a heavy advancement for this Bandle Tree. Going to generate not the greatest, the Demacia, but the thing is Demacia can be patched up with Poppy anyways, so not the end of the world. And the second Yordles in Arms goes down here for Teal'c. I mean, he's got to make do with what he drew, and now this is a much scarier attack panda. All of a sudden, that Equinox, he cannot play Equinox and Minimorph at the same time though. So he's going to have to choose one of the two.
And I think, it's going to be Equinox here on one of the portals, just in case you didn't want to target the Fizz, because that would be obviously game losing if there was somehow.
Well, Minimorph doesn't. Fizz can't counter Minimorph, right?
No, but with Equinox, I mean.
Oh,
I
yeah.
It's
Equinox only follows, but it is true that at the same time, it's a 1 mana versus a 6 mana answer, right? So you're gonna take the 1 mana one,
and you have the chance to play aloof and to try and mitigate some of your opponent's strategy, but still.
That's Piltover and Bilgewater Panda. Like we are at 7.
Those are not the 2 pulls you want. Those 7 mana units, like you mentioned last game, you want the cheaper side of stuff to be able to play them out all in one turn. In this case, it might not be possible for Ultraman to finish this in time, and we're still going to have the Fizz as a possible elusive threat. We have Lulu that can maybe buff it if we have a spell to activate
Buster Shot is good though. Buster Shot is very needy. Wait, are you kidding me?
From the Telescope.
What?
This is a very rare thing for us to see happen, but instead it will be the Poro with the impact.
Ridiculous.
Trying to get some more guaranteed damage because Ultraman is already down to 4 HP.
He can. It's also important to know that he has 2. Ultraman is low, but he's got 2 elusive blockers here, because that Fizz can be enabled at burst speed. Even though it's very expensive, Minimorph can enable it as an elusive blocker if it would come down to that. But Teal'c has run out of gas, it seems, a little bit here. And this next incoming attack is just not as strong as now. I definitely expect Buster Shot to go down. Buster Shot to take down this Lulu. Come on.
Either the Lulu or the elusive. You have to deal with one of the 2, or Fizz in this case.
Okay, that's a bit risky, but just taking out the elusive. I mean, at the end of the day, he just needs to make sure that he can block into the elusives. And I feel like it was a bit risky though, because of something like a group shot or you're not really expecting Ravenous Flock since you're facing PNZ, right? So I guess the options were less likely, and there's a cheaper one.
Poro Cannon is the one scary one because it's just 0 mana. You can just activate at any point in time in hand if you're
wait. If you're Teal'c, you could be inclined to play the Poro, but he's just gonna go for the whimsy here. But like we mentioned, the Minimorph.
Yeah, no elusive blocker, but Minimorph is there to stop this kind of more cheesy all-in elusive kill here with the exact 4 damage on the Nexus for Ultraman. And there's the Minimorph coming in. Now you have any kind of blocker. You have now the Fizz as well, because you have a burst speed spell to activate his elusive tech as well anyway. And you're able to trade into the Mini-Minity.
Interesting to see that he blocks with Fizz. I mean, at this point, he knows that he's going for the Bandle Tree win condition. He has the Tavern Keeper, cheap Freljord unit, but
and heals
he's
you,
missing.
and you're at 4 HP, which is the biggest thing involved with Tavern
Yeah, it's
Keeper.
amazing.
If Teal'c would have developed with the Poro, with the impact, and they get excited, it might have been enough, but he wanted to try and attack before FaZe got
Ooh, and he got a one-man Demacia. I think this is done. This is done, right? Is he missing? No, he's not missing Ione. He got the Hungry Outcast. It's over. That plus Poppy or Dragon Chow. Dragon Chow would be more style points, in my opinion. But Poppy also works.
Yordle and Arms defensively here could try and mitigate that, but I think it's just too wide of a board.
That's
there
it.
We see it. 10 out of 10 on the Bandle Tree. I mentioned it that Bandle Tree would be the key card here for Ultraman. In the end, both players have a lot of chump blockers, so Bandle Tree is the way to get the alternate win condition online. Ultraman, we'll see it here with the flashy way to end the game. And he makes it. He had to go for the reverse sweep. He had to win 2 games in a row with Darkness, and now with his Bandle Tree deck. And he managed to do it to seal his spot in the top 16 and make it 1 round deeper into the seasonal tournament.
Very happy to see Ultraman advance. Really just phenomenal player. Also content creator as well. He does content in French, like Aoi, who was a prior seasonal winner, and he's just been at the top of like you mentioned. You compared him a bit to Pokravac in a way because he's had more success in ladder than anything. But this could be a good chance for him to try to make a deep run into this, as he's gotten over a tough opponent in round 1, and I'll be excited to see how his matchup goes in round 16. But we're ready to take a bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen, as we gear ourselves up for the top 16. And we cover some more exciting matchups, and we see how the bracket has advanced. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'd like very much to participate to Worlds this year if there are. So I guess if there are information like maybe on how to qualify to Worlds, I'll try to do that. Otherwise, I will just try to get the 7-2 option for the seasonal. Yes.
Same as always. Get high enough on ladder for 7-2 in seasonal, then get 7-2 in seasonal, and maybe one day win seasonal. You have to aim sky high.
I'm kind of just waiting to see where Riot is wanting to take competitive Runeterra and take it from there.
Okay, so I have 3 goals, I guess. First one is to improve as a player. I have some skills I need to improve on, especially my nerves, not to let my emotions cloud my judgment. Second goal, improve as a coach. I've been coaching some students and I want to improve and rely information much better. Third one is I want to help grow the competitive scene in the MENA region, and I've been seeing a lot of growth in the game for the region. We have a lot of players that are competing really well. We have 3 players this top 32 that made it.
As always, my first goal is to improve myself, my personal development as a player. I don't try to put too many hard goals like that are results oriented, like win X or Y, because those don't depend on me. So I try to focus on the things that I can change as a player, which is my approach inside the game and outside the game.
Okay, that's a little bit tricky and that's a difficult one. There are 2 things going on here. In first place, unless I've missed something, we still don't know about what the new world's structure and seasonal structure will be next year. So it's difficult to plan around that right now. Obviously, if they are something remotely similar to what they have been this season, that will be almost my only goal, to do well in seasonals and then to be able to qualify for the Worlds qualifier and then try to go for Worlds, obviously. Other than that, in my personal situation, I guess I am a 39 years old dad, so family, school, and work don't let enough free time for me to allow to compete in the full array of tournaments available.
I would definitely love to win a seasonal. Finally, I've been getting close enough to it, but I would really like to get that one step further, and then I would also really like to get back to Worlds and do better than I did last time.
That's a tough one to answer because I feel like we don't have enough details yet, and until we have details and until we see the format and until then, I can't really tell if it's worth it to go all in on the competitive grind. Or as of right now, my plan is to focus more on content creation.
Well, definitely, my goal is definitely to stay consistent as I am now, and maybe, hopefully, qualify once again for World.
Like, first of all, I want to see what's in the future ahead of us. Like, I want to see if there will be World, prize money, the system, you know. So, I would love to compete, but we will see the conditions.
I don't have any particular goals. I obviously want to qualify for the seasonal again, and I'll probably try to get pretty high on the ladder so that maybe this time I'll have a chance at the World's qualifiers.
And we are back, folks, with the seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra, and we are going to cover a very hype matchup. But before anything, let's take a look at the brackets and see how the first round ended up. As we see right there, Game Breaker advances to the second round after defeating DJ47 for 2-0. Spikes as well, 2-0, as we got Cosimo going down to Hollow, and Fly defeating Anideso 2-0 as well. Some very interesting results here as Sergio Vamos advances as well for Spain, but Sir Donald goes down to Bois.
And overall, this is the thing where, half of the players that qualify to Top Cut are eliminated in the first round. So all of these big names are trickling out of the tournament already. Yep. We saw Sari going down on the stream against Pokervac. We saw, Bracket Kata advancing and eliminating Ragnar Rosic, a player that was at Worlds and was top 4 in EU matches with Russia. So a lot of big names are already out of the tournament. On the other side of the bracket, Lobster also exits the tournament with a loss to Quickwell 2-1. Ahuizotl from France also making it out. And then we have Shogo Pass, getting Poland onto the board, which is something I think they really need after EU Masters, defeating PCS Gwen. So a lot of the PCS guys have been eliminated already, with Sahis at the top of the bracket also going down. So really a bad start for the PCS team. Badge Attack, the Czech legend, making it up 2-1 against Xylist, and we have Ultraman, of course, that we saw. So Pokervac and Badge Attack still in it, and we could see a Czech Civil War the next round, and also maybe a UK Civil War if Spikes defeats Gamebreaker and Fly defeats Hollow on the top side of the left bracket.
I was gonna say that lower portion of the bracket on the right side is so goddamn stacked, man. It's crazy. And Sergio Vamos also performing really well is exciting to see, especially considering Cosimo has unfortunately fallen early on. But like we mentioned, this tournament is really stacked and there's a lot of very strong names, but anything can happen. I'm just a little bit sad for Fresh Lobster because I do know that he was bringing Teemo to this tournament. It was a bit of an experiment lineup apparently, and it turned out to not work out so well. I cry every time. Hopefully next time we get to see Teemo shine a bit, as we are going to be talking about the game that we're going to be covering here though, and that is Game Breaker versus Spikes. We had to choose this one because it is actually a rematch of a prior seasonals that ended up in a bit of a controversial manner. You can elaborate a little bit on that one, Panda.
Well, not too much, but we're not going to get into too much drama. But there was kind of issues with the timer and overall things. I think without it being anyone's fault, things went a bit to the line, to the final line with the timer and there's time running out. And it was a bit of a controversy a few seasons ago. But this is now a chance for a rematch from Gamebreaker, trying to defeat Spikes here. And Spikes coming in with Lee Sin, with Darkness, and with Bandlewood. 3 just strong decks. We're going to see Lee Sin a lot in the tournament. We saw it in the graphic for the open rounds, and the same, I think, has translated into the top cut and Darkness as well. Of course, we saw it twice already in the 2 matches we've covered, and we're seeing it a 3rd time here, and maybe a 4th even, after we see Gamebreaker's lineup.
There's already a lot of spice going on here, Panda. First of all, that double sunburst in the Lee Sin Zoe deck, and the one-off of Go Hard in the Darkness deck right there, which is, I don't know about you, but that's the first time I've seen that sort of tech. Like, Go Hard being played as a one-off in a deck. That's definitely very interesting.
The sunburst here for Spikes is taking the spot of the Scattered Pod and saying, hey, if there's any aloof travelers, I am here to protect Lee Sin from any damage.
Yeah, that makes all sense.
That is 100% the inclusion here, taking the spot from Scattered Pod. And this is the aloof meat shield strategy is something that we've seen in many decks that really rely on a card that is mid to high mana. We saw it with Field of Rush in Plunder decks, and we're seeing it now with Lee Sin and with the Sunburst as well. And a counter to Scion, of course.
It reminds me of when NA popularized Field of Rush for Plunder as well. Another reason why that card was being played was to sponge some hits from the aloof travelers, so that stuff like the champions or even Dreadwave would not take the hit from that very meta-defining 4-drop. I think we can all agree at this point. Very impressed to see how prevalent Darkness is throughout this tournament. It's one of those decks that either seems to be performing extremely well or doing very poorly. It just doesn't feel like it quite hits it there in regards to ladder, right? It just feels like a bit of an inconsistent ladder deck, but in tournaments, it puts in the work, and we see Spikes bring it in. But it's not just Spikes. Let's take a look at Gamebreaker's lineup. And spoilers, he's bringing in Darkness as well. What I really like about Gamebreaker as a player is that he doesn't generally gravitate towards like fast-paced aggro sort of strategies. He's a control/combo player. I guess maybe something that he picked up from his Yu-Gi-Oh days, and definitely a defining sort of characteristic for his strategies in general. As we see here, he's playing Darkness as well as a control deck, but then he's got the Zoe Nami, which is not surprising, but Lee Sin in a different form though. It is the action version of Lee Sin instead of Targan.
And when you want to bring, Zoe with Nami, then sometimes you have to bring Lee Sin with Akshan. This is not necessarily a worse version of the deck. It's kind of a different version. We saw some players in this season experimenting with this and bringing it back as a very strong alternative to Lee Sin with a different kind of makeup. That being said, Lee Sin is at 5 mana. And there is no protection here. So there's a Bandlewood deck in Spike's lineup. Aloof Travelers can come into play and really mitigate a lot of the game plan from Gamebreaker if he does bring Lee Sin.
And one of the interesting things here that comes to mind, first off, is Eye of the Dragon as a 2-of. I think that's the first time I see Eye of the Dragon as a 2-of in a Lee Sin deck. I would love to understand or hear out his thought process for that. But then he's got that anti-aggro tech regardless, because he's bringing triple tasty Faithfolk, which is a really strong card in this meta because of its ability to trade evenly into Poppy and be able to come on board 1 turn before her, guaranteeing that you will always be able to match up Poppy with a 4-power lifesteal unit that can knock her out and also gain you a little bit of health back from what can be a very devastating Poppy attack on curve. We also see on the Darkness deck, instead of a one-off of Go Hard, Gamebreaker is not going that. He's not that edgy, but he is bringing Otterpuss as a one-off, kind of like going down a little bit on the 1-drops here and focusing more on just a lot of interesting things to note here, like triple stress defense, for example, only 1 hidden pathways and only 1 rekindler as well. More of an emphasis on 2 drops, having a full set of Conchologists there and a full set of Aloof Travelers alongside a full set of Stilted Rope Maker. Definitely not the standard way to build Darkness, and that's one of the things that I love the most about Seasonals. I get to see these really fine-tuned, quirky version of already established archetypes being optimized by incredible players like Gamebreaker to try to gain the edge in this competition. So we'll see how the bans ultimately end up going, as Game Breaker's lineup is very threatening. Not fast, but incredible value, OTK potential from 2 different decks. Actually, all 3 potentially with Veigar as well. And overall, a very, very... I think there's been a lot of thought put into this lineup, and we'll see how it matches up against Pikes, which is quite similar, really.
And look at the bans. Is there any specific ban you'd expect from either of these players with very similar lineups as well, with a chance for mirrors as well? It's a lot to take in terms of what exact strategy you want to go for.
I would always ban Zoe Nami personally, as it can really snowball. But then again, your matchup against Lee Sin can be a little bit worse. But you have access to mini morph with darkness, and both players are bringing in darkness. So I feel like Lee Sin can be more effectively answered than something like Zoe Nami. So I'm expecting Spikes to target Zoe Nami, while Game Breaker can potentially ban... This one's not easy. Lee Sin, or... I think Lee Sin is a pretty safe target, but at the same time, you could just... There's an argument for all 3, to be honest.
And it tends up happening when it's lineups that people are bringing to this tournament are maybe not so much specific lineups that are countering one specific strategy, but more just 3 good decks that you're comfortable with, and it makes the kind of the ban tables a bit more weird because there's not this clear-cut weakness, let's say.
Yeah, definitely, I completely agree. It's one of those cases where they're just 3 very solid decks, and there's no super polarized matchups going on here, even though you could argue, like, the one that comes to mind is Zoe Nami, right? Zoe Nami can be a little bit overwhelming for something like Darkness because it goes under. Like, Darkness does have access to, like I mentioned, mini morph, and both players seem to be playing at least 2 copies of the card, which allow them to potentially answer Lee Sin. But the issue is Zoe Nami's threat comes in earlier, and tends to be a bit of a problem for Darkness for the most part. So I would expect that to be banned, but I could be wrong. Like I said, all 3 decks for both players are very scary. We see Spikes, like the big difference is the Bandle tree strategy with Spikes. There's no landmark removal in either of Game Breaker's 3 decks, but he may feel like he can still outgrace that win condition, so he may just let it go through. If I had to choose, right? What I would expect to happen here, I would expect Zoe Nami and Lee Sin gone for Spikes. But I could be completely wrong here because it's just not super clear, at least for me.
With very similar lineups, this gives us a chance to see some mirrors as well, which is obviously not always ideal in the card game, but Darkness mirrors can come into play with the list having, of course, like you mentioned, some minor differences with like the Otterpuss for Game Breaker and the Go Hard.
The one off of Go Hard. I want to know what's up with that. I guess he could create more with Conchologist or something. I mean, technically, if you play 1 Go Hard, you're creating 2 more in the deck, so you're getting 3 copies for it technically, right? So I guess that's the
it is a weird one because you lose a lot of consistency, which is what the strategy kind of wants. Kind of like playing Vi as a one-off. Can be interesting as a challenge unit to have like this interesting, but if you only have 1 copy, what are the chances you draw her in your initial hand, your mulligan, and you get that, the synergy?
I guess it's just like that extra ping. He just wants that extra ping, right? Like he's running
With
triple Vile Feast, triple Poke, and just 1 extra ping to move around things. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is game 1. And we have Game Breaker piloting Zoe Nami. So this actually went through, did not get banned, as Spikes brings in Darkness. We'll have a look at the ban soon, as we're going to see a Twisted Catalyzer go down on curve for Spikes, and there is no answer for Game Breaker here.
This is a great start for Spikes. Catalyzer, you have both your champions in hand, plus the Aloof Conchologist to get some extra value and to have a play on turn 2. There's a Go Hard. When you have it on turn 3 before any unit is played for Game Breaker, and Game Breaker's in trouble. When you have a Nami deck and you don't draw the Nami, which is something we see very rarely, but we're seeing it here, you get punished for it. There is no early game whatsoever. There's no Double Trouble. There's no Nami. There's no Sparklefly. There's no Zoe. This is maybe one of the worst starts I've ever seen to a Nami Zoe.
Yeah, like there are no pieces. The Wiggly Burblefish is in too early. There's a lot of buffs running around with Semblance Vigor. He's going to be forced to use the Super Go Start chart and try to find something here. We could see him go for... He's going to go for the Trickster. He needs an elusive unit on board. Something to play on curve next round, as the Conchologist generates a Black Spear, which can allow them to threaten Nami as well. Another attack going down, and Darkness is the aggro, ladies and gentlemen. It ended up being the Bandle tree deck. Gamebreaker not really confident about his ability to race and remove
and
the Bandle tree win condition. And Darkness went down for Gamebreaker. Definitely, like I said, really hard to predict these bans, honestly.
Very fast start here now for Spikes, as the full board has a Veigar down already. No pressure whatsoever from Gamebreaker until this turn. Playing down finally the Sparklefly here. Has the gifts from beyond for the second Sparklefly. Has the Shelly to buff them up. But is it too little too late where you're starting off your game this late and still you've burned that attack turn? You have another big open attack, another catalyzer connecting for the third time this game already.
Yeah, with Veigar on board, like I think, okay, so this is the third time it's going to connect. After this, this Darkness is at 6, isn't it? And it's going to keep growing because there's no, like, one of the things about this matchup that people don't realize too early on is that Veigar is actually amazing. Playing Veigar on curve, if you're not getting pressured, right, is just incredible because there's just no way for this deck to really get rid of it. That 4 health makes it very difficult to remove because of the very limited interaction that Zoe Nami brings to the table. And thus, this Darkness are just going to be, like, the only thing Spikes really is missing here is some stilted road makers to make these Darknesses a little bit cheaper to play and thus giving you the ability to chain them, because once the Senna goes down, just go Darkness after Darkness after, you can just wipe out the entire board at ease.
And the pass last turn from Spikes was huge. He burned more mana at the Gamebreaker, but he made it so that Gamebreaker couldn't develop a Nami if he had it.
Yeah.
Accepted the pass, burned that mana, went for the open attack this turn. Even if there's a Sparklefly on the board, you don't have anything to buffer. So if you expect some fast speed or burst speed spells to counter that open attack, there isn't going to be. They're going to be kind of wasted in some ways. And it's just, I think, too little too late here for Gamebreaker. Still no Nami in hand. You have the Shelly, but is going to get immediately sniped the moment it comes down.
Yeah, Spikes applying pressure, dropping him low, and while it may seem like Gamebreaker is stabilizing, Spikes is not giving him any opening whatsoever. But Gamebreaker is not like he has many plays here available. I mean, he could have set up the Shelly, but again, because Spikes is holding on here, he just, yeah, Gamebreaker just cannot find. He's not amused, that's for sure. Gonna pass over initiative. Spikes just not giving it to him. Spikes is just passing all day because he knows. Veigar is all he needs. And like, Veigar just keeps going off, and it's all he needs.
Spikes is someone from the past that was a very, very good player on Trundle Lissandra control. He's a very good control player, someone that knows how to play reactive, knows how to play passively, and knows when the right moment is to strike, knows how to be patient enough to find the right exact moment to capitalize on.
Darkness is a hit. Oh my god, dude.
I said snipe, but maybe it's more of a cannon, firing out a missile here, because that is a whole lot of damage.
We're setting up in a position here that it's just gonna be a very quick lethal with Veigar here, it seems. The spell thief gonna be played, gonna pick off the Darkness. Not really, quite a bit of a discrepancy between both players and their access to this specific spell. As Shelly goes down, there's no, like, he needs like 5 Sunblessed Fingers to survive that. So at this point, that's the thing, because Spikes has generated so much power to his Darkness, he doesn't have to worry about combat tricks anymore. Like, whatever he targets with this spell that's now fast speed, by the way, it's gonna die. Overdraw, at least it's not a Nami. There's a Stilted Maker as well, which is pretty amazing, but he just doesn't even care. He just drops the Darkness immediately, targeting the Zoe, I would assume, to prevent the level up here, which is one of the few win conditions left here for Gamebreaker.
Yeah. And how can you draw through so much of your deck where you're burning cards even off the top decks and still no Nami? It's just kind of like with Scouts and Misfortune. If you don't draw the key champion, all of a sudden your entire game plan just crumbles. It just doesn't really make, it doesn't have that same impact, obviously.
This match is done, Panda. This Darkness is going to connect. He's going to level up Veigar, and then he has another Darkness that can go face. Potentially just set up the Stilted Robe Maker and just put Gamebreaker on one hell of a clock, and that Darkness is going to be literally 10 power next round, which means that even with health gain, back-to-back Darkness will just seal the deal.
I want to see a one-shot, Mogwai.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I want to see, at this point, just give me the 20 power Darkness, baby.
What's the biggest?
I'm ready. And sorry, no, I'm actually wrong about that one. It's going to be 11.
What is the biggest Darkness you've seen, Mogwai? I'm curious.
I think this is it.
Just might be it. It's a historic moment.
I don't think I've ever. I can't recall.
Definitely not casting. We haven't seen something.
No, 100%. Yeah.
And there it is.
10 here.
10 damage to the Nexus. If you thought Decimate was scary, then move aside because Veigar is here with his new burn strategy. 10 damage straight to the face. Who would have thought in
and
closed
just
beta?
taking away the lifesteal. I love it. Right
Trio.
now, is there any chance that Gamebreaker could have access to buffs here? But it obviously, like, it doesn't even matter because Senna's on the board. I just realized. So this game is done. 11 power darkness, ladies and gentlemen.
And no amount of healing can do it. Even with triple guidance, we've seen 2 played already, so 1 here to get up to 7. But I think Gamebreaker knows that once the darkness goes up, it does not go down, and the damage is there. So Gamebreaker surrenders this first game. Spikes, Gamebreaker wanted a rematch, but Spikes is already starting off to a very, very good start here. Has the Lee Sin Zoe as his final deck and has the Sunburst to stop any kind of illusion shenanigans, although in this case Gamebreaker is not running Bandle City in his last remaining decks.
That was brutal. Like, that was one of the craziest, just one-sided games of darkness I've ever witnessed. Naturally, not drawing Nami had a big role in that, but also the way Spikes just curved out and his passing just is he just did not give Gamebreaker any chance whatsoever to retain a respectable board state, or a threatening one at that. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's round 2, and Gamebreaker is back at it again with his Zoe Nami. And this time, it already looks a little bit better with double trouble. But we may see a full mulligan here for Gamebreaker, which tends to be, the way to go with, or the way to approach this deck, since you really want to find Nami.
And after that very fast game 1, still 40 minutes on the timer, so I think we won't have any timer issues this time around, thankfully. Let's hope I did not jinx that right now. But there's, not a mirror match, but still Zoe comes down on turn 1 for both players.
You're not happy to see this if you're Gamebreaker. You really wanted to connect with Zoe early on, but Spikes finding his Zoe as well prevents the super cool start chart from being generated. Gamebreaker does not want to offer this trade, at least immediately, because he has access to a lot of combat tricks and also has the ability to potentially buff this Zoe to ridiculous levels, as Spikes actually respects the potential of a combat trick here from Gamebreaker and decides not to attack, as Gamebreaker was really happy about that, because he would not have been happy to block into that Zoe. He wants to use his and work for the level up. I feel like he may be able to do this faster than Spikes just because of his access to Spell Thief and Gifts from Beyond. I think this deck is, both players have access to Gifts from Beyond, right? But you can Spell Thief into their Gifts from Beyond. There's just a lot of very neat things you can do. He does go for the double troll, but spawns an ephemeral unit.
You hate to see it. It's one of the low rolls with double trouble. Obviously, the high rolls being something like an Otter Puss, but in this case, Rebel Grenadier is.
Okay, wait. I freaked out for a second. I thought he actually rolled that Eye of the Dragon. I was like, what the hell?
I
had a mental derp. I'm sorry.
This is how the deck is built.
I was like, wow,
We've
really?
gone over this, Mogwai. This is not the first time we see. Maybe a year ago you might have been surprised, but nowadays I think it's his standard thing to see.
What a combo!
Who possibly made that up? That was such a big mind, big brain play to mix together Gifts from Beyond and Eye of the Dragon.
I wonder who was the first person to do that though, because it wasn't like it took a while for people to figure that out,
Especially after the Boxtopus synergy with Aphelios, then it became more easy to get to that conclusion.
Yeah, but I think it became popular once they actually, because of the nerf to Aphelios, they in a way buffed Gifts from Beyond.
Yeah. As like an
making it one, because it used to be 2 mana, in case you guys don't know, because the moon weapons were 2 mana, but now by changing it to 1 and 3, it actually enabled it to be used as a tool for a lot of spell-based combo decks, really, as the second double trouble goes down. Hopefully no ephemeral unit this time for Gamebreaker. Maybe even an elusive would be nice. Okay, that's not terrible, not incredible either.
And there is the Eye of the Dragon. With a buff, just to get the spells, just get the Dragonling out, nothing more than that. And obviously get the spells counting now for Lee Sin and keeping that exact 3 mana banked for Spikes. Sparklefly now comes down. You have double Spell Thief. You have 2 more Gifts from Beyond in hand if you're Gamebreaker, but you do not have a Nami.
And this is the kind of matchup where both players are essentially hoping to draw their champions. Spikes wants to see Lee Sin at this stage, and Gamebreaker desperately needs Nami. The longer this game goes, Spikes has a lot of tools to stall, even though there are some big threats and there could be some crazy buffs going on. We see Will of Ionia and Concussive Palm alongside Sunburst even for Spikes. So he's got removal and answers for days. The ability to stall out this game, gain health back with the Eye of the Dragon. It feels like Spikes has all the tools here to really come out on top, as Gamebreaker is in desperate need for Nami. And even when that happens, Sunburst is a great answer to her. Expensive, but very reliable nonetheless.
And even if Nami comes down, there's so many cheap non-elusive units here that it's not going to be as effective where you can just kind of pile up all these buffs onto a single elusive. Although, even if that were the case, you do have the Equinox there in hand for Spikes. So there is a direct counter to that kind of, if a unit gets too big with Nami coming down, you just suddenly shut down all of those buffs and shut down the elusive and lifesteal possibly on something like a Sparklefly. So, like you mentioned, I think a lot of very versatile answers in hand for Spikes, and now it's just the Lee Sin waiting room. Basically just waiting to draw that actual win condition.
That's why I was arguing that this would be a very solid deck to ban, from Spikes, because it just... it doesn't really struggle too much against any of the decks that Gamebreaker is bringing. And it's one of those cases where if you're not able to apply pressure from the get-go because you don't get the draws that you need, then you're
that
just...
is a big deny.
That's a huge deny.
Very much mana inefficient, but I think Spikes understands that there really isn't a...
what else are you going to counter? What else are you, a Crescendum, maybe, something like that, but there's not that many options, so yeah, he didn't have anything to
deal
do.
with Lee Sin, that's the biggest thing, because I guess
there's another one.
So just in case. He knew what was coming. He checked his deck, he looked at the top card, he cheated a little bit, and he knew the deny was coming in.
Either Dragon attacking, dragging that keg, or he seems like he is reevaluating that decision. As the Calibrum was drawn, it can be used to remove the Sparklefly. And right now, Gamebreaker doesn't really have an answer for that. It's not like he's running low on Sparkleflies, though, with double gifts from beyond. He just needs Nami. Like, he just cannot find Nami. Normally I empathize a lot, but when it comes to Zoe Nami decks not finding Nami, I'm okay with that. I think it's the universe must remain balanced, and sometimes this happens. And I think a lot of people who can struggle with this deck are not too upset when a player does not find it. But here we go.
Considering the matchup against Lee Sin, one thing to know that there is no Hush. Sometimes it was a one of back in the day when the deck first gained popularity. In this case, no Hush in this deck list for Gamebreaker, which is important to keep in mind as a kind of a fail-safe answer to Lee Sin at the end game.
Crescendum going down for Gamebreaker, going to pull out that Sparklefly, that second copy. Thin the deck a little bit. Never mind. There's
another deny coming in, like we mentioned. Not really the best card in...
Oh, is he going to deny the deny? He's going to deny the deny.
He's going to go for it.
Yeah. All right.
But this Spell Thief being played without a Shelly or Nami on the board is just already such good news for Spikes. You're running out of fuel if you are Gamebreaker. You have these very cheap units, but there's nothing to buff them up to make them actual threats, and you're slowly dwindling a hand that usually tends to be very full.
Pale Cascade Panda
is massive and no counter whatsoever.
Well, he is playing Hush.
Spikes is playing Hush.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Gamebreaker is not. But Gamebreaker might be able to Spell Thief if that Hush is played a bit. If it's just thrown out without much thought from Spikes, which I don't think will happen, but just in case it might occur, well, never mind. Spell Thief is now played from Gamebreaker before that Hush is played, and it will be a Gift from Beyond copied here, still without any buffers.
It's Sonic Wave. It's Sonic Wave, actually. Trying to answer that Lee Sin. Very good play here from Gamebreaker, denying the level up. Trying really hard to deny this level up. Spikes has answers. Spikes could just go for a concussive bomb onto this 1-2, and there's not really anything Gamebreaker could do to that. I think there's no stopping this Zoe level up. We're talking about Spikes wanting to find that Lee Sin, but he may not even need it, Panda. This Zoe could just be everything, because now from this point onward, the Dragonlings being spawned by the Dragon will give everything lifesteal at the beginning of every round. So
you just still need more stats. You have 3 very cheap units and all spells in hand, so you need some
but this is huge. This is absolutely huge.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, just from this point onwards in this game, it's just so much value. So much value. Your board becomes better and better. Like, you're spawning another unit with a concussive palm right there that's gonna get access to lifesteal and eventually elusive as well. And Nami doesn't exist, Panda.
You're seeing
Gamebreaker forgot to put Nami into the deck. You hate to see it.
There's a lifesteal on everything. A second Sunburst comes in. The full swing. Continue to try and dwindle this board before any buffs can come in on Gamebreaker's side, I think, is going to be the way to go. I think it looks like it's just going to be a Dragonling and a Zoe attack
And
instead.
you can't stop the Zoe attack, which is crazy because that invoke value is going to be nuts.
Especially this late in the game where you want to try and find ways to dump your mana somewhere and get some value. When you have a very reactive hand that we see it here from Spikes with double Sunburst, with Will of Ionia. The Behold is really good here.
Behold the Infinite, 0 mana. Let's see what it spawns. It's not limited like super cool start chart.
Traveler.
Ooh,
Listen,
Traveler.
people missed Invoke. All right, Spikes got you. We're gonna play Invoke now. He's gonna go into a chain of Travelers and get a great Beyond to finish this. You need a finisher. Lesion's not here.
Breaker roll his eyes right there, man. Like just drawing to another Sunblessed Vigor right there.
Supernova, Meteor Shower, and Equinox are gonna be the pulls here from Spikes.
I like the Equinox pull right there. Game Breaker is definitely not happy about this. I mean, eventually he's gonna find her, right? There she is.
Finally coming, and Lee Sin at the same time. The champions have arrived together. I think they were parking outside, and now they are finally joining the party here.
I don't know about you, Panda, but I would rather be on the Lee Sin side here, especially with a leveled up Zoe on board. That seems pretty good. Like, this Nami is going to get a lot of value, but like you mentioned earlier, these are non-elusive units. They're just small units. That's essentially what they are. There's nothing special about them, and yeah, they can become pretty big, but not even that, because this Summer's going to go down. It's going to force Game Breaker to just play out as many spells as he can, no matter how many buffs he do. That's the beautiful thing about Sunburst here. Even double Sunblessed Vigor will not do anything because of the Daybreak effect. The silence will happen. At least there's Shelly.
We could have also seen just a straight up. I guess you would miss the Daybreak if you play Hush first to silence the Nami before she gets any buffs in, which might be a worse line, and would put Hush into the Spell Thief pool with 1 Spell Thief still remaining in Game Breaker's deck.
This Equinox is so clean.
All the answers if you're Spikes. You were ready for these champions to finally come in, or I guess Champion and Shelly, but you had the answers lined up already. And if there's ever a point where an elusive gets really out of hand, you have double Will of Ionia to just bounce them back and erase the buffs, basically.
He is going to find at least 1 proc off of this by combining gifts from Beyond with, I would assume, a Pale Cascade to cycle through his deck a little bit. He has to choose very carefully what to buff here, though. He's going to opt to go for the Legion Saboteur so that it can actually trade into the Traveler. And yeah, now he's silenced. Shelly cannot yell, cannot give commands anymore, unfortunately, but he can still fight. And we're going to see a big swing here for Game Breaker. Pretty neat attack, to be honest, but just not quite enough.
And you have 5 mana still remaining for Spikes. He can play out the Lee Sin. We do see a Gravitum in hand from Game Breaker trying to prepare for that Lee Sin, potentially next turn if there isn't a direct open attack.
But with Guiding Touch, I feel like Spikes is just not going to give him that answer. Spikes, I think, a player of his caliber is also aware that Game Breaker went for the Gravitum, considering these Sparkle Flies have been cycled out of the deck. I mean, maybe 1 is left, but Gravitum is very likely. I think Spikes is going to see it coming, and we're going to see well, first of all, we're going to see the Exalted Poro with Overwhelm and Impact Panda and Augment. Oh, my lord.
Tournament where we don't see this Poro somehow make it into a board and level up in the process.
He actually, like, this happens a lot.
It does. I'm not lying. I'm saying this. Every tournament we cast, we see at least 1 Destined or Exalted Poro come in.
Guiding Touch Opener, Lee Sin with Lifesteal, by the way, gonna be challenging that Exalted Poro, not letting him get out of hand, because that Augment Overwhelm combination is actually pretty neat. But unfortunately, the value is just too damn high for Spikes. And I don't see Game Breaker making out of this, man. This is just way too much pressure. At least they're going to be dealing 4 damage. To the next is we're seeing an 8 total swing that will drop Game Breaker down to 7. But more importantly, just completely shut down. Spikes has answers for days, Panda. He has the Sunburst, double Will of Ionia, and a Hush to boot. Also the Nopify to counter any moon weapon whatsoever. He's got everything he needs and more.
Yeah,
with the Invoke here.
Toolbox approach here with different answers to different threats. So And still, again, 20 HP, Zoe level up means there's lifesteal everywhere. So overall, I mean, it seems like it's very much in control of Spikes. Even with the Lee Sin possibly, having some kind of counter from Gamebreaker in the next few turns, I think you're still fine. I mean, you just have full control over the board and a much fuller hand with many more resources. Guiding Test might change that a little bit. Zap is found. Not really the most impactful card at this stage in the game.
I don't know what card really is impactful at this point, to be honest. Like, I mean, obviously he doesn't see his hand, right? But there's just so many answers. I just have a very hard time seeing Spikes actually lose this one at this stage, as Gamebreaker is spreading out, but that 20 health, that Zoe level up, allowing Spikes to, thanks to that Eye of the Dragon, essentially give everything lifesteal at the beginning of every round.
Overwhelmed now as well.
Yeah.
The keywords keep stacking on to every single unit. The Dragon Lane doing its part, making sure to give everyone lifesteal right as things start off. Double trouble here, not ideal. You only have one space on the board, so not a great top deck there from Gamebreaker. Has only seen one Nami that was immediately shut down by a Sunburst.
I wonder how many cards he has left in his deck, because he's drawn. He's cycled quite a bit. Gonna go for an open swing here, just a bit out of desperation, it seems, to try to at least force some blocks and see if he can get some damage in. But we know Spikes is not going to commit any more than needed. He has some nice combat tricks, which can be used for protection as well, with that Twin Disciplines and the Pale Cascade. Just too many options. The ability to easily give Lee Sin barrier every round if needed. And yeah, this matchup is pretty much a wrap right here. Going to preserve the 2 elusive units on board, but this next incoming attack will be everything. Zenith Blade goes down, triggers the Daybreak as well, allowing Spikes to cycle through his deck and just give Overwhelm to both of his units here. But I mean, he doesn't need to be honest. He uses it to cycle because they already have Overwhelm, because Zoe level up.
It's more the stats on the Zoe to get a good trade onto any of the elusives. Double trouble comes in. Not even that. Yeah, not even that you're allowed.
Doesn't even let him have it.
Immediately like, gets the Noblify, and just every single facet of this game from Gamebreaker is being shut down here by Spikes. Calibrum now onto the unit, onto the Zap Strafing on Gamebreaker's board, and piece by piece, he's just removing every single possible threat that there is on Gamebreaker's side.
Could have hushed that, but no need. Spikes doesn't need to go under and risk anything as the Dragon Lane is spawned, giving everything lifesteal again. Nami is drawn. Too late at this stage. We are going to see a Twin Disciplines being used. Discipline of Force offensively to just go for the kill. Lee Sin already has Overwhelm. And ladies and gentlemen,
emote, and that's Gamebreaker exiting out of this tournament in the round of 16. Couldn't win the rematch, couldn't move further into the tournament as you would have hoped after a 9-0 open rounds performance and yet another qualification. But Spikes, again, showing up, coming in as one of the best control players in Runeterra. I mean, we saw it in the Trundle Under Control meta, and we're seeing it now as well with 2 decks he piloted. Very reactive hands, very passive, lots of passing, but I think he did everything perfectly. It did help that Gamebreaker did not find his Namis. I think that was also key in both of those losses. But overall, Spikes, definitely a player to look forward to watching throughout the rest of this tournament.
Definitely some variance on his side for sure, but nonetheless, like you mentioned, his passing, his sequencing, it was very impressive, and I feel like he made very little, if any, mistakes whatsoever. Really impressed by Spikes as he manages to take down the #1 seed in the tournament, and we are going to be moving on to covering Mic Check versus Crystal B. Crystal B with that solid, boxing pose right there, representing Egypt and piloting a Lulu Poppy rally build right here with double Yodo Smith on the board, but this darkness is just unleashing, Panda.
And Turkey versus Egypt, 2 countries that we don't usually see matched up, of course, in seasonal tournaments, but very happy that is the case here. Getting to see different regions perform at the highest level. And the fist bump comes in, the Shen emote comes in on Mic Check's side. And there's the darkness, straight to face.
That's it.
Today is all about seeing enormous darkness is sealing the deal here. And darkness performing really well today.
Darkness is tearing it up. Darkness is absolutely tearing it up. It's just, it's looked so dominant right there as Mic Check, I believe that was a 2-0 win, right? Over Crystal B right there. Very neat. That was a what was that, like 2 turns?
We went in and out, Mogwai. In and out. See what's happening? All right,
I think we're gonna look for another one.
I think if there are still games remaining, it might be the case. I mean, we didn't know how big the darkness was, Mogwai. We had to just check, and now that we've checked and confirmed that was a very big darkness, we are ready to move on to possibly another match that's still.
What a match! What a story! Up and down, back and forth. God damn, what an emotional roller coaster that one was.
We might have had all the matches finished already. That might be the case. I did see on Twitter some.
It's hard to believe though.
Already,
it's 2-0s, right? There has to be some 2-1, right?
As we move more into the tournament, of course, there's less and less matches being played simultaneously, and there's a higher chance that all the matches resolve before, round one is kind of the chaotic round where there's so many matches happening that there's always going to be one that's, on the timer almost, as we tend to see it. But in this case, maybe that might be it. We'll see in production if that is the case. And then we'll have a lot of time to maybe go over the next round and go over the brackets and maybe take a little bit of a break as well before that round 3 starts. But I think we do still have a match going on. It's going to be the Dime versus Quickwell here in that same top bracket side on the right of the bracket, with Quickwell trying to defend Ukraine in this tournament and try and get a good placement here.
Quickwell having taken down Lobster in the prior round. By the way, Fresh Lobster lost to Quickwell, and the Dime managed to defeat Awitzoli. I know this guy, like I know Awitzoli. I've seen him a lot, but I don't think I'll ever be able to pronounce that name, to be honest. Nonetheless,
I can't blame you on that one. It is a difficult one. The Dime coming in for Germany after Game Breaker lost with only 5 German players in the tournament, and Lobster having lost as well in the round 1. He might be one of the last, or maybe the last remaining hope here for Germany in this tournament. I have to go through all the names and see. We saw Smooth also lose, and I believe Xylist also lost. So yeah, this is the last German player already in round 2 against the wall. 1-0 down against Quickwell.
And what I mentioned was really, I'd like to mention what's interesting about this particular matchup here in the top 16 is that both of these players defeated perhaps more well-known names, right? And it's a case where, like you mentioned, if the Dime goes down here, Germany is completely out of it, being the country that had 5 players into this tournament alongside France. That would be quite the upset, as Quickwell develops the Legion rearguard, and it's his turn, and he has several options here. With the Mayor, has access to Inventive Chemist into Poros Lead, potentially.
And we'll see what the Mayor and Telescope can do here for the Dime. That's the big thing, is going to be replenishing this board to have a big attack from Poppy, but you might just have to block this turn as well because there's going to be a lot of damage coming in. You're still at 19 HP if you're the Dime, so you're still pretty healthy. You can take a few hits, but the pressure is mounting, and Poros Lead is one of those cards that comes in at 5 mana or 4 mana discounted, and it packs a punch really in its effect.
I like this Mayor play here, though, because like you mentioned, Dime is still very healthy, and he's got momentum on his side, because the most important thing here is that Poppy has been able to attack and survive, right? When that happens, that's just really neat. You got a lot of value here. You got some good trades going off, and you're going to be able to trade into this Poros Lead, but getting Poppy out of the way is huge for Quickwell. And he gets the Fearsome Poro, which the Mayor cannot block into. That's hilarious.
And I'm pretty sure the Telescope rolled into a Telescope wrong way. I think we missed that, but I guess that is pretty standard. So nothing really.
That is shocking. That is absolutely
nothing really
shocking.
To go into there.
Oh my god, that's incredible.
Now this is the turn where the Dime has to try and repopulate this board with the Telescope, with the Aloof, both with discounts as well.
Really makes up for the double mini morph hand, Panda. Like, that is just not what you want to see. But getting rid of that Decimate, man. The Aloof Travelers, I've heard, Panda, that Aloof Traveler is a pretty good card.
I would have almost preferred, though, to hit the Yordle. I mean, the Lecturing Yordle here, because the value is going to generate over time with the body as well.
Maybe, perhaps, but...
And you're still 17 HP. Decimate's not going to really be that effective.
True. But against a burn deck, you always feel good getting rid of one of their Decimates, though.
It is one of the big power plays. Aloof coming in, of course, with pretty much, only good hits. Ravenous Flock can clean up the Ziggs if it does end up blocking. Not going to be the case. They're going to be just the 1-1 with the Fearsome, now that there is a Fearsome blocker on the board. We can't see Tenor of Terror. 1 mana off here as a defensive, development from the Dime.
But because he goes for the Lecturing Yordle, now he does give the Dime the ability to spread out and develop 2 blockers at once, and he does do just that. As down goes the Poison Dart to eliminate a blocker, giving the Dime the ability to either develop the Bando Commando or very likely go for a Buster Shot here. onto the Tenor of Terror or even the Base of Burden, whichever one he wants to prioritize. I would prioritize the 3-2 because you got a really good block into the Tenor of Terror with your Aloof Traveler. So I would expect the Buster Shot to go down here, but we could see just a development instead.
And
we got an update. They're 1-1 actually. They're not 1-0. So the winner of this matchup will advance to the quarterfinals. So much for your dramatic intensity buildup, Panda.
The mini morphs here in hand are not really ideal for the Dime. I mean, they're
terrible.
Because all the different units on the board for Quickwell are kind of middle threats, not like this super top end threat like Lee Sin's. You're in some cases even buffing the stats on some of these units if you use mini morph on them, and you're not getting any great trades because every single one of the units is at 3 HP. So even if you mini morph, you can get a good value trade by doing so and taking some damage off of one of these units. So yeah, not ideal. Kind of two dead cards in hand, really.
We see that block with the Aloof onto the Tenor of Terror, like we mentioned. And Base of Burden going onto the Yordle. But that's what I was mentioning prior. Like, that double mini morph hand is really bad, but it was mitigated a little bit by the Mayor onto Aloof and Loping Telescope. Like, he's been able to generate value, and even though he essentially has, let's be honest, like 2 bricks, like those, it's very rare. It's going to be very rare for the Dime to actually find the right moment to play those mini morphs, especially considering he's just on the clock here. Like, all of a sudden, we said he was really healthy, but he's down to 11, and there's another Poison Dart that can just... while it's not going face, because you're trying to control the board a little bit, you're still planting those Puff Caps, and that bomb is going to trigger at the beginning of the next round. This Ravenous block has to happen eventually onto this Yordle, this lecturing Yordle, because it's not only netting good value, but also representing a lot of damage as time passes. But this bomb going to drop the Dime down to 10. So now, even more so than before, that Aloof Traveler is discarding the Decimate. We see the impact of that right here.
And the Buster Shot here is huge, but the Mayor getting you an extra generation of value for the next turn when both hands look how they look right now is huge. The top decks are really going to matter here as well. 8 HP for the Dime. Pokestick and Poppy. You can cycle with Pokestick and find something else, so I think it's great to dump all this mana into.
Yeah. And that Pokestick makes this block pretty okay, right? Because now you have the ability to finish off the Imperial Demolitions if you need to.
Ooh, it's actually pretty bad.
Yeah, it's actually pretty bad. You could go for the Jordan Ranger here, actually. But I mean, okay, so you have 5 mana. Yeah, I would go Yordle Ranger. He goes Aloof. I mean, it's still
little does he know, card. He's actually fixing the hand for the Dime.
I mean, he's helping. He's helping him for sure.
Gets erased. Bomber Twins comes in. Pokestick now onto the 2-1 as we mentioned. One less unit that Poppy can buff going forward. There's the Bandle Tree.
There it is. Wait, we're gonna see now how advanced it is right here. It is at. I didn't see the number. What the hell? What was that?
Mogwai, the game is just baiting.
Production, help us. What number is it?
The card gets entered. It's going to be a Shurima card in hand.
He's already got one.
Aggressive one.
Yeah. 2
Shurima cards, so not ideal to pull there. Unless it's the last card remaining, then I think anything is ideal there. But we have the group shot now as well.
Aloof Travelers could potentially have been game winning right there. We see the Dime is at 7 health, Panda. Decimate into Noxian Fervor would have done it, and there's no answer from the Dime. But because he lost that Decimate, he needs to find a way to push that damage. Furious Faithful could very well be it, though. But Minimorph would actually do something, Panda.
And we'll see Bandle Tree on what exact counter it's on, because that's also
I think the thing is, if you take Furious Faithful, you're kind of like, yeah, you can't do like
9 out of 10. So if it would have generated a card that wasn't the Shurima one, we could have seen the end of the game this turn, especially with so much mana to play with. Bomber Twins being played out, it would leave you with 7 mana.
I'm pretty sure you can survive. Well, this scout attack though, Panda, this scout attack is everything.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden,
you have the group shot enabled though.
No, but you have to go. You have to go for the group shot now.
True.
You have to go for, or you can go for the mini morph. You have to go for the mini morph. Actually, never mind. Yeah, because you cannot deal with that scout effect, and you got to go for the group shot onto this before the attack is declared, and that allows you to survive this incoming attack.
That's it.
And I mean, it's not
unless the
Decimate. We've been here before. How many times have we been here, Panda?
All right.
Where it's like, okay, it's over. Oh wait, they top deck Decimate, like always.
I want to hear that your classic Yu-Gi-Oh. The moment the Decimate comes in,
it's happening. It's happening, Panda. Like it always happens. Here's a decimate.
It always happens. We saw one burned. Oh my goodness! The decimate is drawn. Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll do it for you, Mogwai. Decimate comes in.
What did I say?
Quick
What did I say? Always.
Fervor and the caster blessings are getting out of hand, Mogwai. We have to control our powers. We have to do better for the world at large because
I feel bad. I actually feel bad. He has to bluff around his flock here. But I mean, there's no point because you're lose to Bandletree, so you can't play around it, right?
But so much power comes so much responsibility. And I'm not sure we're utilizing this power to the extent that we want to. And in the end, Quickwell is gonna take this game 3. It's gonna advance to the top 8. And for all the American viewers that might be here, unfortunately, the dime will not evolve into the quarter and move into quarterfinals. Will not make it into the dollar in the semifinals. And unfortunately, Germany.
I want to apologize to all the viewers. I have no control over this game.
Mogwai, the moment this game came up and
really
I saw the dime's name, I'm like,
I am really
Mogwai
sorry.
better be ready because I got the
I feel like I failed all of you, but I tried.
And Germany is out with this loss. Germany is out of the tournament.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like the alongside France, the #1 represented region here in Europe, and it's out of it already in the top 16. No Germany players will be representing the quarterfinals of today's seasonal, and that was a crazy way to end that series. It just always happens.
There has to be a balance.
I don't even feel like it's just burn players draw decimate, and that's something that you gotta, you will spare yourself a lot of pain and suffering by just acknowledging that and learning to live with it. Yeah.
The first step is, getting past the denial and just accepting what is coming your way. And as I was mentioning, there must be a balance. Germany wins the Masters Europe tournament. Finally, they do one for the country. There had to be a sacrifice somewhere. And unfortunately, every single seasonal German player got cursed, which is why none of the German team qualified for the seasonal. Listen, conspiracy theorists, get to work because there's something happening here. When none of Teddy, Karashi, or Kobachi make it to seasonal, they knew something was up.
Oh, I'm just looking at the brackets, man. That we got one.
I think we're not gonna spoil it just yet. Because I think we will.
But it's some tight stuff. Like it's gonna be exciting. We're definitely covering that game, by the way.
A short break, I believe, right now because we don't have any more rounds coming in. After this break, we'll be coming back with already the quarterfinals, the top 8 of this tournament. And as Mogwai already spoiled, a lot of exciting stuff coming up. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 15 minutes.
We were preparing with the Europe Masters team, which means like Baya and Thomas together. We were preparing on the Europe Masters and on the seasonal tournament at the same time, basically.
Well, I didn't prepare that much. I talked with the Pokerak and Thomas, but the most of the time I played just New World.
So this time around, I honestly did not really prep. I was only focusing on streaming and YouTube. I literally just asked a friend of mine 40 minutes before check-in ended for a lineup. I took that. They were all decks I was comfortable on, and it performed pretty well. I can't complain.
This time around, I didn't do as much preparation. It was basically just the preparation that I did for the Worlds qualifiers, and then just like a couple new decks were introduced in the format. So I had to think about how does that change my approach, and that was pretty much it. Yeah.
I was playing quite a bit with some Spanish tournament players, so I'd say this is one of the tournaments I've been most ready for. Like I can't always spend enough time preparing, but I feel this was not the time.
So I contacted some friends, some Spanish friends, to help me out this time. Some of my teammates from Team Aretusa. It was pretty easy, I would say. I think we had a good read on the meta, so it was just polishing the decks and preparing a little bit how to pilot them, and nothing much special.
Well, the usual, just screaming with my group partners, Daleton, Catasis, Broken Bull, all the REO members. And for this specific season, I actually looked at Alan's lineup, and I pretty much brought a lineup that does okay or slightly favored into it. and I saw a lot of people running it in the tournament or running something similar. So yeah, that helped out.
So I didn't actually prep for the open rounds. I just kind of went in. I played Valorant the whole week before.
Well, I didn't prep much this time because I really wanted to just play meta and have results. This time, on the opposite of too many last times.
I didn't have a lot of preparation because I was already quite well prepared thanks to EU Masters. But with my team, we still PCS. We still did like an internal tournament where we all bring our lineup and test it against the others. And I think it worked out pretty well because 4 of us are qualified.
So to be honest, I didn't prepare much for the open rounds. I had a bit of practice previously with Cyan Draven, but didn't really play for 2 weeks before the tournament. I had an idea of what kind of lineup I want to play, but I talked to my friends from REO, which is my prep group, and they helped me with my lineup.
Well, given the question says the one, I'm gonna say 2 of them, which is Overwhelm and Quick Attack, and I like them both.
Alright, so I'm already giving this answer because I know it's gonna annoy one specific person. Rally. I think Rally is really healthy for the game, for the Demacia region, and if anything, Riot should actually make it fast speed again. It would actually really be good for the game. Probably. I'm doing it just for Katasus.
I like to say that I love most mechanics in the game, other than those that bypass mana courts or coasts or make it really difficult to play around cards. Like I think the game is very well designed. Like I play the game just because I find it really amazing. And other than mechanics like, I don't know, NAP or some of the discover mechanics that are way too wide for my taste, I really like most of them. Like even the basic ones, like I don't know, like Overwhelm or whatever you want to say of the basic mechanics. I think they are well thought and there are many interesting interactions among them.
Traps. No, as a puff cap enthusiast, I love puff caps. Flash bomb traps were kind of fun as well, but very RNG heavy. Yeah, I'll stick with that. Puff caps.
I really like Attune because basically it forces you to play spells, you know, and gives you the tempo. Since even you are playing minions for the combat tricks, so I really like this one.
I don't really know. I guess before I would have said First Strike, but I think now it's like very common keyword and it's on a lot of champions, so maybe, I don't know. I don't have any actually.
I really like the Overwhelm keyword because it's generic, but a way to finish out most games for a lot of decks.
Probably the discard mechanic. I like how it utilizes something that would be seen as negative, which is discarding a card, and turns it into something positive with the right card combination.
I like a couple of them, but I think one of the best ones is Fearsome. I like it a lot because it rewards you for being proactive and also for knowing how to deal with the opponent board in a sense, and it has the correct amount of play around ability, I guess, for your opponent. Your opponent can play around it. It's not so uninteractive like elusive, but it still rewards you for playing correctly.
My favorite mechanic from Runeterra by far is spell mana, because it just makes it so you can play slower decks and you're not forced to draw early curve basically. So you can plan bigger turns ahead of time, and I think it just introduces a lot more skill into the game and it reduces variance of having to draw curve.
I think overall, like, Challenger is a very good thing because it gives you so many opportunities. So yeah, I would say maybe Challenger.
certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and following our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last So stand upon these fallen lands and following our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last
Welcome back, folks, to the seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra Bandlewood edition, as we are going to be moving on to the quarterfinals, and we got one spicy matchup to cover for you guys today. It is the Czech Civil War, Senpai Pakrvac versus Badge Attack, and it's going to be a really hype one.
And this friendship has gone through so many stages.
Yeah.
A year ago with the first ever Masters Europe tournament, the failed high five that we all remember, but Czechia also from then on evolving as a team and individually to become one of the powerhouse countries in Europe, making it to multiple quarterfinals in the EU Masters, and also these players individually making it very far, but now faced up against each other. Very sad state, or very sad tale here. But let's look at the eliminated players, because this is the big story already. In top 8, only 8 players out of the 32 remain. And we see some big names have gone down. Fly versus Hollow, lost that one. Jinden versus Bratchet Kata with a Bratchet Kata 32 Vamos quarterfinal on the bottom side there. And the right side just as exciting, Molly.
For sure. We got Mike Czech representing Turkey against Quickwell, which we saw with that, clutch decimate top deck there towards the end, taking out the dime and knocking out the last German player alive in the tournament. And of course, the matchup of the quarterfinals that we will be broadcasting first will be Pakrvac versus Badge Attack. Top 10 anime betrayals, friendship gone wrong, as Badge Attack will finally be able to avenge his missed high five on Pakrvac about a year ago. And yeah, really excited to see these two players. They're obviously friends and they prep together, but it is true that while Pakrvac was the big name at the beginning, Badge Attack has actually overtaken him a little bit, at least in the competitive scene when it comes to tournaments. He's had a few more impressive results than Pakrvac, and this is going to be a really interesting clash, as Bratch Kata and Sergio Vamos is also a matchup that we'll be playing close attention to, as if the Pakrabac Magitek matchup ends up early, we'll be moving on to that one as well, which is very exciting, as Brad Cicada makes a comeback and facing off the last remaining Spanish player in the tournament. But then let's take a look at the lineups. I believe both of these players are playing the exact same lineup because they did prep together, and it is comprised of Zoe Nami, Darkness, and good old Pink City with Gangplank, Twisted Fate, and the Bandle City Splash. I think it's safe to assume at this point, Panda, that the deck of the day, the deck of the seasonal, is Veigar, Senna, Darkness. This deck is just all over the place. It's really popular, more so than ever, I think.
I'm waiting to see another 10 mana or 10 damage Darkness coming in. If there isn't one, I will be disappointed, because now I've been accustomed now to this explosive, finisher from these Darkness decks. And like you mentioned, has been performing very well today. I think we've only seen wins with it throughout all the different series we've casted, and overall has done a really, really good job here. As you mentioned, both of these players prepared together for the Masters Europe tournament. They've been preparing together, I think, maybe even since Worlds qualifiers. Obviously, Bad Attack made it to Worlds as well. And then the core of Thomas, Bad Attack, and Pokervac played out the entire U Masters together. They prepared together, they built decks together, and moving into the seasonal open rounds also did the same, with Thomas not quite making it, but both of these players making it, and now having to face up against each other in quarterfinals of the Top Cut.
Let's take a look at Pokervac's lineup to see if there's actually any difference whatsoever. That does not seem
how good's your
to
memory,
be the case. I mean, I know the Darkness one was in the middle, and nothing has changed. I was going to talk quite a bit about this Darkness variant that Pokervac and Bajatek are playing. Very similar to the one that we've seen them pilot in Europe Masters, actually. It's more of an anti-aggro / burn variant, because it's running Hapless Aristocrat, first of all, as a one-off to help out in the early game. And then it's running 2 Withering Mist, 1 Withering Will, and 1 Grasp of the Undying, alongside Piercing Darkness and triple Ixtali Sentinel. That is a lot of health gain, Panda.
Yeah, it's going to be, difficult, I think, for, let's say, an aggressive list like Pink City to go into that Darkness and still survive. We've seen Darkness lists that are more clunky, that play more greedy, that have multiple missed calls, that have rekindlers, which aren't at all in this list for Pokervac, for example, and I guess for Bad Attack as well. So overall, this is more geared with the Hapless Aristocrat, especially for having control in the early game and then stabilizing, like we've seen so many times already today in the mid game, and then just waiting it out in the late game with the big Darknesses.
In this mirror matchup, I would expect Zoe Nami to get banned, but it could also potentially be Darkness as well. The one deck that I expect will go forward for both players will be the Bandle City Pirates with Gangplank and Twisted Fate. I feel like they have good options to deal with that deck with the other components of their lineup, especially because of how much health gain the Darkness variants are packing, like we mentioned prior. So I would expect a Zoe Nami ban from both players, just because it is the most snowbally deck, and this version of Darkness is not as fine-tuned towards it as others may be, as it is sacrificing a little bit of early game for that ability to stabilize against aggressive decks a little bit better. So it's going to be really interesting to see, because I think it's all going to be about getting the win with Pink City effectively in this mirror matchup right here between these two lineups. That's going to be the tricky one to get through, and we'll see how either of these players aims to do just that, because maybe we could see a ban towards Darkness to try to help make this happen more likely. I'm focusing a lot of attention on Zoe Nami, but like we mentioned, Darkness has been the star of the show of the seasonal. It's just been played by pretty much most players that we've been covering, and it has been performing really well. It's crazy to see, because back in the World Championship, Darkness was a very fringe option that was brought by Yamato, who ended up bringing it all the way to the finals and had an incredible, I think it was a 100% win rate with it actually, which is pretty wild. And now we're at a point where all of a sudden this deck, which is not perhaps really popular on ladder, is making a tremendous impact in this seasonal.
And we'll have to see now as well with the mind games. Both of these players prepared together. They went over, if we face this lineup, we ban this, we bring this. But did they go over what happens if they face the mirror of this lineup? If they did, and if they have, let's say, the correct answer to what to ban, what to queue first, Does that change when they know they're facing against each other and they both have this information? Do they think, okay, I'm going to go next level, maybe make a suboptimal ban, but an unexpected one and get an edge somehow in that case? So a lot of mind games involved when you're playing someone that you've been prepping with, because you both have access to all the same information. There's no, this one tip that card game players don't want you to know going into a lineup. It's not really the case. So we'll see what the strategy is in terms of bans and in terms of queue order as well.
For sure. And just to recap a little bit how these two players have made it up until this point, we've had Pokerback with a very impressive run, taking down Sorry 2-0 in that first game that we broadcast, and then being able to repeat that same score against top Polish player in Shogo Pass in his way to advance to the quarterfinals, while Badge Attack has been able to defeat Xylist and Ultraman as well. So very rough journey for both of these check-in players to meet up face-to-face here in the quarterfinals, and only one of them will be able to advance to the semis.
And quite a lot of, already we're in top 8, so a lot of the players have been now eliminated out of the 32, and no German players have made it this far. No French players have made it this far. The entire MENA region has failed to qualify in the top 8 as well. So we've seen a lot of different regions dwindle down. Spain and UK, both the third and fourth most represented countries, are now down to one single representation available in the top 8. So it is opened up a lot in the top 8, and so many of the favorite countries to win this have already disappeared, which means we might see yet another unique country winning the seasonal this time around. Maybe Spain?
I would not be against that. I would not be upset if that were to happen. Here we go. Like we mentioned, mirror lineups. Even though they are ordered differently, they are actually the same exact lineups. And like we were talking about prior, a Nami Zoe ban is very likely, but Darkness could also happen as well. The tricky aspect of this matchup is to be getting that win with Gangplank and Twisted Fate.
So I'm actually going to confirm here, Mogwai, in terms of storylines, there can only be a new unique country winning this tournament. There can't be a repeat. That is how crazy this tournament is.
Because Germany's out, right?
Already,
and France as well. Yeah, I just realized
France is out, because Russia is out.
Quickwell was from what country?
Ukraine.
Ukraine.
So
Turkey,
Ukraine,
we got UK.
Well, actually, Thomas won a seasonal, so one of these two players would have to lose.
Yeah, Czechia. Czechia could still. Yeah,
that's the only remaining one.
It's true. It's UK, Romania, Bulgaria, Spain, Turkey, Ukraine, and Czechia is guaranteed, right? Because of these two. But that's pretty wild, actually, considering how strong Germany and France were looking in representation-wise. It just goes to show anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Storylines are always crazy coming to seasonals, but this one, I think, even more so, having a very, new, fresh set of faces coming into the top cut. Sergi Tubamos, of course, Spanish player, has made it to multiple semifinals in seasonals. He's made it, I think, the furthest out of all of these players. Pokervac now finally has a chance to, we said at the beginning, alongside Gamebreaker and Ultraman, this very consistent player that has a chance to make a big tournament showdown. He's the first player to Masters every single season. The skill is there, the consistency is there as well, clearly, but he hasn't had that same success in tournaments, and this might be the chance to win against a good friend here in Badge Attack, and then try and make it all the way to the end and have a repeat champion for Czechia. Would be pretty wild to see as well, and would cement the idea that Czechia is one of the strongest countries in Europe right now.
I think Pokerback is really looking forward to winning here. It would be a nice way to be like, hey, I'm still the senpai, even though, because like we mentioned, Badge Attack was pretty unknown in the first iteration of Europe Masters, but from that point onwards, he's had a tremendous run in tournaments, man. He's been getting better and better. He was present in the World Championships, even though he was unable to make it out of the group stage. He did really well at that event as well, and Pokerback has been exceptional at ladder, but has not had a big tournament win. And I think both players have a different story behind them, but both players have a very strong reason to wanting to get this win under their belt. As we see, it is Darkness versus Darkness. The difference is Badge Attack finds the Twisted Catalyzer, which Pokerback immediately Vile Feast so that he can trade into it, or even finish off with a second consecutive ping, but he does not find it, and thus the Darkness boost has happened for Badge Attack and already puts him ahead.
Yeah, that's kind of a setup. All these early turns are not going to be super impactful in terms of racing down your opponent's nexus. Is not kind of both decks have the same strategy, but that setup of having that +1 on darkness already is definitely going to be in favor for Bajatak and the Veigar.
Makes a huge difference here, Panda. Now the darkness from Bajatak can eliminate this Veigar. It may force stress defense out of Pockerback. It does.
And because it's only 4 damage and not 5, you can't clean up this Veigar with the Vile Feast, which you would have loved to see if you were Bajatak.
And now Pockerback has a decision to make. Both players burning mana here, not wanting to leave themselves wide open.
Ooh.
Silted Roadmaker going down. Very
Double
relevant.
Wall Feast now available for Bajatak if you want to take on the Veigar at some point this turn. You have the Aloof as well. You'd be hitting obviously a lot of big cards here in darkness, but it will be the Double Wall Feast coming in first, taking down the Veigar here and getting 2 spiders in the process. The Drain not going to do much of anything because there is 20 HP on the Nexus now for Bajatak.
This leads to a very interesting situation, Panda. Now, this darkness onto the Veigar is going to be happening, right? But Bajatak has a missed call in hand, but because he spawned 2 spiderlings, we could see Pockerback react with a pokey stick onto a spiderling and try to get the 50-50 here.
The 50-50 is going to come down. Pokey stick onto the spider. Resolve before the missed call, and the missed call will bring back the spider.
Woo! He dodged the bullet there.
And this is one of the I love playing missed call in deep, but it's a card that really opens you up to punishment from if you're also running Vile Feast, which you have to run I think in Shadow All's list that want to control the early to mid game. So it is a dangerous card, and obviously Pockerback knows all the ins and outs of that card and how to kind of counter it in some ways.
That was really clutch, because if he gotten Veigar there, I think that would have been the beginning of the end for Pockerback. It would have been behind momentum a lot. He's already behind with darkness power. I'm going to sneeze, so you pick it up for me. Sorry.
The Veigar here can come down for Bajatak. He has the second one in hand. Both players are not running Rekindler as a reminder. It is a bit of a different version that's more tech to the early and mid game and not so greedy as other lists that we have seen on ladder and in tournaments in the past. The ban comes in.
It is.
Mirror matchup, mirror bans, mirror nationality. Everything is a mirror. It's like one of these things in the fair that you go into that just mirrors everywhere and you crash into the wall. Same thing happening here.
Like we mentioned, the tricky thing here is going to be to get that win with Pink City, because it does not match up well against this darkness that is very fine-tuned to deal with aggressive decks with all the healing that they have. Even that piercing darkness, which is really strong with Senna, enabling it at fast speed. Withering Mist as well. Ixtali Sentinel goes down for Bajatak. We're mentioning prior that Bajatak has the advantage on power when it comes to darkness, but Pockerback has cost reduction, which can go a long way, especially after you develop Senna and you attack with her and you potentially are able to chain these darknesses for 2 mana. And down goes darkness, going to be targeting the Silted Roadmaker and going to face as well. Also, essentially just leveling up Veigar here.
Yeah, 5 damage coming to the face already. No Ixtali in hand for Pockerback, no real drain effects either. So it is going to start, I guess, the Withering Mist and the Battlefield that was just top decked. So it might start being a bit of a race here from Bajatak trying to start pushing through damage with the darknesses.
Wants to open attack to trigger the Twist Catalyzer and match his power with his own darkness, allowing him to threaten a Veigar development here. We could see Aloof Travelers go down for Pockerback. It's pretty non-committal, and you still have the missed call right there. It allows you to get a little bit of information as well. Was that a mini-morph discarded, or did I call that wrong? I lost focus there for a second. I'm not sure what was discarded. Had to help me.
I also, it was too fast.
Everything
happened so fast, Mogwai. But the Withering Wail was drawn there for Bajatak's side. And we got to start thinking about the late game for Bajatak. If he puts down Veigar, there's going to be an answer, and a cheap answer with that darkness. Other than that, I mean, this Aloof from Bajatak isn't really doing too much. I guess the Roadmaker as kind of like a value engine where all the rest of the darkness is going to be discounted. So you want to get this down. The earlier, the better, of course.
Missed call is a very nice draw for Pockerback. The counterplay for it is this would really open up. Oh, this opens up Pockerback a lot. This is kind of wild to me. He doesn't have a mini morph either, so it's not like, but he's not gonna develop Veigar just yet. Interesting. Goes for information first. Trying to get rid of mini morph and stuff, I think.
And now the catalyzer and the Veigar were drawn for Puckerback. Catalyzer also coming down for Badge Attack, and 7 mana to work with now on his attack token turn. But a Darkness comes down immediately, snipes this Catalyzer. But now you still have 2 big champions. You have the Senna coming down now, and
Senna
Darkness
versus Senna.
generated.
I think it's going to be a Senna versus Senna scenario here. You generate another Darkness, and both of these Sennas will end up trading. But because he's able to attack, he's able to get another Darkness in hand.
And this will end up, I think, being a case of resources here as we move further into this game.
Unfortunately for Puckerback, he can't miscall and go for his own Darkness this round, so he's going to have to choose between losing his Senna permanently or removing his opponent. The problem is if he doesn't remove his Senna, the big issue is Senna is going to still remain on the board and going to be generating more value here. So we'll see what Puckerback opts to do, because there's an argument for just going for the miscall and then picking off Senna afterwards as you declare an attack and generate another Darkness as well. So I think miscall actually makes more sense here, but it depends on whether you want to preserve it for the likes of Veigar instead.
You will get the Darkness next turn off the open attack with the Senna if you do get it back. And obviously the Aloof isn't dying on the block here, so there's only going to be the Senna in the graveyard, let's say, pool for this turn.
Yep, he's gonna go for the miscall. Makes sense. I mean, it's one of those cases where he knows how counterable it is in this matchup specifically because of the moves, especially with a Senna on board. So this is one of the safest situations in which Puckerback is going to be able to play this card here without having to worry about any sort of counter play because of the mana depletion. And now he goes for the attack.
The same exact thing will happen. Might be an Aloof on an Aloof. I mean, this is how mirrors tend to work sometimes. Now the Darkness once again onto the Senna, but you get the second Darkness for attacking if you're Puckerback. So the same exact situation as the last turn, except there is no miscall in hand for Badge Attack. Only 1 copy in this deck.
And the very key thing here is Badge Attack is running out of gas, man. He's got the mini morph, he has some health gain, but because of how fine-tuned this Darkness variant is for aggressive decks, it loses out a little bit in control mirrors such as this one right here. While Puckerback has access to Aloof, Travelers, Pokestick to cycle as well, and more Darknesses too. And he can go for this Darkness onto the Robe Maker and still be able to answer either champion being developed here. As the Dark Bubble Acolyte goes down, and now Puckerback is in a bit of a predicament here because he can't really develop this Veigar as it will just go down. But by going for this, he opens up the room for the Veigar here.
And you get another Senna off the draw. But Minimorph discarded, but you're happy taking the Senna because the Darkness will kill pretty much anything it wants to at this point. So you don't really care too much for the Minimorph that leaves the body behind as well.
Both players really stalling out their win condition, trying to drain as much value out of the opposing player before they commit their Veigar, always prioritizing Senna over it, as Senna can allow them to try to get a bit of an upper hand here. As right now, I was saying how Puckerback had a bit of an advantage, but that Senna draw for Badge Attack. Right now, Puckerback has no Darkness generation aside from his own Veigar, which forces him to go for this Pokestick just to cycle through the deck.
And you do still have the Withering Whale here to take on these 2 units. Obviously, the setup was quite obvious last turn with a Pokestick onto the Dark Bulb. Like you mentioned, Senna is an engine that you can milk for a lot of value at this point in the game if she doesn't die. And there is no direct answer here for Puckerback. He has to draw into something good with this Pokestick. And
that's not it.
Is not it. This is not the impactful play you want in this kind of mirror.
Important to note that Withering Whale will level up Senna. That was thinking about Veigar.
Super Senna.
Sagar. Still, the Road Maker goes down, enables Darkness at 1 mana, allowing Badge Attack to fully make use of his mana while also threatening a champion development here. And Puckerback all of a sudden is running low on gas. Another Pokestick to cycle, another mini more for Badge Attack. Really important.
The attack comes in here with double Catalyzer, and now we see the Withering Mist taking down both of these, not letting the Darkness grow anymore.
Level up incoming.
Level up incoming. We could have seen some kind of crazy world with these double Acolytes get big hits on the Darkness, and it only becomes like a 2-shot with the right cards being drawn. But in this case, both taken down before they can get any more counters on the Darkness for Puckerback, and the Senna levels up on Badge Attack's side,
forcing Veigar out of Puckerback, which will give him a Darkness, but then will succumb to the Darkness being generated by Senna. And See, oh my god, I keep saying it.
You're
Senna.
losing it long way.
I'm losing it. This darkness hits down Veigar, and the problem is you're forced to use this darkness onto Senna, and now Veigar comes down. The moment Bajatak has been waiting for is finally here, ladies and gentlemen. There's no answer for Pokravac. Bajatak is not completely certain, but at one point you gotta go for it. Because the longer the game goes, the more of a chance you give him. And Pokravac is immediately attempting to cycle through his deck. Dark Bulb Acolyte would be an ideal draw here for Pokravac.
He finds a mini
mini-morph.
morph instead, but he doesn't have the mana to play this turn.
Exactly.
And that is a big deal moving into the next turn because we're seeing, I guess,
Yes,
only 5
priority
damage.
too.
So it's not gonna be a massive, just a 2-shot basically with darkness just yet. But there's a second darkness coming in now as well.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go for the mini morph immediately. He can just develop a chump blocker here in Hapless Aristocrat and wait. As Conchologist goes down, Conchologist cannot generate darkness, in case anybody's wondering. It's not capable of that since the card is not actually within the card pool, but it can generate Passage Unearned. I would take that. It counters Rekindler.
There is no Rekindler in the list though, and it is open deck list. And
there's not even as a one-off. Oh, that's
not even as a one-off. Yeah,
that's kind of wild. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You're
game.
packing a lot of health gain, right?
And we've seen the missed call play already for both players, so I think also not going to be a possibility to counter that.
That's true.
Would be funny, but I think not going to be the optimal pick. We've seen Absorb Soul.
Shake, then?
We've seen Absorb Soul pop off in Senna Veigar, and it is picked here as well.
Gonna go for the Wild Feast to gain a little bit of health here, and is forced to go for the mini morph onto the Veigar here.
We could see, yeah, just
The
right
Withering
away.
Wail.
Withering Wail takes down one of these spiders, brings out another spider. The cycle of spiders is back, and the mini morph connecting for 3 damage.
Pokravac is low. Pokravac needs to top deck something good here. Dark Bulb Acolyte is good enough.
But the Pokey Stick is pretty good as well to be able to cycle, to be able to hit the Nexus for 1
Let's
more
see what
damage.
he picks up. Conchologist, pretty neat.
Continuing to cycle your deck and find more and more value with all these plays.
Let's see what
is
options
the
he
next
gets here.
card?
Group shot. Ooh, the group shot or the Black Spear as well. If this goes down, he can actually Black Spear.
And this is the lethal and mini morph.
Exactly.
It's
like that's the thing. But I mean, there's a lot of health gain here, Panda. There's Withering Wail. There's Grasp of the Undying. There's a lot of draws that can make it out of. And Vile Feast is just enough. Vile Feast barely keeping Pokravac alive here. Fuck the mini morph! The offensive mini morph for the win!
Bajatak takes this game 1, had the better game plan going into the late game, and as we mentioned, once the Darkness Wars were over between Senna and Veigar, that last Veigar that Bajatak had came out on top. The Darkness generation was just more in favor for Bajatak at the end there, and overall, he hit us with a very clean, final, offensive mini-morph to end the game there. Very high-level play from Bajatak, and 1 win away now from advancing to the semifinals.
Super tight series. At one point, it was looking really good for Pokravac because of his hand, but then the Senna top deck, alongside just that stabilization, allowed Bajatak to just keep Pokravac on the edge. He had applied a lot of pressure from the get-go, getting that Twisted Catalyzer on curve as well, and now is 1 win away from defeating his former teammate. I mean, he's still teammate, right? They prepared together, I guess. But yeah, definitely would be a big statement here because, like we mentioned, Bajatak has had more success than Pokravac lately in tournaments, and this could be a nice way to really solidify himself here, as we see a Conchologist on curve for Pokravac, able to trade into the Plucky Poro, as Bajatak has a pretty decent opener, and while there's a lot of sorts of health gain here, now Pokravac is finding his pings, which is really what he wants. But this Stone Stacker is going to be pretty annoying for Pokravac to deal with. He needs to find a Twisted Catalyzer here. That would be ideal.
Biggest problem here is the Grasp of the Undying in hand there for Pokravac. Can really take down mostly anything that's going to be a threat, except for maybe, I guess, Selection Yoro, for example. But can take down a Stone Stacker. That's a big thing here. You have the 5 mana to work with. You're able to take down one of those Stone Stackers and heal up 3 is huge at stabilizing. And we've seen this many times
is
before.
great. Aloof is fantastic.
Also very good.
Getting rid of a line of a double up. Not really an incredible card here for Bajatak, considering Darkness player can have a lot of ways to navigate around that. Stress defense or pinging their own units as well. And once those seconds are going to pull through, the other one's going to be blocked by Aloof Travelers. Pokravac goes down to 12, but there is so much health gain here, Panda. We see the Grasp of the Undying and then Ixtali Sentinel as well there for him.
Gangplank does come down for Badge Attacker comes into hand, but there is going to be maybe a stress defense even for next turn if you need it. So a lot of key answers here for Pokerback. We've seen this matchup many times before, and overall Darkness seems to get the upper hand once it's able to stabilize. And I think this list is built for this matchup, also in particular with Pokerback. And there it is, double up, countered now by stress defense, but you don't get the kill on Stone Stacker, which is not ideal.
But still very good. I like Pokerback passing over that spell mana. Instead of developing the Conchologist, he keeps that spell mana open to allow himself to play Grasp of the Undying alongside other things, potentially like Grasp into Pokestick, for example. But no, instead he just goes with the Extali Sentinel, declaring a blocker. Not the greatest stat line to block into Gangplank, you know, in a vacuum, but with access to Pokestick.
Exactly.
It's still a good block here.
Not just that, but also it stops the other attacks.
Yeah.
And it makes it so only Gangplank can attack, because if you attack with everything, then obviously you get the value trade with Extali, keep her alive, and get a lifesteal as well. So very good at just kind of stabilizing and stopping Bad Attack's attack and saying, hey, relax, I'm going to stabilize here and take over this late game. And there it is, more drain effects, more control tools, Wildfleet's coming into hand now for Pokerback. A very just clean priority pass here with the keg being threatened and forcing something to happen here from Bad Attack's side.
We're going to see Pokestick going down here. We could see Pokerback just accept this, and I really like this. Not committing some of his pings, considering that 3-2 really wasn't that useful at that point, and would be left with 1 health anyways, which would be very easy for them to pick off, as down goes the Stilted Rope Maker, still enabling the Grasp of the Undying for Pokerback if you were to need it here. As Twist of Fate goes down, the blue card is generated for a card draw plus a tune effect, and finally we see the Conchologist hit the board. I think Tristy Tentacles is definitely the pick here, as it can be applied now even, but I don't think you, like I said, we've seen Pokerback be very meticulous with his mana, so I don't think he's going to be spending 2 mana to discard a card anytime soon.
And Badge Attack continues to cycle, continues to find more and more resources, but still 16 HP for Pokerback. I think the value game is always going to be in Pokerback's favor, despite, I mean, this being a scary hand all of a sudden with Lecturing Yordle and double Tenor of Terror. This is a few more turns of pressure coming in from Badge Attack, where usually this deck would be running out of fuel right now. So that's where the bit of a difference has happened, but...
I like the Senna a lot.
Yeah, do you win against his hand with all these drain and control tools?
I feel like this is... We're leading up to a very clear, very easy level up here for Senna. And from that point onwards, Pokerback is going to be able to chain a lot of these removal effects. Senna's signature spell as well will be able to completely shut down most forms of attack. Unless, you know, because he always prioritizes on dealing with Gangplank before he attacks. And we're going to see a Darkness take down the base of Burden as the Dart removes one of the chump blockers in the Spiderling here. But Pokerback still has a very solid lineup here to block with. Not a great block into the Lecturing Yordle, but a really solid block into everything else. And Badge Attack being forced to only attack with him feels bad, man. Pokerback sitting at 17 HP is as comfortable as you can be. And this is what I was mentioning. Like, it's going to come down to this Vandal City Pirate deck. Like, that's going to be the difficult one to get a win with. But it may just end up going to the mirror.
The Roadmaker gets locked in as a blocker there, now vulnerable to the Pokestick. But overall, I mean, you're still going to be controlling the board here with the Sennas, getting in some chip damage with the quick attack. You don't want to really block into it. If you're Badge Attack, you want to go as wide as possible for next turn, knowing that your units are going to get removed this turn. If you knew that, I don't have space on my board, I need to block with something, but knowing Pokerback's list, he knows that he's going to be, getting some of his units killed, and we'll have a chance to replenish now with the next Tenor of Terror.
Senna level up. Really important. This is going to be very impactful. Pokerback is going to be able to chain these damage and kill spells like nothing. Like, look at that. 4 mana Grasp of the Undying, 6 mana Super Vengeance, like I like to call it, 1 mana Pokestick. Like, this just feels great. Down goes Aloof, which will give him some really good information, especially seeing he's dropped a 2-drop. That feels awesome for Pokerback. It's like there's no Gangplank. There's not even like more Tenor or Terrors or more relevant 4-drops. It's just little dudes here at this point. And he's got that Withering Wail as well. So much healing here. So many options. He's just going to completely shut down Badge Attack right here.
Morai Warden, just no space for any more units. You can develop when you have to open attack, but if you do, there are so many spells being, waiting to be played at fast speed with sent on the board to just pretty much take down even all of these impact units, take down all the attack from most of these units. Just a complete shutdown here. Complete control for Pokerback.
Like we mentioned, Senna's signature spell. Could you remind me of the name, by the way? Because I forgot the...
So we have Piercing Darkness is 6 mana, and 7 mana is the Shadow Send. I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, that card basically wins the game because it takes away, first of all, it takes away the impact from all the Tenero Terrors. So it just completely shuts down his attack. And that was a very, very, clear concede there for Badge Attack. There's just no way he could get back into that game. His curve was too low on hand, and him losing Gangplank like that was just the nail on the coffin, really. It's going to come down to Pink City Mirror, ladies and gentlemen. This is what this matchup here was going to end up being ultimately, because I think even though the Darkness Mirror win was very neat for Badge Attack, it didn't really matter that much, to be honest, because the matchup was so favored for Darkness into Pink City that it was always going to end up like this. And eventually it's going to come down to who can plunder quicker. It is Pokervac who has the attack token here, and he does have access to the Crackshot Corsair. There's a fantastic opening here.
And no good blocker. Yeah, the Crackshot Corsair can't necessarily block into that one. It would have to just trade 1 HP for each of them. And I guess it will be both of these being played out. And then the Make It Rain can maybe kill it next turn depending on what is played on round 2 from Badge Attack. So good start for Pokervac, I would say. Gets the plunder right away on turn 1.
By the way, I don't feel like we've mentioned this, we haven't really given this card much attention, but line him up here.
Yeah.
Not really a card that you see in most variants of Bandlewood City Pirates.
Interesting addition with Twisted Fate, of course, very good as just the burst speed. Keg is very, very strong. Twisted Fate with the red card against specific matchups. And right away we see it there. Corsair down, and once again Pokervac getting yet another plunder down this turn, trying to accelerate the level up condition for Gangplank, which is one of the obviously strongest plays this deck can make in the late game.
But both players really succeeding at doing this, though, as Badge Attack is able to retaliate with a parlay onto the weakened Crackshot Corsair, as both of them have managed to advance Gangplank's level up by 2 stages. And Lecturing Yordle will allow Badge Attack, so good here, like really hard to
Poison
block.
Dart here can take down the Chemist.
May force a gold card out of this Twisted Fate. We'll see.
Badge Attack has his own Twisted Fate in his hand, which of course in this kind of mirror matchup, Twisted Fate being kind of that versatile tool that can be a control tool as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be very good with the red card because you're going to have maybe a wide board. So we'll see how.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that it feels really, it feels bad to be forced to play the gold card here for what you just said. Because you can get so much more out of Twisted Fate, and you even would rather gold card something like a Gangplank, for example, right?
Poison.
Oh, the Puff Cap as well, enabling even another advancement for Gangplank right there without Badge Attack having to do anything here. That's amazing.
And in response, the Lecturing Yordle is drawn for Pokervac's side. So now he has another great power play in this mid game. Very strong, not just having a great body in the board, but also generating Poison Dart, generating extra pain that can go face or can hit off, again, a Chemist. This is mirrors for a reason. We're going to see the same exact play happening on the opposite side now this turn.
Very interesting Poison Dart right here, because you could argue just going for that attack here and setting up a Make It Rain in case Badge Attack wanted to block with the Yordle, the Lecturing Yordle here. The problem is that opens up the Twisted Fate for a double up. And at this point, there's not really much Pokervac can do to avoid it. So I think you take it here. This double up is just too good.
Yeah, could have also set up the double up on the Lecturing Yordle, but you're going to obviously prioritize the unit getting damage now this turn on his face, so you save that 2 damage onto your Nexus. This is after all going to be some sort of a race going into the final rounds, even though there's still a lot of HP. We talked about it many times before in past tournaments that when you have 2 aggro decks facing up against each other, they really are going to try and control the board before they start trying to go face and just doing straight up damage.
The big difference here, Panda, is Badge Attack found Gangplank and Pokervac didn't.
It's an awkward hand from Pokervac. I mean, all this, wide removal or small pings against a big unit like Gangplank. You can't set up the double up just yet. You have to wait for Gangplank to attack first and for this Lecturing Yordle to block and deal some damage to Gangplank in the process.
Yeah, it feels really bad. Like, what do you do here? You have double Make It Rain, double up, which, what sounds like a great thing, but really isn't. And there's just no good targets here. This game playing is a little bit too thick. By playing the Dreadboy deckhand, because you don't want to burn out here, you are giving Badge Attack this great overwhelm hit that will translate into 5 damage, getting Pokervac down to 8. And this double up, this Pokey Stick right here, gonna be countered. Now the double Make It Rain does come into play here, allowing Pokervac to preserve his Lecturing Yordle, but the hit is still going through. And Pokervac is in the red. 8 health is very low.
and double hidden pathways in hand for Bandlewood has a chance to replenish his hand and continue adding more pressure, which again with these aggro sometimes it just run out of fuel and you lose because you don't have resources in hand. You're relying on your top decks, but in this case Bandlewood has that covered already.
Bandlewood kind of let that Dreadway Deckhand connect. He's gonna be passing here and doesn't really need, doesn't feel like he needs more. He knows that bomb is gonna tick off, and now he drops the Dreadway Deckhand, which will empower this double up. Parkerback goes with a double up, and we may see Bandlewood respond with his own.
Going to come down to the limit for both players. After this double up, Bandlewood will be down to 5 HP, and if the trigger is pulled, you could do a double up, or you could just do Twisted Fate, or just pass it to see what you get, because you do have the keg still up, so you could red card into killing off a unit and having TF attack next turn as well, but it doesn't quite give you lethal either. So I think Bandlewood is trying to find a way to get lethal in the next 2 turns, basically.
Yeah, he's foregoing that double up here, and he's trying to find. He does find the game plan. Oh!
And the puff cap as well. I think that might be it.
Oh!
For Pokerback. Does he have enough to withstand this attack?
Does he have? Wait, does he have Twisted Fate? He does not. He does not have Twisted Fate. No. Wow.
Mariah Warden doesn't have enough HP. Neither will the generated card. It's going to be a 1-drop. Double
Gives him a keg again to just attack into, and that's it. There's just no answer here. He's going for the double up to win, but there's a double up response here. Wait a second. Yeah, but you play that and you win. Yeah, Bandlewood takes it right there, wins the mirror, finds the second game plank, and takes down Pokerback as he advances to the semifinals.
And Bandlewood had in both mirrors, I think, just got the better top end, the better better draws when you need them. I think obviously played very well, but also had the Vega coming out on top in the darkness mirror match, and in this case Gangplank. So his champions really putting in the work for him, and overall. But Pokerback both times had a very good early to mid-game hand, but then drew into these more clunky responses to Bandlewood's answers with, double make it rain, double up in this case, and in the darkness mirror, not having the darkness generators in the late game. So a bit awkward for Pokerback overall, and this is where his journey ends in the top 8.
I really like that last play from Bandlewood. We were talking about go for the double up now. You have exactly 5 mana, you have a pretty guaranteed target, but that's what really makes the difference between, good players and great players. Great players like Bandlewood is like, no, this is not what I need right now. I need to find my win condition. I'm going to try to dig through my deck and find that game plank, which will pretty much guarantee my win, unless it's a Twisted Fate to meet him, right? But I really, really like that approach, knowing that even if by going for that card draw and carrying over 2 spell mana, he would still have the ability to play game plank and have the 5 mana open for the double up anyways. And that's really what won him that mirror right there. Like, that was the game-winning play. And Bandlewood definitely drew better, drawing into his game plan, but it's not like he didn't sequence right and did what he had to do to get that victory over his fellow teammate, as he will be advancing to the semifinals, representing Czech right there. And we're going to be seeing if we can move on. Actually, no, Brach Keita defeated Sergito Vamos 2-0. So we are looking to be going into another game instead. So unfortunately, I cry every time Spain is out of it. But I feel happy for Brach Keita because it's been a while since we've seen him in the competitive scene, right? Bulgaria hasn't qualified for Europe Masters the last couple of times, and it's been a minute since he's been in the high stage, and he's made it all the way up to the semifinals. So it'll be fun to cast or cover his games later.
And this is already a big accomplishment for all these players. Making top 4 is really kind of one of the sub goals. You make top 32, great, but top 4 is that next threshold of like really being a really good performance, regardless of you and like making it to the finals or winning the tournament. Top 4 is already a very, very hard place to be, and the players that are making it this far are extremely talented. So yeah, big props to Bandlewood. We'll see if there are any games remaining from this quarterfinals that we can check out. If not, we will be going to not a very short, actually somewhat of a long break, because games are now resolving much quicker. And as I mentioned many times before, we are at the mercy of the tournament Clyde and at the mercy of the schedule of the tournament, 1 hour per round and not so much our own schedule. But I think there are still some games that are still ongoing.
There are, we can go into it. And we are moving into Quickwell versus Mike Czech. Quickwell playing Draven Scion this time around, as Mike Czech representing Turkey is going to go for the Crescendum as he's navigating Zoe Nami without Nami. Apparently, Zoe Nami players cannot draw Nami today, Panda.
And that's a sad thing for these players because Nami is such a big centerpiece of this deck. We saw with the Game Breakers series where he ended up, losing out of this quarterfinals round. It's just if you don't have Nami, things go very badly, very quickly.
Down goes the Risen Rider for Quickwell. We actually see his webcam now. And the Giss from Beyond going to go down from Mike Check. He's going to pick off the... I thought he got the Caliburn there for a second, but he got the Crescendum again, cycling to his deck, thinning it so that he has a higher chance of drawing into what he needs, as the last Sparkle Fly out of the deck will be spawned here, as there's another one in his hand. And Wiggly Burblefish getting in there, but this incoming attack, man, these back-to-back Fearsomes, like, aren't you... You're taking 10 damage here, man. You're going down to 7. That is really dangerous, especially with double Arachnoid Sentry in hand for Quickwell.
Yeah, you can stun both of these elusives. You have the Shelly coming down to buff up one of these Sparkle Flies right now, but still starting out from basically base stats right now is going to be a big uphill climb. Draven coming down now as well to add even more pressure next turn.
I really like this Draven play. Instead of going for the Arachnoid Sentry now to prevent an attack, he knows that this Sparkle Fly is only going to get so big, and it's more relevant next round
as a
to
blocker.
Back-to-back Arachnoid Sentry. Just remove blockers. Arachnoid Sentry into Arachnoid Sentry into Axe onto Flame Chompers potentially. We're going to see a Survival Instinct instead going down here, which I really like as well. This is just really strong. How do you stop this? This is looking really, really neat for Quickwell. This may end up being, like his name indicates, a pretty quick game.
This extra blocker here that can grow to 3 attack next turn is going to be important for Mike Check here with the Burblefish coming down. But like you mentioned, we're going to see it now here. You're going to have double Sentry. You can block the first Sparkle Fly. If Mike Check thinks, okay, I have to play on my second Sparkle Fly now, he'll look at the buff from the Shelly. He doesn't have another Sentry surely in hand, and then the second Sentry can come down and block that lifesteal unit as well.
Mike Check does have options, like he does have Giz from Beyond into something like a Gravitum or a Calibrum. And since there are no more axes to trigger a surprise Survival Instinct, though there is no mana for stuff like Rummage or Get Excited, so he has to keep that in mind. But no matter what he does, I feel like there's nothing stopping this second Arachnoid Sentry from going down. It's
and
just
the
the best play
Rummage Flame
always.
Chompers to get one of the blockers out of the way as well.
No, there's not enough space, unfortunately, for that.
That is true.
But definitely, I mean, this Scorched Earth, not really what you'd rather that be a Get Excited. But I mean, honestly, it doesn't get much better than this. Back-to-back Arachnoid Sentry. This is a hyper offense turn for Quickwell. All of his units represent 3 or more power. And Mike Check is just very low, Panda. He has one more. He has the ability to Giz. He can try to line him up, or he can try to Giz from Beyond into Gravitum or Calibrum, because he's already out of 2-drops, Panda. He has no more Sparkle Flies in the deck, so he can't fish for another one here.
If he goes for the line him up, then he might open up a space on the board for the Flame Chompers to come down in the end. And
Exactly, yeah.
So it would kind of be a either way, a good thing for Quickwell, and that Rummage might find the burn he needs to win before Sparkle Flies can connect next turn, if he doesn't already do it this turn. So a lot of options for Quickwell to end this game.
Yeah, this is looking really... This is just too much momentum. I feel like it's the tale of the day with Zoe Nami. Just not finding Nami, not able to generate enough value quickly. And Quickwell is looking to... what would initially be a disadvantageous matchup, he is willing to overcome it here with this very aggressive Arachnoid Sentry double up on him. And we're going to see a Pill Cascade because Mike Check has to fish for something. But the problem is, what could he get? These Spell Thieves, there's no 1-mana spell that I can recall that, like, you can pick up an Axe, but I really don't think that's making a difference. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Too spread out, too wide, too much of a threatening attack here. And Mike Check is too low. He was very close to stabilizing. If he survives this round, you could definitely see him winning this game. But this back-to-back Arachnoid Sentry is too powerful, and that's it, folks.
The Axe doesn't do anything here. Only 2 blockers, every single unit here hitting for 3 or more, so only 3 needs to hit here, and there's just nothing you can do. Quickwell taking Ukraine into the semifinals. Russia did not make it as far. Ragnarosis lost in the very first round, but Quickwell with Ukraine trying to put his country on the map as well and trying to face off against Badge Attack in that semifinal.
He can double axe here. He can definitely get all the buffs in the world, but unfortunately none of the lifesteal units are available here, and that means everything. Just goes to show, man, like that second Arachnoid Sentry was absolutely vital here and proved to be enough as Quickwell advances to the semifinals and will be facing off against Badge Attack right there.
And that's going to be it. I mean, Quickwell, Ukraine, Badge Attack, Czechia. Czechia has already won this seasonal, or Thomas has already won the seasonal tournament with Czechia a few seasonals ago. But every other player that's in this, semi-final round, let's say, is going to be a new winner. Possibly with we mentioned Badge Attack with Bulgaria, Quickwell with Ukraine. I mean, a lot of exciting developments can occur in the next 2 rounds.
And we have all the semifinals matchups ready, ladies and gentlemen. But before we showcase them, I'm going to tease you a little bit. We're going to go for a bit of a break, a few minutes, and we'll be back at it. And we'll cover the semifinals as we're getting closer and closer to crowning that seasonal champion for the Bandlewood season. So we'll be right back.
I think too many, but I guess the elite archetype is one of my favorites from the old game, and I would like to see it really buffed because it needs a lot.
So I feel like there are a lot of cards that could use a buff or a rework. The common ones would be Katarina, Quinn, Lux, and so on. Of course, I would love any support for Teemo and the Puffcat package myself, but I'm a bit biased here.
Well, I feel like Deep could get some help, Maybe Nautilus buff, maybe Maokai buff, maybe Nautilus going to 6 mana or something like this. It would be nice.
I would love to see Crimson Disciple getting a buff, as well as other cards of that type. Probably because the aggro burn archetype is my favorite, so yeah.
Like, I'm basically taking everything the Riot is showing to us and doing in the game as a fact, basically. So I'm not a specialist in the buffing or nerfing cards. So I will wait and I will try to be the best at the game, and that's what I'm focusing on.
Honestly, Darius is just in a sad state when compared to Sion. So if Sion does not get too hard of a nerf, I hope Darius get buffed.
Yeah, I would love to see a buff of Aphelios. It was one of my, probably my favorite champion before it was nerfed, but now it's kinda useless, and I think a buff on Aphelios or maybe the Temple, I don't know, one of these cards.
Rather than anything specific, I think I would rather just see a lot of different kind of changes. I think that's a lot better, loads of small changes.
I have to mention multiple cards here. The first card is obviously Heimerdinger. I know it's already been buffed, but it's not been enough, I think. And then my second mention here goes to Aphelios and Targon in general, which is, in my opinion, underrepresented currently because we basically only have Lee Sin, and I'd love to have some of those older, powerful Targon control backs back.
As a, let's call it, philosophical concept, most cards that don't see play at all in the competitive environment will be good targets. To name a few things that came to mind, but there are, I'd say, hundreds, right? Many of them, but a few of them will be champions that haven't had a chance to be played at all, that were fun. I thought maybe OP, Aphelios. I understand the old Aphelios was a broken card, but in the actual state it feels like it does not exist. I'd love if a middle ground could be achieved. And also the Demacia champions, most of them, they are in a sad state. Right now, Demacia as a region exists mostly because of Poppy.
I think I'd like to see Lux buffed, but then I'd probably hate her. So maybe not buff Lux. I guess we can buff Braum, maybe. I liked Braum. I liked him when he had 1 damage. So yeah, I guess buff Braum.
Yeah, I'll probably invest some of it in upgrading my stream gear and content and everything, and some of it will just be invested for the future or for traveling once traveling is really open again.
I'll probably just save them, invest them, something like that. I'm still learning in this area, so yeah.
Well, that's already settled in. That's going to be a gift for my wife because she really has to put up with a lot to allow me to have enough time to play the tournament. So, like, I hope I do well for her because otherwise I might not get to play the next one.
Same as last season, I guess. It'll help me if I need to bail out of the country, and hopefully I don't lose to the timer again. And I guess if that doesn't work out, plan B is to get some fuel, get a generator, and get some electricity to keep streaming on Twitch.
Well, I just bought an apartment and I got a loan from my parents, so I'll probably just pay back my parents.
I would probably save up most of it and maybe spend a little bit on myself and my girlfriend, but that's about it.
I think I'm gonna save most of them, but also I'm gonna make some party, you know, something like that.
I don't have any specific plan or anything specifically big I want to buy with it, so I'm just gonna. It's the most boring answer, but I'm just probably gonna put it aside or invest into something. Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything special planned out. I guess I would save it.
So I'm currently trying to like build a better PC setup, so I'll probably put a lot of that into it, and then I'll just save the rest.
That's a good question. I think I'm gonna throw a big party at first, and then I'd like to travel a bit before to go to, like, because I'm gonna soon finish my studies. Then before to get to work, I'd like to travel a bit.
defy. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Hear our malice. For every soul they took away.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Beyond the Bandlewood, the seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I am Mogwai, joined by Panda, to go with the
The classic.
remind you who we are, as we're going to cover the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. We have made it this far, and we got some very spicy, I was going to say lineups, matchups ahead.
I mean, lineups too, matchups and players. Everything is spicy about semifinals always, because we're nearing the end of this tournament with 32 players dwindling down already to 4. Spikes versus Bratislava, UK versus Bulgaria. In the semifinals, we'll be covering first off, and then if there's time, we might also bounce into the Quick Will versus Bajak, Ukraine versus Czechia. Only Czechia has won a seasonal before, with Thomas winning seasonal number 4, I believe it was.
Yes.
Every other possible winner here would be a new country taking a player to the very top and winning it in a seasonal tournament.
Man, this lineup here in the semifinals brings me back to the first year of Masters. A lot of familiar faces here from that specific event. Spikes was a member of the UK team back in the day, and Brachkeda, who I have trouble pronouncing his name, was the captain of the Bulgaria team, which has not been able to qualify in the last 2 iterations. But it's nice to see him back. Like, I'm really excited about Keda actually performing so well, because it's been a while since he's been at the top of the competitive scene, and he's been on a tear, taking down some really strong players, leading off with his win against Ragnarosik, and now in the quarterfinals defeating one of the favorites from Spain in Sergi Tuvamos 2-0 as he faces off against Spikes. Very cool lineups as well, because we're going to be covering that really shortly. But Brachkeda is one of the few players at this stage who is not running Darkness.
And yeah, we've seen Darkness in pretty much, I'm gonna go ahead and say every single series today. We've seen, even the ones we bounced into for one game, Darkness seemed to always be there. And it is becoming a very, very strong deck, has become a very strong deck since Yamato brought it to Worlds, showcased just how strong it could be. And the deck has been refined for different matchups, different kind of ideas, with kind of a more anti-aggro stance for both Dokkerback and Bajak, and it played out quite well for both of them, or at least, well, for Bajak a bit more, since he did win that matchup in the quarterfinals. But overall, let's check out, I think now, if we're ready, the decks for both of these players, and to see what that matchup will look like moving into the first semifinals of today. Right away, Brachkeda is running Draven Scion, Plunder, and Lee Sin Zoe.
One of the things that comes to mind initially, first of all, with that Plunder list, is that it's only running Sejuani as the Freljord cards. There's no one-off of Three Sisters, nor Feel the Rush, which will make Euro Grifter even more consistent as it's running 3 copies of Warning Shot. I'm a big advocate of triple Warning Shot in Plunder personally. I think the card is just pretty essential. And yeah, you can run out of gas, but when you have triple Fortune Croaker and Black Market Merchant, the deck can definitely keep coming, as there's also one off of Zapsrafen right there with double Monkey Idol, which I really like. When it comes to Draven Scion, we see the one-off of Captain Farron, a splash that has been getting more and more popular as of late, alongside the one-off of Ravenous Flock, which I'm also a big fan of personally. And of course, the Lee Sin Zoe, which we were talking about how Lee Sin has been making a comeback, especially in the tournament scene where you can ban the Bandle City decks with Minimorph, and thus have a very, very important strategy with some interesting one-offs right there, as a one-off of Mentor of the Stones and Tasty Fatefolk to help the matchup against aggro a little bit better. Let's take a look at Spike's lineup. We've seen this one before, but it's nice to remember, as it is also a very interesting lineup that's more on the control/combo end, even though these 3 decks function very differently. We have the Lee Sin with double Sunburst, like you mentioned earlier, the anti-aloof Traveler's tech to protect Lee Sin from discard, followed by Darkness, a variant that is not as fine-tuned against aggro like others that we've seen, but does run a one-off of Go Hard, and then Bandle Tree with, pretty standard with the Ravenous Flocks. No Scorched Earth, though.
Yeah, the Darkness here is a bit of a greedier version with Brunation and Rekindler. So, kind of pretty different to Vegetac and Pokerback's version of Darkness that we saw in the last round, and also that one of Go Hard, as we've mentioned before. And yeah, the Bandle Tree list is pretty standard, nothing too crazy, of course, splashing into Noxus because of the House Spider synergy that players discovered very early on into this expansion, but no Scorched Earth, not maybe expecting too many Bandle Trees in this case, which I think is fair. I think we did see it decline as a tournament deck going forward, and we haven't seen it too much today. It's been mostly with this lineup that Spikes is running.
What I really like about this lineup, specifically from Spikes, is that it's also well geared to run or queue into Lee Sin. The Sunburst helps out in the mirror, as it silences Lee Sin and bypasses the barrier, so only the likes of Deny can really counter it. And you can definitely expect in a meta like this for Deny to perhaps be 2 of max, 1 off in most cases, really, even though Spikes is running 2 copies of it himself. And I just really, really like this approach. I feel like having 2 decks with access to Minimorph allows you to answer high-end threats, but also running a strategy like this can enable you to really counter aggro very effectively. Speaking of aggro, we've seen very little of that. I think at this point, Quickwell is the only one who has an aggro sort of lineup, like a more aggressively oriented lineup, as the other 3 players that have qualified at this point are playing more slower builds. And the way Spike's matchups against Brashkata is really interesting because, like we mentioned prior, Brashkata, one of the few players who does not bring Darkness and is running Draven Scion, which is a deck that, I would definitely have expected more of in this event.
It can be targetable though. There are cases
true.
where it's a deck that has some weaknesses against certain decks, and also it can be banned. This is a case where we might not see it played because it might just be immediately banned because it is hard to deal with Scion as a win condition. We mentioned the Farron as a one of in Brashkata's list, which is also something that we don't see every day. But I think Shihu was the first to really dip into this. Where he played that one of Farron despite Lost Soul being in the meta at Worlds, and it paid off really, really well because there's this kind of, when you're stalling out the board with Lost Souls and kind of a Noxus mirror match type of situation, that alternate win condition outside of the Lost Souls, outside of Scion, with the Decimates is pretty big. So I really do like the one of Captain Farron. It can be hit by aloofs, that is true, but still, I think it's a big power play that helps untangle these stalled out games.
Looking at these lineups, I do think Draven Scion may actually end up being Brashkata's liability, because all 3 of Spike's decks deal with Scion really well. He has the access to Concussive Palm and Sunburst on the Lee Sin deck, and access to triple Minimorph on Darkness and double Minimorph on the Bandle Tree list. So just you could argue the Bandle Tree deck is actually the most vulnerable one, but has access to a lot of ways to just set up Swarm and prevent early aggressive or early damage output from Draven Scion, as he may rely on units like the Risen Rider to push through the swarm that happens as early as turn 1 from Bandle City decks right here. So watch out for that. I think Draven Sion will definitely not be banned in this case, and it's actually like soft targeted by Spike's lineup in a way. So it's going to be the tricky one for him. I do expect Spikes to target the Lee Sin from Brachkeda and go up against Plunder and Draven Sion, while Brachkeda should be targeting, I would argue, either Darkness. Darkness could be pretty likely, but also potentially Lee Sin as well. Definitely not going to be banning the Bandle tree, though, I believe. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's going to happen.
We'll see as the bans roll in. With the Lee Sin mirror, of course, Sunburst on the side of Spikes is going to be helpful if that mirror does come into play. So maybe it means that you don't want to ban Lee Sin. There is one copy of Deny, but only one copy. So we've seen it before where it's just sometimes not enough when your opponent has double Sunburst, for example, to deal with Lee Sin no matter what is happening to his health or to any kind of other protection spells. So we'll see. We'll see how it ends up planning out. But I think already, just looking at the deck list for the Lee Sin, it is slightly favored for Spikes in that case.
I can definitely agree with that. Also, to build up a little bit on what you said about Deny, it's definitely more of a Nopify meta than a Deny one. Nopify is one of those cards that is, in my experience, is just either amazing in a specific meta or just terrible. Like, it never really ends up in the middle, right? And in this case right now, with all the very key 2 and 3 meta spells ring around, Nopify seems to always have a target regardless of the matchup. Well, with Deny, that is certainly not the case, since there are matchups like Zoe Nami, for example, right? That Deny doesn't really do too much. We saw Deny being used on moon weapons and even on the line him up as well, which is pretty funny. So definitely more of a case or more of an argument for bringing Nopify, but in a tournament environment where things are more, people are targeting and trying to get cheeky with certain lineup ideas, I do feel like to Deny is a right call by Spikes. Like, I really like that, especially taking the mirror match into account potentially as well. Though I am expecting Brachkeda's Lee Sin to be the one to get the banhammer here.
Plunder can also be a bit of a problem.
Could be.
For Lee Sin, we've seen with Sejuani leveling up, things can get out of control very quickly with everything being frostbitten at kind of faster than burst speed almost. So it is going to be maybe a problem for Lee Sin, where he has to have attack for his game plan to work, for the OTK to work, with either overwhelm or the strike effect. So it's definitely not Draven Sion, like you mentioned. I think there's a very clear targeting in terms of the lineup being built by Spikes to counter this deck, which I think is why it's going to be fine to let this go through and not ban it. Although we've seen many Sion bans, obviously in Masters Europe, for example. In this case, it might be either the Plunder or the Lee Sin.
We're moving on to the versus screen right here, and we'll be seeing what bans end up eventually happening. Though I do definitely feel that it is going to come down to that Draven Sion, though. That is going to be the key deck for Brachkeda to try to get the win with. Brachkeda, like I said, has had a phenomenal run up until now, defeating some very strong names, including Rakan Roshik and Sergio Vamos, while Spikes has defeated, like, Spikes is arguably just as impressive. The smooth soloist win at first, and then taking down the #1 seed in game Breaklore and 2-0ing Hollow, the Romanian player who was on a tear himself, defeating Cosimo and Fly. So both of these, I mean, it's to be expected. Such a stacked tournament. Exactly. It feels like it's pretty, like, it goes without saying that if they made it up to the semifinals, they defeated some tough opponents in the way.
Every result seems memorable because there's just so many amazing players in these top cuts, and it's been, especially after the open rounds changed to 9 rounds, the consistency has been incredible to see, with so many of these players making it back to back to back to back for a reason, because they're just the best players in the world, and when they put in the time and they put in the preparation, they're going to be making it every single time because they're that strong. And Spikes coming in with 2 big wins against 2 Germans, taking down back-to-back Germans with Smooth and then Gamebreaker as well. Taking down Romanian and now hoping to take down Bulgarian Brachkeda here. But Brachkeda, of course, is not going to go down easy. Gonna fight for this one. Wants to be in the finals of this seasonal tournament as well. Reminder, this is a off-season seasonal. There is no implications for any Worlds qualification. There is no point amassing here with the placements in the seasonal, because we don't know much about the next season of Competitive Runeterra just yet. Riot is still deciding how exactly they want to move forward with the competitive structure. And so this is, still a lot of money on the line, but not so many other implications.
just goes to show how the meta has evolved, right? Because I never would have expected for us to be a situation in which both players are packing Lee Sin and not Zoe Nami, for example, right? Like it's quite a different matchups. One deck in common, sure, but ultimately Brash Kata has taken more of a mid-range approach, while Spikes, like we mentioned, is more of a control, combo player here. And even though Bandle City with Noxus seems like it's a very fast-paced deck, in reality, it kind of plays like a control deck that just defends a lot through units and buys and stalls out time with a combination of spread out board states and mini morph to deal with big threats. So we're going to see what depends happen, but
when the Bandlewood expansion first came out, people were like, "Oh, mini morph? Nope, Lee Sin can't be played. Put this away. Put this, it's like Andy in Toy Story throwing his toys away. Lee Sin was thrown out the window, but Lee Sin came back by its own accord, climbed up the stairs, and is ready to play because he is double showing here in the semifinals. And we've seen him many times today in many different players' lineups. We saw, Gamebreaker running Lee Sin with Akshan even. So it seemed like there was this huge counter card in the meta, and all of a sudden Lee Sin was unplayable, but it isn't really the case.
He's too good, especially in a tournament scene, right? Like in a tournament environment where you can deal with the counters. He's just a huge threat. Like he has the ability to close out the game in one turn, and there's very few things that can actually do that the way Lee Sin does. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Spikes versus Brash Kata. The semifinals is online, as Spikes is bringing the Bandle Tree deck first, and Brash Kata is leading off with his Lee Sin Zoe, telling us already that this ban did not happen like I predicted it to be.
It makes me think that I think Plunder was the ban that occurred here.
Yeah, definitely. It 100% has to be Plunder. Like I would be shocked if he banned Draven Scion.
Passes from both players, and now Eye of the Dragon played on curve turn 2 for Brash Kata, and the Bomber Twins coming in for Spikes with a chance now for a Telescope into a Proto Portal, but no Mayor to really capitalize on the discounts. Having to play Bomber Twins at full mana is not ideal. Telescope now as well. Invasive Hydrovine is the epic option. How epic is it? Pretty epic, but maybe you want to stick to a more standard Proto Portal approach. Without having a Mayor though, it maybe isn't ideal.
I like the Charger. I think the Charger makes sense. You want to apply early game pressure. I think against Lee Sin, a 7 drop, especially considering you have no synergy with the Growth you miss, maybe a little bit too slow.
The only downside was the fact that, you're playing Telescope, you already have Targon on the board, and getting Charger is also Targon. Proto Portal you have in the panel already, so not ideal. There it is, Plunder was indeed banned. And it's going to be Darkness banned on Spikes' side. So both players have Lee Sin open. A Lee Sin mirror, unfortunately, might indeed be something we have to expect going forward. And we're going to see, of course, Bandle Tree now here being played by Spikes.
All right, it's turn 4. Down goes Zoe. A little bit late, but better late than never. Having access to double Pale Cascade and the Aloof. No Sunburst for I know Brash Kata does not play Sunburst, right?
But Deep Meditation could have done it. Hasn't been discounted. But instead, it will be Lee Sin number 1 taking the hit.
And the Mini More Panda being drawn as well.
Lee Sin number 3 might be the last card in the deck, so we're going to have to put all our hopes on Lee Sin number 2 to come into hand some point soon and not get discarded by the second Aloof that we do see actually in Spikes' hand. So, I was talking about Lee Sin being fine in this meta, but maybe I spoke too soon. Spikes might make a point of shutting him down in this game.
Yeah, I just love how he's also like low-key soft targeting Lee Sin as well with this. I think this lineup from Spikes is very brilliant. Like you would think, well, why is he not using triple mini morph? He doesn't really need to. He's playing a full set of Aloof Travelers, and like you mentioned, Brash Kata could pick up a Lee Sin, but once that happens, mini morph is gonna go down and shut it down, and then Aloof Travelers can deal with the third. So it's gonna be really interesting to see, because right now initiative passes over to Spikes, and we could see an immediate lead with the Aloof Travelers, and that is indeed what happens here. Does he hit it? He does not.
Will Ionia instead, definitely a card you're happy to see taking a hit from the Aloof Travelers there. Zoe comes down now, double Dragonling, double Eye of the Dragon. The lifesteal wall is being formed. There's 1 brick missing. We're missing the 3rd Eye of the Dragon, but it is almost becoming the impenetrable wall here for Brash Kata.
These Dragonlings just completely halting him, like you said. No reason to attack here for Spikes as the Deep Meditation goes down. Thins the deck a little bit for Brage Kata as he picks up double Guiding Touch, and down goes the super cool start chart. The possibility of Messenger is there. I think Messenger is a good pickup here, but he goes for the Moon Glow instead. I like this. It could promote a Zoe level up if Brage Kata does not find Lee Sin or they continue to get answered, right? Like you at this point, you got to take that into account. You got to be like, okay, I need. Oh, there it is. Oh, and it goes down. But like we mentioned, Mini Morph.
Mini Morph is there. Still 3 mana to work with for Brage Kata. Mini Morph is, of course, burst speed, can just immediately take down Lee Sin no matter what is happening on the board at the moment.
But it means you can only afford a 1 mana play,
Yeah.
or just go for it immediately. There it is. Doesn't even think about it. Lee Sin number 2 has been dealt with, ladies and gentlemen. There's 1 left in Kata's deck.
There's going to be an attack coming in from the Zoe with the Elusive, of course, cannot be touched. Double block here by the Elusive. They have the health to spare here. Not going to take damage if you don't have to, because Lee Sin, of course, is still a problem. If the third one is drawn, he can still, maybe not OTK you, but hit you down from 14, 15, 16 pretty consistently. So you want to be taking as little damage as possible in this mid game. And you don't really have a way to heal if you are playing this Battle Tree deck, so you have to mitigate damage.
It's about the Zoe. Like, I think Kata has to focus. And I really like this Ancient Preparations. I think that's correct. You could pick up another Bandle City Mayor. It will really speed up. Like, it'll be a bit of a tempo sacrifice at first, but then it'll really make...
Looking at the hand is worth
itself.
it. I mean,
Yeah,
looking at
it
the
is.
Bomber Twins, Telescope, Protoporo being discounted.
He hasn't played Freljord yet, by the way, so that Protoporo will advance. He has played Bomber Twins, and he has played Targan. But that Protoporo will be 0 mana once the first Mayor goes down. He may have skipped there. Oh, that's a great play by Kata. Now that he's under... Yeah, Zoe's the win condition, Panda. Zoe is the win condition now.
There's a Mayor coming in, 7 mana to work with. You can get some pretty crazy chains here. You do want to attack this turn because there weren't 2 spells played last turn. Suddenly an attack is, you have the green light for it. You know, there aren't going to be great blockers. Obviously, yes, the Mini-Morph, but you want to have space on your board because you're going to just replenish it with so much cheap cards.
I think, sorry for the interruption, I do believe that in this particular matchup, though, like open attacking is not really the best. You actually want to develop as much as you can, because it's not like Target Ionia has a way to punish that, right? Like Concussive Palm is the biggest punish, because if you play, you get to stun something and develop a blocker at the same time. You could also fish for something like Crescent Strike, but the options are limited. And if you do not find those options, you're gonna, like, Spikes is gonna gain a lot from going and developing this Charger, going for a full swing, and then refilling the board with these Mayors.
Yeah, the single charger element makes sense. It's an offensive unit. You want to deal damage here. You want to put pressure. Mayor, not so much, because you're not going to attack with it because of the 3/3 Mini-Morph body. So I think this is perfect, and you still have the mana to play double Mayor, and then just, you know, puke onto the board all your 0 mana units that you have in hand. So it does work out perfectly in the case of Spikes. Everything goes, you know, he takes away value from his opponent's board, either through killing off a unit or at least damaging both Eye of Dragons here down to 1, where now maybe a Pokestick can deal with them.
Or a Ravenous Flock that he has in hand as well.
And there is the discount train occurring right now. Bandle City Mayor gets a Yordle Ranger, gets a second Telescope, probably.
Did he play a Noxus one?
He hasn't played the House Spitter yet. You might want to go for, gonna go for Noxus here instead. Gonna play more of the Bandle Tree line instead of just a pure value.
Are you ready for some E?
It could be Bomber Twins, or it could be the Telescope, or it could be the Protoporo. I think
I would get off with the Telescope because you more options. There's Ionia.
The Telescope. Oh, why is there any surprising?
Do you ever not just take another Telescope here? No. Like Empyrean is a bit too expensive, I think, for Ionia.
You know, Telescope is 0 mana. I think there's.
No, he goes with Empyrean. Okay, he wants to develop. I mean, it is a thick elusive blocker, right?
Not just that, but it's Ionia that you haven't played an Alkai yet, and you haven't played Bandle Commander.
Yeah, but it's expensive though. It's 7 mana. Like, it doesn't feel good. But at the same time, you've dealt with 2 Lee Sin, so you're kind of fine. So Protoporo goes down with the impact, and that means that the Bandle Tree is 5 out of 10. We got Targan, Shurima, Freljord, Bandle City.
We're missing the 3 in hand and Bilgewater, I believe.
What was the other one that I'm missing here, actually?
Demacia, Ionia, Noxus, Shadow Isles, I suppose, and Buildwater. Those 5. So
which-
in the house better, yeah, that's the biggest thing.
So which one have I? Because I said Targan, Shurima, Froyord, Bandle City, and PNZ. Piltover.
There we go.
Piltover's that. I gotta forget PNZ. It's like one of my favorite regions.
Learning to count with Mogwai. We're offering more lessons. If you guys just stick around, we're gonna go from 1 to 10 once again later on.
Hilarious. Arena Kingpin going down because Spikes cannot afford to burn mana here. Like he needs to work for that Bandletree win condition, and getting Noxus in puts him at 6, having Ionia, Demacia, and Shadow Isles, and some other random one left.
And now you're fine, I think, at this position, making it so that Brachikata has to commit 2 spells to get the Dragonlings activated next turn. And you can, if your Spikes, play it passively until that does end up happening, and just keep passing until you see that happen, and then you can unleash your Poppy, for example, after some units die here.
Okay, they're gonna go with the Sonic Wave onto the Dragonling, trying to get rid of this Bandle City Mayor. Slow Spikes down a little bit here, as removing this Mayor prevents something like a Poppy into a Bandletree, for example. And he's going to be packing up that attack onto Zoe, who should be... She's almost leveled up. I wonder if he can do this. Yeah, he can do this with a Hush.
There's the level on Zoe, and now the Dragonling's coming out next turn. Even if you flock the one that is damaged, there's going to be lifesteal on everything. And that means that all of a sudden Spikes has the 100% shift towards the Bandletree win condition, and not
Completely
so much
agreed.
the Poppy win condition.
Hard agree with that. It's all about the Bandletree now. He should develop it now, I believe. He could invoke into a falling comet to remove it, though. Keep that in mind.
Mogwai, what did I say about using your caster blessings responsibly?
Oh, geez, I did it again. Uh-oh.
You did it again. Your powers are too powerful for this world, and we might just see that exact thing happening. Empyrean comes down using all that mana to get down Ionia on the board and an elusive threat to stop Zoe on the next attack, possibly, because now
Traveler could be a thing.
Is a win condition. Traveler comes down, or comes.
The dream is still alive. You can still find that landmark removal here.
And there's now everything with lifesteal and with elusive, or with lifesteal rather, just in this case, until an elusive is played, which there isn't one in hand right now for Brachikata.
You know, Panda, like, you know a good reason to actually have taken the Empyrean there is because he could have anticipated that this Zoe was going to get out of hand with the Moonglow and was going to be a permanent blocker that would prevent him from generating the Hungry Outcats with the Bando Commando. So going for the Ionia development here with the Empyrean is really, it's a really neat foresight sort of play. As down goes Poppy, and Spikes is looking to just go all in. He doesn't care if there's 2 Dragonlings in there. He needs to push some damage. He needs to force some blocks here.
And more than anything, it's fulfilling the Demacia region for the Bandletree without committing as much mana as you would with the Yordle Ranger. So all in all, just kind of the cheaper way to get the Demacia down on the board while still having mana for something like another Bomber Twins, for example, and maybe the Bandletree. There's a Meteor Shower. There is the Cosmic Rays. Not landmark removal.
Yeah.
None of these options are really all that great. If you do end up taking the Meteor Shower, there's just so many units to repopulate the board that you're not really doing much of anything. And Poppy isn't really meant to be the win condition here. Taking her down isn't so vital for Brachikata.
No, it's like you mentioned. It's all about that Bandletree win con. That's what Spikes is trying to use his offense to just force Brachikata to spend his mana, right? So that then he can develop the Bandletree and try to get the value there. Spikes has to consider, though, the possibility of a... I mean, Kata took a long while to pick there, so that may indicate Spikes that he hasn't found landmark removal. We'll see. I mean, you definitely attack with the Empyrean here, I think, unless you're worried about... I mean, it's probably risky. Like, that Zoe's a 3/6. You'd rather preserve that as a block. I mean, but you're getting the boost, right? It's not easy to preserve that alive. It's risky, though. Like, as long as you keep that elusive blocker, it can help you buy some very, very crucial time. So I actually don't think you should attack with the elusive here.
It is more dangerous because as a blocker, a Sonic Wave might pull it out of the way. Whereas attacking, you're kind of forcing Zoe to either take the hit or to have Zoe block. which I don't think would be the case. But either way, no attack coming in the end. Going to be just Poppy. Kingpin, of course, with the
Quick attack. Yeah.
Quick attack. Going to be still can be blocked by Zoe, but would be a big risk. And the Bomber Twins being blocked by the Dragon Link. So again, no damage being pushed by Poppy. That wasn't really the game plan, I think, for Spikes. He wasn't, thinking, oh, I'm going to take down my opponent's Nexus to 0. It was more just playing the Demacia unit. And now, after this attack, getting the Bandle Tree on the board.
I like him keeping that charger in the back, knowing that it's not worth it. He's not really looking for overwhelm damage right now. He values more the ability to have a blocker. And that charger going up to 2 health would have made it an easy target for a block from a Dragon Link. So Brascata not being threatened with his Nexus life total right now. And Spikes having a bit of a weird attack here, but a very, very clever one at that, as he's going to be able to at least get that Traveler out of the way. That's one less unit to deal with. And preserving that elusive blocker in the back. I believe this is definitely the turn to play the Bandle Tree, though. Because if he has the removal, he has it. You
Shadow Isles, Shadow Isles and Buildwater are the two.
Shadows and Buildwater. That's kind of tough, though. Yeah, that's awkward. I mean, this is a Fizz variant, right? So you could draw Fizz, and that would be amazing. But Shadow Isles is a little bit more awkward, for sure.
2 copies of Fizz. You have 3 copies of House Spider. You already got Noxus, but of course the Spiderling will be able to get Shadow Isles. But because of the board state, it would be hard for the Spawn Spider to come in and count for Shadow Isles.
Is there a way, like, Brascata needs to find an elusive? Just something that can give everything elusive, allowing him to go for a crazy attack. And he could try to also combine that with a Concussive Palm onto the only elusive blocker Spikes has.
Could see a flock here onto the Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, it would be hard countered by that Guiding Touch, though. And he's so down on mana that he'd rather pass here because he still has that flock enabled, and Dragon Lings are still going to be spawned, even if it's 1 less. I don't think it's worth it for him just opening himself up like that. He needs to keep this flock in the back.
Zenith Blade coming down now onto the Charger, becoming a Supercharger. 5-3.
Supercharger.
Line.
That's a good pull. 1 mana Shadow Isles.
But we don't see any Buildwater. There's no Fizz. You're going to have to wait to the next turn for the boundary to generate it. There's no way to generate cards in hand. Maybe Bomber Twins into Preservarium into Fizz would be the way to do it.
He needs to survive. Like, that's what he needs to do. This Empyrean is going to be stunned. And right now, there's no way for Brascata to give everything elusive, but he has a lot of cycling there. Double Pale Cascade and Guiding Touch can allow him to find something that can give him elusive and allow him to charge in with an attack here. Because there's another elusive blocker in Bandle Commando, but it is very frail and easy for Brascata to navigate around with. We're going to see if he starts playing these Pale Cascades to cycle through his deck and see if he can find something relevant here. Here we go. It is an Eye of the Dragon, not ideal.
A little late for that to happen. Pale Cascade number 2 comes down, 6 mana now remaining. Another Twin Disciplines. You have a lot of attack power here onto the Overwhelm and onto the Zoe. And again, it's elusive and Overwhelm. You only have a 2 HP blocker here. And yet another Twin Disciplines can come down.
6. This is 8 damage right now, and he's 5 more damage through. There is a Concussive Palm that can remove this blocker, but it's not enough. It's just not enough. Twin Disciplines.
If you could do both, if you could do both Twin Disciplines and
it would be enough.
That would be enough, but you can only do one of the 2 options here if you are Brascata.
It's not quite there.
And this is it, because this gives Spikes the chance to generate, obviously, any Buildwater card with 9 mana.
No, but he still gets to behold the infinite, though. He can still find Panda. He can still it's Decimate all over again.
Don't do it.
It's Decimate all over again, Panda. It's happening.
The infinite comes down. I don't find anything that can do it. Messenger can cycle, but you do still have the mana to work with here. But can you find the right? Can you generate the right answer? Because the right answer is not in the deck.
It's not in the deck, right?
Like you have to generate it.
Like the only landmark interaction these 2 regions provide directly is Divergent Paths and Homecoming, and I believe those are not present here. So no matter what he picks up with this messenger, it seems that Bandle Tree will put in the work and give Spikes that last Bilgewater card, unless it's a 14 mana Bilgewater unit or 11 or whatever. We're good.
That exists. There's no sea monster in Deep, unfortunately, that goes that high up.
We'll see. Let's see what happens.
Could see Terror of the Tides, but we are already at 10 mana, so I think anything that is generated...
Please, Terror of the Tides is Shadow Isles.
You're right. You are right.
Wow, embarrassing.
Coming from a Deep player, that especially so, but I guess you just always play the two regions together, so it's always just...
And it is a Deep unit. It is actually a sea monster. All right.
Shipwreck Hoarder comes down. Another Bandle Tree just in case.
I mean, there's a Deep Meditation. I wonder. So there's no spells that they can do here, right? Spike's gonna play it slow. There's no need to rush things. Every time he passes over initiative, without being susceptible to a pass back, it's a chance for him to have Brachkata lower his mana total, and Brachkata is just gonna pass every time. Like he's keeping an eye on that Bandle Tree. Like that's the only way he really loses here. So he doesn't really care about this combat. Spike's trying to bait that out of him, but you know Brachkata is not the kind of player that's gonna fall into that. I mean, I would still go for a Deep Meditation, but he can bluff all sorts of things, because if you do commit a Deep Meditation, it may give Spikes too much information that he actually cannot generate anything anymore, because he would have to invoke into it, right? So maybe Brachkata has to hope that Spikes gets a little bit just paranoid. And
full attack coming in, double buff from both the Poppy and the Euro Rangers that helps. So just what was a kind of a measly little board now becomes a big threat. But like you mentioned, the real thing to look at here is that Bandle Tree. 1 away. The units to play is in hand. Shipwreck Hoarder, 7 mana. You have 11 mana to work with, 10 unit mana if you're Spike. So everything is lining up for the win here. Deep Meditation for Brachkata.
That's it.
Double Sonic Wave is not what you want. Lee Sin, even with, this, Lee Sin in a different form, the spell variation, not doing it here. Shipwreck Hoarder comes in. 2 cards tossed, 2 treasures generated, 10 counters on this Bandle Tree, and that will seal the deal for this game 1. No way for Brachkata to stop this. It's been drawn out. It's been a slow finish. The Nexus health didn't matter really on Brachkata's side, but in the end, Spikes takes it with the alternate win condition.
Phenomenal lineup. We're seeing the purpose of Spike's lineup here, as he is just soft target. There's a lot of things that he's soft targeting, and that includes Lee Sin. He was able to shut down the champion with a combination of Aloof Travelers and Minimorph, and now is just 1 win away with his own Lee Sin, which is packing double Sunburst, by the way, which will really enhance the matchup against Draven Scion, especially in conjunction with triple Concussive Palm and Eye of the Dragon to help withstand the early onslaught. This is looking really tough for Brachkata, and you can say, well, unlucky matchup and everything, but Spikes put a lot of thought into this lineup, clearly. It's very, very clever, and it's also not only good regarding like what he's expecting to do, he was expecting a lot of Lee Sin in this tournament, I would assume, with his lineup, and he definitely hit the nail on the head here. This is phenomenal, like really good for Spikes. He's gonna carry over that spell mana. We see gifts from beyond. There is the Mentor of the Stones onto Zoe here.
And Lee Sin for both players already enhanced, so that's kind of the one little sub-quest you have to do when you're playing Lee Sin. Find him when you need him, and they both have it to start things off, so that is great to see for both players. Like you mentioned with the Sunburst, I think it's also a meta where Bastion is not a thing, because obviously Bastion doesn't do anything against a Minimorph, for example. Would be a great answer to Sunburst, but actually no, it would just be silence anyway, so it wouldn't really matter.
These gems are going to be very good for Brachkata.
And the Zoe already on 3 attack.
Yeah, exactly. The Zoe has a 3/3 granted, by the way, so she stays like that. And while Spikes has had a decent opening himself, this is definitely an advantageous position for Kata. Getting all those gems allow the level up for Lee Sin to happen much easier. Also, playing around the Ionian version of Aloof Travelers, I would assume, with that Moonlight onto Lee Sin, can allow him to play Lee Sin, ramp into it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we saw that preemptive start chart, not only to get more value out of Zoe, but also potentially set up this play that allows him to curve Lee Sin 1 turn earlier, and that is a massive deal, Panda.
One of the downsides with Mentor of Stones, the gems, is, it clogs up your hand a little bit. You end up maybe sometimes burning cards. We saw it many times before with the older versions of Lee Sin, that it was kind of tricky to always keep your hand in check when you're cycling so much and drawing so much with things like Guiding Touch and Pale Cascade and Deep Med as well.
Yeah, and that really comes into play here because it actually forced Brachkeda to go with that preemptively, giving Spikes the information that he's setting up that 4-mana Lee Sin. He had to do that because otherwise the triple gem in his hand would have made him overdraw. Because right now, if you look at his hand, he has a total of 10 cards. So otherwise, you would not really reveal that Moonlight until you were actually ready to play Lee Sin himself.
And there's a challenge onto the Zoe. 4 attack coming in on the Dragon Link, so enough to kill her even if 1 Pale Cascade is played. If 2 Pale Cascades are played, then that might not be the case, but we still have things like Twin Discipline if you want to use it. If you think Zoe is that important to take down. And we've seen her today level up a few times and be very, very impactful in many different matchups.
The attack goes through. The 3/3 threat has been dealt with. Very important, but down goes 4-mana Lee Sin. And this is just... It's like a buffed up lecturing Yordle in a way. That stat line is really neat at 4-mana, and that's only the beginning. It's rough.
Maybe, thinking about lecturing Yordle, we should have just looked at Lee Sin's body and said, yeah, maybe this 4-mana is going to be pretty strong.
Yeah. Bit of an upgrade here as down goes Zenith Blade with the Daybreak enabled, which is going to allow Spikes to cycle through his deck. Still has the 5-mana left open to drop Lee Sin. And we're going to see what Brachkeda does here. Will he read that and will he pass back, or will he be gearing for an attack here?
Of course, this is the attack token turn for Brachkeda, which is going to be relevant for both the Zoe and the Lee Sin, of course. And Spikes knows this. Spikes knows that Brachkeda is going to want to do something here, and he can kind of play more passively, react to what his opponent does, and with that extra bit of information, make a more optimal play.
Really interesting situation here because you really missing out on this attack feels so bad, right? But letting Spikes develop his own Lee Sin just freely here also is not too great. But you get to deal with this either dragon, apply a little bit of pressure, get Zoe value as well, making that super cool start at 1 mana. And now that the attack is over, Spike's like, okay, this is the opening. I'm in 1 turn later, but I'm still in nonetheless. Those gems are great for Brachkeda though. That one off of Mentor of the Stone is gonna pull its way here.
And let's see what else can occur here.
Pass here if you're Brachkeda. I mean, the problem is you overdraw, but that's not even that big of an issue. We'll see.
Super cool star chart played. I'm gonna expect just as a priority pass here as well. You can play Moonsilver, you can play Equinox if you expect more Eye of the Dragons.
I would take Moonsilver always.
One already, and it's gonna be Moonsilver instead. Great activation for Lee Sin.
It's just too good. It opens up so many things. It's just it's an amazing card here. And Brachkeda has managed to find it back-to-back, getting the ramp on Lee Sin and now allowing even more flexibility within his spell chaining plays. As Spikes passes back, we've been talking about Spikes a lot with his ability as a control player. He makes good use of the pass system. It kind of reminds me of a British Allen,
I guess he's a world champion, so that will be a big compliment.
That's a compliment, yeah.
Looking at the Moonsilver as well, I wanted to mention that also there's a surprise factor of having to think about all the different plays your opponent can make with certain mana thresholds -1, because Moonsilver is a possibility every time, or most of the times that you invoke as well. So especially in a matchup like this one where there's certain thresholds that matter so much, things like Deny, things like Amplify, things like Zenith Blade, even in some cases, you really have to be thinking about all the different combinations that Brachkeda might have in hand.
Spikes has a pretty good series of answers to Lee Sin specifically within hand here. Will of Ionia, Double Kazapalm, and Deny to counter the level up Dragon's Kick? Dragon's Rage.
Rage.
Dragons.
I was gonna get Rage, but I was gonna let you do your thing first and say Kick.
Yeah, I love how you don't step in there to save it. I'm gonna let him butcher this. And then I'm gonna look smart. Good
So
for
we
you.
go from the knife to the butcher. That's a pretty aggressive sounding nicknames, Mogwai. If I was someone that did not know the backstory, I would be pretty scared of you. The gem
I don't know if the backstory actually helps or whatever. Here we go. Double gem on to Lee Sin. Gearing up for a very easy level up here for Brachkata. Here we go. But like we mentioned, there's a lot of answers here for Spikes. He's got Concuss him, Will of Ionia, and Deny backup as well. And this is where the double deny comes into play, Panda. This is where double deny, which is not really ideal in like the full scope of the meta, but actually really strong here, though.
And I think this is why Spike was so happy playing this very slow, because he has a lot of answers for not just one turn, but like multiple turns of Lee Sin attacks. He has like all the answers already in hand, so he can really take it slow and know that there's already this failsafe in hand and ready to go to answer all the big threats from Brachkata, and he can slowly develop his own offensive over the next few turns.
This Will of Ionia is really neat. Also important to know that Concussive Palm also achieves the same. As
deep med now into a deny, but there's still deny here from Spikes, and that would answer it perfectly.
And he's got one deny, and that's very, very important information to take into account. Because once he goes for that deny, he doesn't have it anymore, and Spikes having one more, it's just, it goes a long way. The problem for Spikes right now is that he's lacking card draw. He needs to find resources here, and he's gonna go for the Zenith Blade, not get the Daybreak proc off of it though, which means he won't be able to cycle his deck through it, but still making use of his mana, make sure it doesn't burn. He doesn't need to counter anything at this point, with only 2 mana left for Brachkata that then I can sit at the back for later, and he draws a ton of the Zenith Blade. It feels bad.
Both Zenith Blades are top decked by both players.
Oh, both. Okay, I just saw mirror match.
Spikes, the one problem he has now is that his hand is very reactive, which might be an issue with trying to get Lee Sin with 2 spells played every turn. He's attacking, might be a little bit of an issue. So like you mentioned, I think he does have to draw into cycling, into waste to just play a lot of spells in one turn to have his own Lee Sin activated and really doing damage here against Brachkata.
Gotta love Lee Sin mirror matches. All right, here we go. Level up. A little bit later, you know, no gem support there for Spikes, but level up nonetheless. And unlike Spikes, Brachkata is lacking a little bit of reactiveness here. He does have the 2 mana deep meditation though, which can definitely find some answers here.
He does have the Hush as well in hand, which is something that.
But Hush doesn't stop the Dragon's Rage though.
Yeah.
So it does stop like a tremendous damage output, but Lee Sin still gets recalled.
And there's the kick coming on Lee Sin action. And another reset for Brachkata, and still, like you mentioned, so many answers in hand with 3 concussive palms in the hand for Spikes. There's a Pill Cascade onto Zoe, trying to win that Zoe trade, and not really much that Spikes can do in this case.
By the way, we just got informed that Bat Attack has defeated Quickwell 2-1 and is our first finalist of today's season 0, trying to keep the dream alive for a second win for Czechia in the Legend of Runeterra season 0.
Lee Sin once again coming down, getting tired of being, bounced back and forth from the board to the hand, trying to just,
Ooh, the second deny.
Still very reactive though.
Yeah. But enough, like enough proactivity as well, and more than anything, like I'd rather have a bunch of answers to Lee Sin and run a little bit low on gas than the other way around, right? Like right now, Brachkata has a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of
the palm topic though. Brachkata gives him a chance now to answer Spikes.
It does. And there's still that deep meditation that he's yet to go for. Here we go again. Now it's time for a concussive palm. Unless he's just, honestly, you can just take the hit here. But the problem is, I mean, you still have the Zenith Blade, though. Mm-hmm. So you're not really missing out on much. And you can preserve your answers for later, depending on how long you're expecting for this match to go. And he's going to let it take a hit. I like it.
It's a way of finding things to do proactively. You can just play Lee Sin now for your mana and not be, you had this mana to work with anyway. You're going to have, too much mana to work with this turn. So, yeah, I think it does work out. Now we will see if Crescendum might be denied here. Not going to be the case. Eye of the Dragon comes down for Brachkata, and that's yet another Dragonling and a little bit more value on the board outside of Lee Sin.
We could see Spikes actually pass here and lead off with Zenith Blade next round to try to get the Daybreak effect and thin his deck a little bit. There's a demeditation. It finally happens. Picks up another Concussive Palm and the third Zenith Blade. Some rough draws for Brashkeda. That Zoe's is, I was going to say, close to leveling up, and there she is. All right, that's a big deal.
You're on some good instincts today with the Zoe level ups, because every time you mention it, literally 2 seconds later.
I was just like looking at it like, that she's about to, okay, there you go.
And there is the Eye of the Dragon, the Dragonling, giving everything lifesteal now as well.
Down goes Zenith Blade with double deny backup. This is pretty safe generally. And like we mentioned, it allows to cycle through your deck. Thin it a little bit.
The Guiding Touch is massive. You're able to get some cycling and get another spell activation for Lee Sin this turn as a proactive play, and not, you know, your entire hand is just fully reactive basically.
And still opens up even double deny if it were necessary. Like we could see a deny here, and then a double another Concussive Palm, and then another deny, and still have the ability to play Guiding Touch in case you needed it for some reason. Yeah, I think a deny here is warranted. The Hush is a one-off in the deck, right? So you don't have to worry about Hush anymore. It's all about the stuns, and if you're able to deny this, and we talked about Brashkeda's Zoe, but Spike Zoe is almost there too. I don't think Guiding Touch is really.
Hush in Brashkeda's list is running 2 copies, and Spikes is running 1 copy.
Okay.
There is the usual spell chain that we were missing a little bit in these Lee Sin mirrors.
There we go. It is
5
double deny
spells in a row. Zenith Blade into Palm, into Deny, into Palm, into the second Deny from Spikes. Spikes
looking to go for the kill here. Gonna get a boost onto Lee Sin. Gonna get him up to 5 power. There are no more Zenith Blades left in the deck. He's gonna be targeting that Lee Sin to recall it, bounce it back, and looking to hit for 10 damage total onto the opposing Nexus. But we see that because of the level up, everything on the board right now for Brashkeda, it has lifesteal. So he can do a lot of healing here as he retaliates, but forces him to play Lee Sin from hand again.
And you have double Palm here to stop even 2 of the lifesteal units if you want to.
And right now, I mean, that demeditation is really big because, like you mentioned, there's another Hush left. So it could buy Brashkeda a little bit of time here. I mean, that Zoe must be like at the verge here. Oh, the second Concussive Palm is gonna be huge.
It's massive. You think you have I mean, you still drag the Zoe out of the way, so it cannot block Brashkeda Zoe. You do still get the super cool star chart. You get some extra value to help you out in this late game.
No, you get Behold the Infinite at this stage, which is really neat. I mean, Concussive Palm prevents a lot of health gain here. You just have to worry about that Invoke, but that's pretty much it.
By doing this, you're kind of giving up on your thinking, I'm going to end the game next turn, because obviously you want to save this for Lee Sin next turn on Brashkeda's attack token turn, but I don't think you have, with the hand you're seeing here for Spikes, he doesn't really have the resources for that. He has to pull the trigger now and try and go for the Lee Sin kill next turn with his opponent only at 7 HP.
What's interesting is that he didn't even go for the Resonating Strike right there. Oh, the Sunburst.
Sunburst can take down Lee Sin next turn. Behold the Infinite does not find...
the Golden Sister though, Panda, with leveled up Zoe. Oh, you gotta take that.
I mean, you have to worry about Lee Sin. You need an answer to take down Lee Sin. If you can't, then I mean, it's really
no. But irrelevant. I mean, doesn't he have? He still has deep meditation. Okay, but he's just cycling for it.
He would have to fish for it, but there's no guarantees here, obviously. And right now, Spikes is the one that's gonna have the chance to win this game on the next turn.
Gonna go for the Guiding Touch, cycle through his deck even more, just drawing spells all day. Here we go. Comes down to this. There's so much lifesteal, so much going around. That Notify though, could that stop anything relevant here? There's another Guiding Touch. Another Guiding Touch that can be used to cycle through.
Will Brashkeda mill himself though? He has to be careful with this much cycling. We've been drawing for a while now. There's the drag.
He's dragging that lifesteal first.
You want to do it. Yeah, first Lee Sin, surely?
Yeah, right. Like that's weird. Spikes? Okay.
There we go. That would have been a pretty major.
Daddy?
Lee Sin coming in first.
Okay, there you go. Attaboy.
Guaranteeing the hit on his opponent's Lee Sin, guaranteeing the damage with Zoe, of course, the loot damage if you need an extra bit of damage there as well. If there's a guiding touch in hand, for example. And you still have the
Deep meditation. Does he find the hush? He does not.
Doesn't.
Guiding touch. Guiding touch. There's still a chance. Up to 11. Another guiding touch. Oh God! Don't do this to me.
He keeps going. He keeps cycling. And
Doesn't find it. Resonating strike does it.
This is it.
Resonating strike does it.
Spikes
Exactly. No, actually, no, not exact lethal. It's double, so more than exact. Without resonating strike, he does not have lethal. He needs to go for it. And Spikes is really, really thinking about this here, but he needs to go for it. On to Lee Sin.
He's thinking through all the possible. Gonna hit it on the Zoe.
On the Zoe, I like it. I like it. I mean that kind of. I mean, he's already seen all 3 guiding touches, right? So I guess doesn't have to play around that anymore. Now it's exact lethal.
10 damage coming in from Lee Sin, 3 damage from the Zoe. Because of the double guiding touch, it was only going to be 1. It was already exact lethal, but because of the second guiding touch healing up to 13 for Keta, you need to have that extra bit of damage. And right now, it is enough. Even with lifesteal on the board, the way you order the attackers if you're spiked, you're making it so there is no lifesteal possibility.
That's it.
The Shen emote, and
That's
Spikes
it.
is going to be joining Badge Attack in the finals of this Bandlewood seasonal tournament with, I think, excellent play, excellent lineup choice from Spikes, and a very deserved place in the finals up against Badge Attack.
So deserved, like 100% deserved. That preparation is just top notch. I really, really, really like his lineup. I like the fact that he managed to soft target a lot of stuff by bringing the lineup like that, bringing a deck that nobody else is bringing. Like, I haven't seen it by any other player, the Bandle Tree tactic right there. But it really, by combining those 3 decks together, it allows you to answer high-end threats. And he predicted what people will be bringing today, clearly, by soft targeting Lee Sin like that. His own version of Lee Sin being well geared, not only for the mirror, but also for Bandle City matchups with the double Sunburst. That accomplishes so much. Like, it's good against the mirror. It's great against Draven Scion. Another deck that he had really well cornered. Like, even if Brachkeda managed to get the win there with Lee Sin, he would have had a rough time overcoming Lee Sin with his Draven Scion. The way Spike designed his deck, he's just really impressed with his lineup, and I honestly have him as a favorite here, even though he's going up against such an amazing competitor in Badge Attack. We have one hell of a finals here, ladies and gentlemen. It is UK versus Czechia.
Yeah, very exciting to watch. Of course, I mentioned at the beginning, would this be the tournament that UK with 4 participants tries to make a big impact? And it was. Spikes brings it all the way to the finals. Badge Attack trying to make a repeat win for Czechia with Thomas winning season number 4. But overall, I think 2 big names in Europe's competitive scene and very exciting finals coming up after this very short break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with the grand finals of the Bandlewood seasonal tournament.
I'd like very much to participate to Worlds this year if there are. So I guess if there are information like maybe on how to qualify to Worlds, I'll try to do that. Otherwise, I will just try to get the 7-2 option for the seasonal. Yes.
Same as always. Get high enough on ladder for 7-2 in seasonal, then get 7-2 in seasonal, and maybe one day win seasonal. You have to aim sky high.
I'm kind of just waiting to see where Riot is wanting to take competitive Runeterra and take it from there.
Okay, so I have 3 goals, I guess. First one is to improve as a player. I have some skills I need to improve on, especially my nerves, not to let my emotions cloud my judgment. Second goal, improve as a coach. I've been coaching some students and I want to improve and relay information much better. Third one is I want to help grow the competitive scene in the MENA region, and I've been seeing a lot of growth in the game for the region. We have a lot of players that are competing really well. We have 3 players this top 32 that made it.
As always, my first goal is to improve myself, my personal development as a player. I don't try to put too many hard goals like that are results oriented, like win X or Y, because those don't depend on me. So I try to focus on the things that I can change as a player, which is my approach inside the game and outside the game.
Okay, that's a little bit tricky and that's a difficult one. There are two things going on here. In first place, unless I've missed something, we still don't know about what the new world's structure and seasonal structure will be next year. So it's difficult to plan around that right now. Obviously, if they are something remotely similar to what they have been this season, that will be almost my only goal, to do well in seasonals and then to be able to qualify for the Worlds qualifier and then try to go for Worlds, obviously. Other than that, in my personal situation, I guess I am a 39 years old dad, so family, school and work don't let enough free time for me to allow to compete in the full array of tournaments available.
I would definitely love to win a seasonal. Finally, I've been getting close enough to it, but I would really like to get that one step further, and then I would also really like to get back to Worlds and do better than I did last time.
That's a tough one to answer because I feel like we don't have enough details yet, and until we have details and until we see the format, and until then I can't really tell if it's worth it to go all in on the competitive grind, or as of right now my plan is to focus more on content creation.
Well, definitely my goal is definitely to stay consistent as I am now, and maybe hopefully qualify once again for World.
First of all, I want to see what's in the future ahead of us. I want to see if there will be World, prize money, the system, So I would love to compete, but we will see the conditions.
I don't have any particular goals. I obviously want to qualify for the seasonal again, and I'll probably try to get pretty high on the ladder so that maybe this time I'll have a chance at the World's qualifiers.
We were preparing with the Europe Masters team, which means Baya and Thomas together. We were preparing on the Europe Masters and on the seasonal tournament at the same time, basically.
Well, I didn't prepare that much. I talked with the Pokerak and Thomas, but the most of the time I played just New World.
So this time around I honestly did not really prep. I was only focusing on streaming and YouTube. I literally just asked a friend of mine 40 minutes before check-in ended for a lineup. I took that. They were all decks I was comfortable on, and it performed pretty well. I can't complain.
This time around I didn't do as much preparation. It was basically just the preparation that I did for the Worlds qualifiers, and then just a couple new decks were introduced in the format, so I had to think about how does that change my approach, and that was pretty much it. Yeah.
I was playing quite a bit with some Spanish tournament players, so I'd say this is one of the tournaments I've been most ready for. I can't always spend enough time preparing, but I feel this was not the time.
So I contacted some Spanish friends to help me out this time. Some of my teammates from Team Aretusa. It was pretty easy, I would say. I think we had a good read on the meta, so it was just polishing the decks and preparing a little bit how to pilot them, and nothing much special.
Well, the usual, just screaming with my group partners, Dailton, Catasys, Broken Ball, all the REO members. And for this specific season, I actually looked at Alan's lineup, and I pretty much brought a lineup that does okay or slightly favored into it. And I saw a lot of people running it in the tournament, or running something similar. So yeah, that helped out.
So I didn't actually prep for the open rounds, I just kind of went in. I played Valorant the whole week before.
Well, I didn't prep much this time because I really wanted to just play meta and have results. This time, on the opposite of too many last times.
I didn't have a lot of preparation because I was already quite well prepared thanks to EU Masters. But with my team, we still PCS. We still did like an internal tournament where we all bring our lineup and test it against the others. And I think it worked out pretty well because 4 of us are qualified.
So to be honest, I didn't prepare much for the open rounds. I had a bit of practice previously with Sion Draven, but didn't really play for 2 weeks before the tournament. I had an idea of what kind of lineup I want to play, but I talked to my friends from REO, which is my prep group, and they helped me with my lineup.
And we are back with Legends of Runeterra Beyond the Bandlewood Seasonal Tournament. It's time for the finals, ladies and gentlemen, and we got one hell of a final ready for you today as we're going to take a look at the bracket and see the 2 players that made it all the way here.
In the semifinals, Spikes, as we saw, took down Badge Attack 2-0, and off stream we saw Badge Attack taking the win against Quipquel 2-1. This puts up, 2 of the biggest names and most consistent names in Runeterra's European scene the past year in the final, and it gives Spikes the chance to give UK their first ever big tournament win in Runeterra's history if he was able to take it here, whereas Badge Attack has a chance to put Czechia, further advancing Czechia into the, kind of the group of powerhouse countries in Europe, getting what could be a second win for Czechia after Thomas won seasonal number 4.
This could be a huge win for both of these players for slightly different reasons. Spikes hasn't really managed to make a name for himself as much as Bajatek has. He's had some really strong performances and is definitely a phenomenal player. But in Europe Masters, UK kind of fell a little bit short. And in prior showcases, he's fell down right before reaching the top, right? And this could be his opportunity to get that really impressive seasonal win, and doing so showcasing his amazing preparation and his ability to sequence more slower paced decks. But man, Bajatek has been on a tear as of late. This guy just keeps popping up, Panda. Like, he is just making a name for himself ever since that first year of Master, which little was known about him, and he missed that high five and everything. That was proven to be the lowest of the lows for him, because from that point onwards, tournament after tournament, having better and better results, was a part of the World Championship. Had a bit of a rough run there. He was not able to make it to the top 8, but was there nonetheless. And now just back at it here, man. After doing well in Europe Masters and making it to the top 8 there, he's here in the finals, having defeated his teammate Pakrvac and having had a really rough run getting there as well, having to take down opponents like Ultraman and QuickWow, who has been doing so well in the tournament too. Just really, really hyped for this finals, because both of these players really do deserve to be here. And I'm not really sure who's going to take it, because I was saying Spike's preparation is really impressive, but I'm not sure how well it cues into Bajatek, to be honest.
Listen, Mogwai, if missing a high five is what it takes to develop into a player like Bajatek, we're going to see, from now on, we're going to see players just punching the air every time they're armed on screen, trying their best to hit that caster blessing, or I guess that high five blessing, because Bajatek has become, like you mentioned, I mean, the elite of the elite, and at a very young age as well. Really, the sky is the limit. Someone that is just starting off really the professional career in competitive card games, and already his resume as a 18, 19-year-old is incredible, with the consistency of his performances. Qualified to the World Championships, qualified to EU Masters, always getting to the quarterfinals at the very least with Czechia every single time. And just how many seasons in a row has it been now? I mean, I interview him every time, so I know he's been there, because we're very good friends now just from the interviews we do together. I get to talk to him at least once a month. That just makes me think. Well.
That makes me think, like what you said earlier, it's like requirements to be a Legend of Runeterra player, become a card slinger and a shadow boxer. That is the way Bajatek knows, and we are going to take a look at the lineup, see what these players brought, get a bit of a reminder, since we have seen it before, but it's going to be very interesting to see, or to discuss rather, how they will match up against each other. As we see, Bajatek is running the same lineup Pakrvac was, as he is playing Zoe Nami alongside Senna, I was going to say Agar, Sen of Agar Darkness, and last but not least, Gangplank, Twisted Fate, Euro Pirates, or as we like to call it, Ping City.
And this is a lineup that was constructed alongside Thomas, alongside Pakrvac, the player that Bajatek took down in the quarterfinals, the Czech Civil War there. In the end, he has made it to the final here. So at least he has done his teammate proud. And this is the lineup that he's done it with, with a much more aggro slanted version of Darkness. Not so greedy, no Rekindler, only one missed call. And Spike's lineup is the furthest away from aggro that we probably have seen all tournament long. So I think that is already a bit of a hindrance here with the version that Bajatek is running. But overall, let's take a look at Spike's lineup. We just saw him win against Bajatek, but let's get a quick reminder on what exactly he has brought to this tournament.
The reason why I'm very impressed with Spike's preparation is I feel like he really predicted well what people were going to bring. And there's several things to say about Spike's lineup. The first thing that I really want to mention is how well it's soft targeting certain popular strategies, or at least strategies that turned out to be popular today, as he has a lineup that seems to be very well geared to face off against Draven Scion and also Lee Sin. He's very well geared for the mirror match with his own Lee Sin, and his other two decks having access to mini morph, so he can punish slower strategies. But the thing is, Bajatek is not playing Draven Scion. Bajatek is not playing Lee Sin. Bajatek is playing a completely different sort of approach, and perhaps is bringing a lineup that Spikes did not predict as well. And we're going to see how, specifically how Darkness can fare against these decks. Let's see if we can take a look at Spike's decks here and go over the Lee Sin with a double sunburst right there that we mentioned, the slower Darkness that's not as well geared against aggro, but that Ruination can go a long way, especially considering Bandlewood is bringing somewhat of an aggressive, but not hyper aggressive lineup, so it could put in the work. And then we see that Bandle Tree deck with the slight splash for Noxus and House Spider and Ravenous Flock, but then all in with the pretty good region known as Bandle City, and having that alternate win condition in the 5-mana landmark as a full set.
Looking at the decks, are there any clear-cut bans that you would predict, Mogwai?
So when it comes to Spike's lineup, if you're Badge Attack, right, and you're running Zoe, Nami, you got your Darkness, and you got your Pink City. If you're looking at these decks, I would make an argument for Lee Sin, personally. I feel like Badge Attack is not really running the best answers to it. Yeah, he has a couple of mini-morphs, not even a full set of mini-morph in the Darkness deck, and his other two decks are pretty wide open to it. He could potentially race it with both of them, but he could also not. And Eye of the Dragon could halt him really well. There's also Will of Ionia and Hush. There's several ways that Lee Sin can stall the Zoe Nami, and I feel like that's the most dangerous deck for Badge Attack to face. So I am expecting a Lee Sin ban from Badge Attack. From Spikes, on the other hand, Zoe Nami, Darkness, and Pink City. Definitely expecting Pink City to go through. I feel like it's the most liable deck of the three. And it comes down between Zoe Nami and Darkness. I think we could see a double target ban here, to be honest, Panda. I think Zoe Nami would also make quite a bit of sense. Even though he's packing some good answers, Zoe Nami is a little bit too quick for some of these decks and could be a bit of a problem. Even though his own Lee Sin is very well geared towards stalling certain elements of it, it's very likely to take the ban to begin with. So that's what I'm going to go for. Double target ban here for both players.
And Zoe Nami is a deck that, maybe today viewers might have the wrong opinion about it, because we've seen Nami not being a little bit camera shy, not really popping up into the hands of players, and that being a problem, because the deck that doesn't really function to the level that it normally, it wants to without Nami being drawn early. But still, if you don't ban Zoe Nami and it pulls off, the nuts hand that we've seen so many times before with Nami on turn 4, with Double Trouble, etc., regardless of what your strategy is, you might be in big trouble against, a full elusive board that has been buffed to infinity.
We do see both players bringing Darkness, but both versions of Darkness are actually very different. Like we mentioned prior, Badge Attack's version is there to counter more aggressive decks. Perhaps not the greatest call in this tournament specifically, since there's been very little aggro running around, but probably a good reason as to why he was able to take down Quickwell, who was running a pretty aggressive sort of lineup in the semifinals. He does have that one copy of Hapless Aristocrat to add a little bit of extra chump blocking in the early game, but also is running stuff like Missed Call to preserve his threats. But only 2 copies of Mini-Morphing, just so many different sources of drain and health gain in the higher end of the curve. While Spike's version of Darkness is running a one-off of Go Hard. I can't get over that, Panda. Like, that one-off of Go Hard, like, I don't think... Like, honestly, like, I feel like if I ran into somebody in the ladder playing one Go Hard in their deck, I would think they're crazy. So, I'm gonna
blow your mind, Mogwai, with a stat for Badge Attack. We talked about consistency. This is a player that out of the 10 possible major tournaments that we've seen for Runeterra this year, 6 seasonals, 3 Master Europes, and 1 World Championship, Badge Attack has qualified and performed to a pretty high level in 8 of them.
That is insane.
Of the major tournaments.
That is crazy.
This man has been there.
I knew he's been there, but I didn't know it was that much.
He has
done,
my
lord!
I mean, making it to Worlds already an accomplishment. He's been to the quarterfinals of every single Masters Europe tournament, and he's gone pretty far in all of the seasonal tournaments as well. So really, really impressive from Badge Attack. The Mr. Consistency in terms of results and qualifications.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop a hot take here. I think Badge Attack is a pretty decent Legends of Runeterra player.
I might have to agree with you. I'm on the fence, but 50-50. All right. I will say, Mogwai, you are correct. I think he is also a very good Legends of Runeterra player.
I heard you say Meowwai. I'm like, are you calling me a cat now?
Subconscious.
I'm contagious, aren't I?
You are. Ever since your Sagar, my mind was already trying to melt.
One of us.
We will see what the ban will be here for either of these players. Of course, best of 3 conquest format. Ban 1 deck, win with 2. It's not best of 5 because, of course, the seasonal decks are kind of all... The entire format is very automatic with tournament clients, so this is the way it is. 3 decks for each player. 1 gets banned. You have to win with the remaining 2. No double elimination, no complications. Just 1 best of 3 to win it all. $10,000 on the line for the champion for this tournament today.
And like I said, I'm definitely anticipating a back-to-back target ban. Zoe Nami and Lee Sin, because their decks can struggle a little bit against it. Like I mentioned, Spikes is soft targeting Lee Sin himself, but I don't think that applies to a deck like Zoe Nami. I think Zoe Nami is a little bit quicker and can really go under any of these lists. While if we were in that situation, it would be Darkness v Darkness, and then the big difference would be Bandle City Pirates versus Bandle City Friendship. Yeah, gonna go with that. It is a deck about bringing everybody together, right?
I mean, okay, yeah, debatable, but let's just say yes, Molly. Let's agree to everything from now on. I think that's gonna be my line of play. I'm just gonna have to agree to everything. That's how we make it through this final match of the day.
That's how I deal with all the random BS you say.
Oh, trying to flip this around. No, that's not how it works.
All right, here we go.
We're going right into game 1.
Oh, okay, I got it completely wrong. Okay, well,
bringing Zoe Nami and Spikes bringing Lee Sin.
Panda, yes, Nami! He drew Nami in the opener. Oh my god, can we get some hype in the chat, please?
Nami is no longer shy. She has made it, past that initial pressure from the crowd, and she has decided to come into the hand right away, right as things starts off, to once again be on the spotlight in this showdown.
You know, the craziest thing is, for a second, my brain, I saw him just full mulligan that hand away, and I'm like, what? I was having like a stroke. I was like, what? Here we go. Here we go, double trouble. Oh, no. It's been a while, so the odds are back on the table, and yeah, come back to me with an actual even sort of bet, I've evolved, and it's whoa, that's not what it's come in. Wow,
Ping City banned on Attack's lineup, and it will be the Darkness banned for Spike. So
these make sense too if you think about it, because Ping City is like the faster deck, and I believe Spikes is ultimately weak against that because his own Darkness is not really packing a lot of healing like Badge Attacks is. So he's more geared towards combo and control decks than he is towards pure aggression. So him targeting the faster decks makes sense, but Badge Attack is 2 very high power level options now.
The pass from Badge and Spikes accepts it, burning a lot of his mana. Now we see it here. Both players even mana, but there has been a double played and 2 units on the board now for Badge Attack as a bit of an advantage. Obviously, the longer this game goes, might be beneficial for Spikes with Lee Sin and that OTK ability.
Yeah, I mean, this is really big, especially considering he has access to Guiding Touch as well to preserve the Nami and help her survive an attack from Lee Sin himself. And one of the things about Lee Sin is that, yeah, he has a very nasty late game potential, but the deck itself struggles removing threats off the board. A champion like Nami is extremely threatening in this scenario because his best option is to Will of Ionia, and it's a 3-drop that attunes. So you're actually losing out on a lot of tempo by doing that. And there's another pass. Wow. Stalemate.
There's Sparklefly. This is something that Badge Attack needed. I think he was looking for that ideal elusive unit to get into the hand to buff up with Nami. Although there are going to be, obviously the double trouble units are going to be taking some buffs away as well. But overall, a big board is going to be good, especially because there hasn't been an Eye of the Dragon developed, and there hasn't been kind of the Dragon Link chain of that wall already set up, although there is one in hand. No Hush in the list for Badge Attack, which I think means that the biggest answer Badge Attack will have for Lee Sin will be Spell Thief, hitting a lot of the answers that Spikes himself might be playing, like Concussive Palm, like Will of Ionia.
I really like this play from Badge Attack, developing the Trickster over the Sparklefly. A bit more resilient, waiting for that Lee Sin to go down. This is what Badge Attack has been winning all this time. Let's see what he opts to do. There is the option of going from Gifts from Beyond into Gravitum, but instead, Badge Attack is going to fire off a Make It Rain. There is Pale Cascade there for Spikes, but that would leave him, that would be his final play this round. The question is he worried about anything else happening here? We'll see. Because otherwise, you just go for the Bill Cascade to preserve the Zoe on board. But I'm not sure if that's ultimately what you want to be doing here. And
Zoe does end up going down. I think at the end of the day, you have the 3-3 elusive, but
I love
obviously Lee Sin can drag it out of the way and then just attack with Zoe. But instead, yeah, a pass comes in,
preventing.
No development there from Bajatak, and now he has a chance to develop possibly the Sparklefly into the Nami and then start chaining off those spells and putting up a lot of pressure on the board with only the Eye of a Dragon as a unit in the hand for spikes. Everything else spell based and very reactive.
I feel like Bajatak is really luring Spikes into a close to unwinnable situation here. The more mana he manages to build up, the more and the more spells he has in hand, he'll be able to just go turbo like crazy. Because Spike's only way of really dealing with this Nami permanently is by attacking it with Lee Sin. He's limited to the turn in which he has the attack token at his disposal. And even though Lee Sin is on the board, it's unless Spike is threatening Bajatak with an OTK, Bajatak is just gonna completely outpace the hell out of him here. Like this is. I think Spikes may have been a little bit too passive here. I understand having to deal with Nami, but Bajatak is really capitalized in this scenario. And now we're in a situation in which he's low on mana here, but he's not vulnerable to losing Nami. He can get Will of Ionia, but that just really slows him down a little bit. We'll see what happens here.
The hand is very good as well. Double Spell Thief is so big with all the spells being great to steal. You have obviously cycle spells like Guiding Touch and Deep Med that you make use of very efficiently in your deck, or even kind of Lee Sin counters with Will of Ionia, with Concussive Palm. So, and like you mentioned, you play Nami down this turn and you have kind of 2 turns of spell mana to buff everything before she even gets targeted or anything is done to even try and remove her.
Yeah, and Will of Ionia just doesn't seem like it's worth it here. It stops a little bit, I guess, but it's just not what you want to see. Like, you want to preserve Will to just stall out these elusives a little bit better. And we're going to see Bajatak go with a Gist from Beyond to buff the Sparklefly up to 3/3 stat line, threatening 6 damage onto Spikes. Spikes still has a lot of mana to work with, though. But the question is, will he be utilizing his stuns or rather preserving them for later for when these elusives are actually absolutely massive? And I like that approach. I also love him picking up that Graviton as well.
Exactly. It punishes any kind of development. You're going to have to open attack with Lee Sin unless you want just a full attack token turn, which is very relevant, obviously, for Lee Sin to be completely stopped in its tracks unless a deny is drawn by Spikes.
Down goes the Guiding Touch, cycles through the deck a little bit more. He finds
Noblefy also works against the Gravitum, so both options were actually okay, and it is going to be the Spikes drawing the Noblefy instead.
And there he goes. The win condition is set up. The Zenith Blade onto Lee Sin, but he still has to level up Lee Sin and also build up the attack quite a bit too. There is, the Shelly coming in.
She could be massive with 2 Spell Thieves as well.
Gonna go for the Sonic Wave. Gonna try to deal with Nami and also with an elusive as well. Let's see what he opts to challenge with this Dragonling right here. Gonna be dragging one of the regular blockers. Interesting. I wonder why he's targeting this specifically. I wonder why he's targeting this. Like, why remove the 2/1 that's gonna sponge a bunch of buffs? I guess just to remove a body from the board and take away Shelly value in general.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bajatak is gonna let that happen because it's all about Shelly now. It's all about the Shelly.
And just so much, you know, the double Spell Thief is massive, especially depending on what he hits, to just create so much value with these elusives on the board. There's no elusive blockers, there's no Zoe here, there's no Sharp Sight in this list from Lee Sin. 18 HP seems like a lot, but I mean, you have the Concussive Palms. You can chain like 4 of them or 3 of them in one turn, so you have those answers.
But you still haven't pushed damage, is the thing.
Yeah.
Like, you
what's the
need to
long-term
OTK.
plan?
I mean, Twin Disciplines definitely helps in that regard, and you're doing a great job cycling through your deck. But there, like, also we mentioned the Noblefy, but the moment Spikes commits his Noblefy, it enters the pool for Spell Thief as well. As he picked up here, he picked up a Deep Meditation. Oh my goodness! Does he get another one? He does. He does. Oh, but he takes the Guiding Touch. Oh, but this is nuts, dude. This is so much value right here. This Shelly is gonna go up. Double Shelly. Oh, you go for it, right? I mean, the problem is, do you have enough mana to really capitalize on it? I mean, you have to go for it. It's just so much. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Like, this is insane. Wow, we were talking about like he's got concussive palms for days, but he may be forced to use them here. Like all of this is so much power.
And Spikes is looking at this. He was thinking about Nami being the big threat. We talked about, we kind of, hyped up Nami being the key part of this matchup, but now Shelly coming in is just double Shelly even. Spikes is looking at this and probably thinking, what the shell is going on here, because it is a big attack about to come in.
What the shell? Are you serious?
I was looking at your face, Mog. I was waiting to see the reaction.
Okay. There's the Nopify. Down goes the Nopify, trying to preserve the Zoe here. I mean, he has several options. He could have gone for the twin disciplines as well, but he's like wanted to preserve that for a Lee Sin attack. But this is a scary board, Panda. He's gonna have to concussive palm here. He's actually gonna have to concussive palm twice, it seems.
We're talking about it, two or three times. You don't have all the mana to do it 3 times. You don't have the 12 mana to work with. You could have if you had all the spell mana banked, but instead it will be 2 stuns coming in onto the 6/6 and onto, I suppose, the Sparkle Fly 6/6 as well. Just trying to mitigate as much damage as possible.
We could also see him just going for 1 and being like, hey, as long as I preserve enough mana, I can answer 3 elusive, but that may not even be enough. You may be taking too much damage nonetheless. Gonna go for that guiding touch, so at least second to his deck. Another Will of Ionia. And there's at least a level up. You said there's no Hush in Bajatak's deck, right?
That is correct. I will double check for you, but I'm fairly certain there is, not a single copy of Hush.
Any fast speed stuns or anything with the legs? No, right?
No.
Because I'm looking at that demeditation. Could allow him to dig for something, but I just can't really think of something that this Lee Sin is a huge threat, Panda. Like
the third spell thief is the one thing that you can do.
The spell thief, that's a legitimate option.
We've seen 2 already though. It's only 1 remaining, so the odds aren't quite there. But we've seen crazy things before. We can also see Gravidum. Obviously, we have 1 in hand, and 1 can be drawn from the Gift from Beyond, generated rather. But we have the Nope. Actually, no, we don't have the Noble anymore. So Gravidum is very much an option if the development is done, and there is a development. No in hand. Pale Cascade can cycle and can try and find a deny. There's 2 copies.
But if he finds a deny, he no longer has lethal. That's the important thing here. That's the important thing. Even no, that's not it. Yeah, wow, completely shut down. Complete and utter shutdown here.
Badge attack, praying to the lords above. Rage.
Can we get some praise in the chat for Badge attack here? Oh, the sigh of relief.
And he knows that this was a scary turn. This was the one that he had to make it past. If he survived this, what can Spikes do against this elusive onslaught that Badge attack has prepared here? There's more buffs that can come in. Deep Med can continue cycling and using up this mana effectively. And with a 2-1 Dragon Link attacking when you're 20 HP, you have to feel pretty safe.
Yeah, you can just easily block. I mean, the thing is, you can even just like take the hit so he can't buff this unit to gain more health in response, right?
Yeah, I would definitely just take the hit. I mean, there's no reason to block here, I think.
Especially
because you're going to heal back the damage. You're going to be back at 20 next turn anyway with Sparkle Fly hitting, so I guess there's a chance for it to be Will of Ionia or Concussive Palmed.
He does pass. Gonna go for that demeditation now. Cycle through his deck. And find other options. If he picks up that Spell Thief, there's a Guiding Touch and a line. I mean, those are great options, though. Man, these Shellies are going off. And now it's just all about trying to buff out as much and also trying to remove this Zoe out of the way. This is going to force Spikes to go for a Will of Ionia or a Twin Disciplines here.
And
Will of Ionia feels because you can't play all 4 next round, right? So you could just get a Will of Ionia out here to preserve your Zoe so you can play it again, and then next round you have access to the other 3, and you still have that Twin Disciplines in the back to go for an OTK afterwards. So I think you actually Will of Ionia your Zoe here.
I'm wondering if Bajatak was a bit too proactive with his plays. I think he was fine to maybe priority pass a bit more this turn and see what would happen here, because like you mentioned, I think Spikes would want to commit Will of Ionia this turn to utilize. He still has a lot of mana to work with here, and the reset on these units, you could potentially save up those double buffs from line them up, for example, and then wait till the reset happen and then get that extra value back on the board.
The thing is, you have so many spells to chain that it just feels like at this point.
I think
of course the mana, but you're look at his board. Like every time him being proactive here with double shell. How can you not be proactive with double shell if you think about it? Like, it's just so much value. And oh my lord,
You would have had enough mana last turn to go through pretty much all the spells in hand.
True.
I think you were fine.
True.
After drawing the item up, pass, see what Spikes does. If he commits the pass, then you're fine. I think burning 10 mana and making him, having to use all of his resources next turn possibly.
We could see another Will of Ionia from Spikes here, because otherwise his plays are pretty limited. But at the same time, Will of Ionia is essentially stopping like 7 damage here by doing this. Oh, it's also preventing an open attack, I guess. I guess he's just gonna be going. Oh, that hush is huge. There's a Nami though as well, but you just go with the open attack here. How do you stop? Like even with double concussive palm.
Ooh, another Shelly. Can we see the triple Shelly Trinity being assembled this game?
I mean. Yeah, he is. You see Bajisek right now? He's looking at his deck list. He wants to play that Shelly so bad. He does.
The triple Shelly dream has come to fruition. All the Shellys buffing everything. If someone here is, has a sensitivity to fireworks and bright lights and flashing numbers, look away, because you're about to see an explosion of stats occurring on Bajatak's side with 3 Shellys buffing everything once 2 spells are played.
I love that he looked over the list. I wonder what he was looking for that could potentially punish this play. But we're gonna see this crazy attack go off now, and there's just 6 elusives on the board. No elusives for Spikes. Is there a universe in which Spikes survives his attack? I just don't see it. It's just like this is insane.
You can answer 3 of these units attacking here. You have 2 Concussive Palms and 1 Will of Ionia, or even a Hush if you want to block.
Yeah, but look at that! Look at that value though. You obviously have to stun the 2 13-13s, right? And then you can answer one of the 8-8s.
Actually, you hush one of the 8-8s, and you can...
No, you can't block into any of these. So you don't get anything from.
Once you hush, you do.
Oh yeah, that's true.
With the Dragon Link.
But because of the ordering, because he's attacked with the 2 weaker units.
No, it's not enough. Yeah, regardless, it's just impossible. It's just impossible.
Well, you can discipline a fortitude to get 5 health back. Is this possible? No.
Taking 9, getting hit for 8. You're at 15.
No.
That's
over.
it.
It's over.
Spikes loses this game 1. Bajatak with what was an unstoppable army of elusives. This is what we talked about. Until now, Nami Zoe has looked a little bit disappointing in this tournament today. Bajatak is making sure that we remember why this deck is so feared and so complained about as well on ladder, because Nami Zoe can do completely crazy things. These are stat lines that we haven't seen since Cythria. 10 mana Cythria came down and buffed everything to just 60 attack on some units. Other than that, it is very, very hard to assemble a board like the one we just saw.
But now he has Darkness, Panda. Well, we've spoken really good things about this deck in this tournament. Spike's lineup specifically makes things very interesting because, first of all, Bajatak's version of Darkness is only running 2 Mini-Mors. It is more designed to take on aggressive decks. And second of all, it has no answer for Bandlewood. So this matchup is actually a bit of a late game race, and I do feel like Spikes may have the upper hand here because I can see Bandlewood going faster than Darkness. But we see Twisted Catalyzer and Vhagar in the opener for Bajatak, so he does have pretty much the tools that he needs to pump up this Darkness. He needs to find some Stilted Rope Makers as well, I think.
So is there no way that Contrologist can generate a card that gives you landmark removal?
Out of these 2 regions, no.
Final answer?
Okay, so Shadow Isles gives you Shadow Isles crumble, so it doesn't, and Bandle
City gives you a lot of different cards that generate other cards.
No.
And that
final answer.
All right.
Final is, oh my god. I mean, if he gets trinket trade
comes down, Passage Unearned, Unto Dusk, and Shroud of Darkness. 3 pretty bad cards.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you take the 2 mana, draw 1, I guess.
Not ideal, but I guess in this situation, you didn't have a better choice. And Bajatak's face, I think, he's not very content with the options there.
He has like this smirk that he goes for a lot. Like really, like it's like his signature expression. Spike's debating here whether to drop a Bando Commando or a Loping Telescope. Gonna go with a Bando Commando, trying to get that value early on. Has a bit of a low curve right now in hand, but also a great way to start working for that Bando tree win condition. Panda. He's already gotten Bilgewater, Noxus, Shadow Isles, Piltover, and is looking to get Ionia in the mix as well.
There's Veigar coming down now at 4 mana, uncontested, no answers from Spikes, only 1 mana remaining here, so you will be seeing a Dark Agenda next turn. We mentioned he's looking towards the ban mission. Lethal on the Nexus knows that there's so many drain effects, so many kill spells in Bandlewood's list that there's really no point in trying to go for that. Instead, it is all about the Bandle Tree, which he has to draw. He does not have it in hand at the moment.
He does, and he was baiting a trade there with the Fizz, trying to force that Veigar to trade so he could finish it off with pretty much many different sources of removal here. That group shot dealing 2 damage, drawing that Buster Shot as well, going to allow him to deal with this Veigar with a combination of that and the Pokey Stick.
And if there were to be a miscall play to try and get the Veigar back, you have the chance to group shot into the Hapless and counter this. So I think Spikes is considering all the different options, finds this to be the chance now to pull the trigger here. Unto Dusk is played just for the card draw, no other synergies, of course, with this card in this deck. And another Aloof comes in. Ixtali will be a good meat shield, I think, to protect the Senna.
Yep, hard agree. I like this. Instead of developing the Roadmaker, prioritizing removing that Bando Commando, slowing down the value generation, but the Hungry Owlcat has already been produced, and that allows Spikes to advance to, I believe, 6, because we got Bando City, we got Bilgewater, Shadow Isles, Noxus, Ionia, Piltover, and Zon, soon to be Targon, also Shurima in hand. Like, this is a very speedy progression for Spikes right here.
And once again, some great counting lessons with Mogwai.
You're welcome.
You guys are not seeing his camera while we're casting here, but he did have his fingers. He was counting, you know, 1 by 1.
Why are you doing me dirty like this? Fake news.
And the options here now coming in at Kingpin. We already saw the House Fighter, so no need Aloof. We've seen already as well. And the Furious Faithful once again doubling up on PNZ and Bandle City. So no extra, let's say, cheating of regions there with the Mayor coming down. But there will be cheating in the mana department at the very least, because pretty much the entire hand has been now discounted.
Yeah, and Aloof Travelers not really having great targets here. Like you said, the Ixtali Sentinel, and now that recently drawn Piercing Darkness going to be able to sponge these hits well, and they're actually going to be low-key helping out Badge Attack, I feel. Badge Attack still has not found the proper opening to develop that Stilted Roadmaker, though. Has been prioritizing just removing a bunch of threats, and Spikes keeps up the aggression. Like, we're talking a lot about the Bandle Tree win condition, but right now there's also a lot of pressure being applied by the current board state. Badge Attack trying to enable a good value Withering Whale right here by reducing both Aloofs down to 1 health. Withering Whale looking amazing here. Definitely allowing Badge Attack to feel a little bit more confident in that regard, taking out the or enduring this aggression. But like we mentioned, it's all about that Bandle Tree, even though Spikes has yet to find it.
That's a big thing. You know, Lee Sin having to be found in Lee Sin decks, Bandle Tree deck, or Bandle Tree having to be found in Bandle Tree decks if you are kind of really counting on it as the only win condition. Sometimes you have, obviously, when the expansion first came out, there was the aggro win condition with Poppy, and there was the Bandle Tree. But in this matchup, I think it's all about the Bandle Tree.
I think a Loping Telescope will go down here, or unless Spikes wants to prioritize the Aloof Travelers, but instead going for the Bomber Twins. Gets a low roll. I think that's the worst landmark you can possibly get. Ripper's Bait. Not what he was looking forward to, but he does get that Shurima requirement as well. He still doesn't play Targon, but that's super easy with Loping Telescope right there. And he's just really close. I think he's missing out on Freljord and Demacia after this, which is really easy for him to obtain. Double Bomber Twins. I guess he's searching for like a Preservarium or some good landmark to follow up here.
Whilst he's coming in, continuing to set up the Withering Whale. He knows that he can't play Telescope because they would just be dying instantly, so at least trying to set up 2 health units. Gonna be the Bandle Commando drawn, so all 3 cards on the right side of Spike's hand. Kind of useless at this point, not really what he wants for this win condition. Telescope, I remind you guys, can actually generate Bandle Tree in the Epic slot, so Caster Blessing if it's needed for the 1 in a billion odds of actually finding the Bandle Tree there. It's happened before. We've seen it today. So it's not impossible.
Aloof Travelers goes down, picks up a House Spider. We've been talking about how Spikes has been able to just get this turbo run for the Bandle Tree win con, but there's no Bandle Tree to be found. Will Bandle Tree be the landmark Nami of this match and just not pop up?
The full attack coming in here. Withering Whale now finally has to, you have to pull the trigger on this. It's been, setting up for a while. Spikes knows it's here. It's been very telegraphed from Bandlewood the way he has played out his turns.
And just completely shuts down his attack and actually board wipes him in the process with the following exchanges, forcing Spikes to develop some more. But I mean, Loping Telescope into Loping Telescope into Loping Telescope, pretty good.
I'm gonna say we've seen it like over 50% of the time. It's pulled into
War Mother's Call. Come on, go for it.
I mean, you're at 20 HP. Darkness is not doing much of anything. You're getting close to 10 mana.
You're thinning your deck every round, But Portal Sled is Freljord, and he's lacking Freljord, so
Maybe Mogwai, we can't go too crazy to say after all the grand finals of the Bandlewood seasonal. This is not some minor tournament. This is the biggest stage you could be on as a competitive Runeterra player.
There's a Ravenous Flock draw. Still no Bandle Tree.
Oh, the aloof into the Portal Sled.
Oh, brutal.
It gets completely shut down. Could have been a Bandle Tree as well, though. So I guess the silver lining is that you still have your Bandle Trees all intact in the deck, but you have to draw into them. And there isn't that much cycling in this deck. There's card generation and value through Create and through Manifest, but not so much through card draw.
And one of the key things here is that also drew Spikes into a group shot that can enable the Ravenous Flock, which means this second Vhagar could very well be biting the dust here. And that's a problem for Badge Attack, Panda, because this version of Darkness is not playing Rekindler. It's more fine-tuned for early aggression, which means that if the third Vhagar goes down, all of a sudden, Badge Attack is going to have a very hard time closing out this game. He's going to have to resort to the Ixtali Sentinel to do so. It's going to be a much longer process, which will give Spikes more than enough time to find that Bandle Tree win condition.
Maybe even enough time to play down the Frozen Thrall and have it count for the Freljord unit.
How about that?
8 turns from now. What do you mean, Mogwai? You were just saying he's going to have a lot of time. Perfect.
I think 8 turns is pushing it, huh? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but 8 turns seems like a lot. All right, here we go. Vhagar gonna go down and level up, but unfortunately this combination of Group Shot and Ravenous Flock is gonna halt down the win condition for Badge Attack right here.
There is the hit on the Vhagar, the 1-2 punch, taking it down. Nothing you can do, no miscall and no mana for Badge Attack to work with here.
Could be dropping the 2 mana, like the Rock Bear landmark thing. I forgot his name, to be honest.
Grumpy Rock Bear?
Grumpy Rock Bear, yeah. He's grumpy. I forgot that. But I'm going to prioritize the Band of Commando because it's a card that actually does things. So that's nice. There's Purporo. All right, there's a Freljord.
Frozen Thrall. Unnecessary. Three dead landmarks. Bomber Twins have been doing a terrible job of giving Spikes value in this game.
And Double Pain gonna deny the value right here, and all of a sudden Spikes is out of gas, Panda. He's got that Bandle Tree pretty much like completely enabled here. The problem is he just doesn't have it. he's like really out of steam.
And
like
now
he's
we're
got
seeing the Darkness in hand. Senna can generate more. Stali Sentinel and the Catalyzer to bump everything up 1. 4 Darknesses, and that's lethal. No lifesteal in the deck for Spikes. There's a go hard as well. The miss.
I like the miss call. I would take.
Could be very, very good.
Oh, he just takes a go hard. That's funny. Really? The go hard? Like I get that it removes his Protoporo, but miss call could be a very nice way of. I mean, to be fair, you don't expect that much removal at this stage, right? So yeah, maybe go hard is the way to go. Yeah, he's just clearing up this board. I mean, Veigar's already leveled up anyway. Senna's gonna spawn one regardless. And here we go. Spikes has to draw. He just cannot find it.
Commando.
He cannot find it, and this Senna is a problem. This Senna is actually a problem. He's going to start generating crazy value and going to allow him to just punch through here. This pokey stick, this go hard in conjunction with that, just essentially allows him to clear. And this is going to be a very fast Senna level up as well. Fortunately for Spikes, he has some health to spare, but he needs to find that Bandle tree pronto. Like this is a really big hit incoming.
And this is, of course, a do or die moment for Spikes. If Bandlewood wins this game, he is the Bandlewood seasonal winner. And that is it. There's nothing else. There's no game 3 you're going to. There's not a best of 5. Spikes has to do it here. And we've seen Lee Sin and Nami disappoint when they have not shown up in time. And now it might be the turn for Bandle tree. If you don't have the win condition you're counting on drawn into the hand, you might just lose the game.
Pokestick
can draw you 1. All of these drain effects and kill spells in hand do not matter because all you're counting on is this Bandle tree win condition. It is not going to be the actual Nexus health that matters.
Grumpy Rock Bear will come to the rescue though. There it is! There it is!
Bandle tree is found. We saw the Freljord unit play, but we
just
didn't.
One again, he needs to survive. It's all about surviving one round, and that's why Bandlewood is going face with his Pokesticks, trying to cycle through his deck, finds a Conchal, just need card draw here. Let's see what he gets. Let's see if he can find anything to push face. We could just see a poison dart, man. Honestly, we could just see a poison dart.
Nothing died this turn, so Missed Call has no value. Will be poison dart going face. 12 HP now for Spikes. 1 that he can possibly take from a mushroom if he is very unlucky.
Clock is ticking.
No units to defend. Ripper's Bay useless. Oh, but he gets the rock burst. He has 1 blocker at the very least. Sithra comes in for the Demacia unit.
Yeah.
The Bandle City Mayor.
But Panda, like this darkness to remove the rock bear, then you drop something like Sithria, but then Extali Sentinel comes down. And all of a sudden, like your spells get reduced, which means you can combine Withering Mist and Darkness this turn, which allows you to clear off even a big unit like Sithria. And if that were to happen, Extali Sentinel, I think Bandlewood is going to get this. I think he's going to be able to close out the game this round. This Extali Sentinel is so powerful.
You have mana for both the Darkness and the Withering Mist. You have 5 mana exactly to work with. If you're Bandlewood, you can clear out pretty much everything.
I would get a Serpent here, just to make sure you have jump blockers. Oh boy, that's a big hit. That is a big hit.
And the Darkness can take down, or the Withering Mist can take down 2 blockers at the same time. But if you play out the Sithria,
he has to play the Sithria first, yeah.
He has to, because this forces the Withering Mist now, and then you have at least a Serpent surviving. So you have 2 blockers
oh my
total.
Goodness. Oh my goodness.
But it's just too much damage.
Wait, I'm math.
It's too much damage. It's way too much damage. Another Darkness as well. Spikes gives gives the GG, and Bandlewood is gonna be our Bandlewood seasonal tournament winner. Prage is in effect, but there's nothing that Spikes can do, and Ripper's Bay is definitely not the card you want in hand.
There we go, baby. Here we go.
He is our champion.
Wow, overcoming that really rough matchup. It looked really grim with that speedy Bandle tree generation, but that was at the expense of finding the landmark, and Bandlewood did exactly what he needed to do to apply pressure and close out the game. Honestly, what a well-deserved win from this guy who's been just in every tournament. Like you mentioned, he was in 8 out of the 10 relevant Legends of Runeterra tournaments, and he finally gets his crown, joins his buddy Thomas as a seasonal champion today.
And in case we needed any more arguments, Czechia is now confirmed. You heard it here first. A very strong country in the European competitive scene. Well, just with those 3 players leading the pack, Thomas, Pokerback, and Bandlewood, it's hard to deny this because it's just been so crazy for this country and for these players. Thomas winning seasonal number 4, and now Bandlewood winning seasonal number 6. The Senpai Pokerback has to, get his next turn maybe on season number 8 if we follow that trend. But all in all, what a great tournament, what a great performance from Bandlewood. Props to all the top 8 players: Spikes, Hollow, Ratchakata, Sergio Vamos, Mike Check, Quickwell, Pokerback, and Bandlewood, because they all put up a great performance. One of the most stacked top 8s we've ever seen, I think, with just all these huge names Not one player that we didn't know about or haven't
Exactly.
seen so many times before in seasonals and in EU Master tournaments. And overall, just a great display of Runeterra here today.
I love it. Also, big shouts to the runner-up in Spikes. He had a phenomenal lineup, and he really read he read the scene well. He knew what people were going to bring, but Bajatak was not a lineup that he was preparing for specifically, and we saw the results of that. Even though that darkness, I would argue that was definitely a rough matchup, but Bajatak managed to navigate a way around it and punch through and apply pressure and win without the late game Vagar, which can be easier said than done, but it goes to show why Ixtali Sentinel is such a reliable alternate win condition. And overall, just such a well-deserved win. I think we're gonna have a winner's interview with Bajatak soon.
Why, I'm telling you, you gotta go to some kind of speech doctor to look at what part of your brain is in charge of pronunciation and to see if there's anything wrong, any long-lasting impact.
I combine. That's the problem. Is I just combine words, man, in my head. My brain is too fast for my mouth. I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah,
that's a nice save.
Sure.
Yeah, science.
An attempt at a nice save, but this is, of course, like we've seen here, the bracket, and like you mentioned, I think we will be seeing an interview. I'm excited because this is just another day in the office for me because I get to interview Bajatak pretty much every month. So one more isn't going to change much of anything, but it will be great to see his emotions and his insight and his reactions after winning it. We've seen him so much as a consistent performer and qualifying, but never actually winning it all. Not in a seasonal, not in a Masters Europe, not at Worlds. He's never had the chance to make it even into a final and to really hoist the trophy as well. So I'm sure he's going to be extra excited after all the hard work he's put in, after a full year of dedicating himself to competitive Runeterra and of just performing so well but never making it all the way. Finally, he's had his chance to do it.
A long time coming, this win has been for Bajatak. I just spoke like Yoda for whatever reason. And yeah, very, honestly, just very happy for him. He deserves it. And he's come a long way ever since, like that first year of Masters and, that missed high five. All of a sudden, he's finally made up for it, Panda. He's finally recovered.
I'm going to add a little bit of insight. A week or two ago, a certain MMO game released to the world, and Bajatak was playing this game alongside world champion LNZQ and myself. But after a few days, he disappeared. He hasn't been online since then. He's been preparing hard for the quarterfinals of the Masters Europe and this tournament. And that responsibility has paid off because he has put all that time and effort this past week and a half into trying to really be the best version of himself coming to this tournament. And it's worked. I mean, he's won the tournament.
Hopefully we get the winner's interview going up soon and we see what Bajatak has to say. But phenomenal performance, phenomenal preparation. And there he is ready to join us. First of all, congratulations, Bajatak. How's it going, man?
Whoa, it is amazing. Like I can imagine, what could I say,
We talked about it. I've interviewed many times before, but never in an occasion like this one where you finally done it. You've been hard at work for over a year. We talked about during the finals match that you've qualified to 8 out of the 10 major tournaments in Runeterra in Europe this past year, and with Worlds as well included. So the consistency has shown, but you've never been able to make it as far as today, coming into the finals and also winning it. So just give us your initial thoughts on how the tournament went and how you feel after finally doing it.
Well, it went better than I expected because, this is like my 4th season of Top Cut, and every time I got eliminated in top 32, so I'm happy.
So always the first round that you were eliminated.
Yeah.
So again, a huge change of pace here where you're able to make it all the way to the final and win it. You had a bit of a curse, which now has been broken, clearly in a very spectacular way, winning it all. Into your lineup discussion, you prepared this with Pokerback. What was your general plan when making this lineup?
Well, this lineup is a lot of against Sion, and I feel like it's good because GPTF is a very good deck. I feel like a lot of people are not sure about it. So,
And go ahead, Magwai.
No, I'm here for the absolutely pointless questions, but I'm just gonna say, do you feel like you finally come around to that missed high five all the way back in the Europe Masters? It's been full circle for you, man. Yeah, ever since that tournament, like I remember not many people knew about you, and from that point onwards, you've just been performing so consistently again and again. You were a member of the World Championship lineup, did not go your way, but you just kept going at it, and you finally got that deserved win. How good does it feel to finally, get that like I said, that much deserved win that you've been working so hard for so long?
Yeah, it feels amazing. And of course it feels bad that I had to eliminate Pokovac.
Yeah.
When we had like the same lineup, same cards, everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, right.
I wanted to ask, I was just going to mention that matchup because obviously that was a key point that we wanted to go to. The moment we saw that quarterfinal was happening, we had to spectate and watch it because, it goes so far into you guys have been prepping together for so many tournaments, and that whole Czech group has been fantastic all year long. Was there any next level of mind games that you implemented against Pokerback where you guys knew you had pretty much the same information, all the tricks you guys shared with each other? Was there any next level you had about, nothing? It was just, you think, just pure parity all across the board?
Yeah, we banned Sam, we picked so yeah.
I guess you had just a rule book with all the guidelines, and you guys just followed the same ones. And in the end, you did have, I think, more favorable draws in the top end with champions coming in for you, with Vagar sticking on the board in that darkness mirror, and in the Pink City's mirror as well with Gangplank. But overall, I think you played exceptionally well. I think it's been the case, especially since Worlds qualifiers, you took it to the next level. And you've really been performing really well in Fight Night tournaments that I've seen you play and in the major tournaments as well. So huge props to you, Badge Attack, for doing amazing and finally making it all the way and winning the tournament.
Are any friends watching? Because I know in past events, the World Championship, you had quite a few guys like saying that maybe they were just making it up, for the copy paste stuff, but they were saying that they knew you at school and in other areas. I wonder if anybody's watching you here because you finally got that trophy, man. And I just... yeah, I think you should feel happy about it because you worked hard. Even Panda mentioned earlier how the new MMO came out, and you're like, nah, I gotta practice. I gotta go back to preparing, and it all paid off, man.
Yeah, like they're watching. I feel like, but yeah, as Panda said, like this month was exceptional. I made 2 Fight Nights, Worlds, and now this season, so it's amazing.
And quarterfinals with the EU Masters as well. So overall, just your performance has been amazing. Badge Attack, thank you so much for the insight, for the answers, and once again, a final congratulations for putting a cherry on top of your performance throughout this entire year. And hopefully we get to see a lot more of you next year as you continue to just smash the European competitive scene for Runeterra.
Huge props. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, guys.
And that will be it from our champion, Czechia doing it again, Badge Attack doing it for the first time. I hadn't really put the thought that he had always been eliminated in top 32. I knew he had made it many times in seasonals, but he never made it that far. But it looks like a curse was broken in a very big way from top 32 to champion. You can't get better than that.
Speaking of curses, I think you low-key jinxed when you said that it was 100% guaranteed that we would have a new country champion today. Like, as soon as you said that, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Badge Attack getting it again for Czechia, and now it's really crazy how things have advanced ultimately, because at the end of the day, we've seen both Thomas and Badge Attack get that seasonal win. And now it's just Pokerback. Pokerback has to get that win, and that would complete the trifecta of Czechia dominance over Legends of Runeterra. Let's take a look at Badge Attack's run throughout the bracket. Defeating Xylus round 1, taking down a really strong player in Ultraman, which, as we saw in the interviews, was running full mana this time around. Defeating his teammate Pokerback with the same identical lineup, overcoming Quickwell, the aggressive player, in the semifinals, and defeating Spikes, who brought just a really, honestly, in my opinion, a brilliant lineup, but being able to overcome it by bringing some more underrated options himself with that Pink City. But more than anything, I think the deck of the day, for me at least, without a doubt, is that Senna Vagar Darkness. What a performance it's had throughout all day.
Yeah, doing a great job at Worlds and now running it back and doing a great job in the seasonal tournament as well as a fantastic tournament deck for these control players that really are able to utilize it to its full potential. And then it also has a lot of avenues for teching for specific matchups and really can be a little bit more versatile than people I think considered initially, where they thought it was a very kind of, obvious net deck, where now I think you can tech a lot of different cards in it and kind of to suit your needs of your lineup and the matchups you expect. But like you mentioned, great run by Badge Attack. Quick reminder, of course, this is all the action for the EU beyond the Bandlewood seasonal tournament, but we are not done yet for today because the Americas region will see, again, 32 of the best players over there pitted against each other for, again, another huge prize pool and all the bragging rights of winning a seasonal championship with a great broadcast team on that end as well. A lot of just great, actually co-workers now that we work Worlds with a few of them, had to finally, go across the pond.
If we could take a look at the graphics and see exactly at what time the NA broadcast will start, for those of you who are interested, as you can see right here, it is 12:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Google can be your best friend here to figure out your time zone and how it matches up with this, but I can go ahead and tell you that is the equivalent of 9:30 CET, right?
That is correct, Mogwai. You are,
wow,
again,
look at me go.
You are really honing
Nice.
your skills. You're becoming
I'm evolving.
a master
like a
of all
Pokemon.
trades. Geography is kind of on your radar now.
Go,
man. You know what flags are from what countries. You know how
I am
zones
complete.
work. This past year, Mogwai, the evolution has been incredible. Your development as a caster, really exceptional stuff throughout this past year.
Continue.
Come on, I think that's the end of it. So I don't want you to.
Okay. I would have let you go all day. Just say.
You're getting on a horse that's a bit too high, and if you fall off, it might be a big fall. So I'm gonna help you there and not elevate that too much more. But that will be everything from us. We've given all the necessary shout outs. Well, except for one. Huge shout out as always to the production team, to Digitech, for running another very smooth tournament, and to all the players that participated, not just top 8, because every player did a great job in putting the time to qualify to this tournament in what is an off season, where you didn't really have to play for anything else other than, I guess, the big prize pool, and showing up. And really, we had a stacked lineup of players for this top 32. Not all of them can make it, as far as they would like, of course, but overall, I think they have to be happy with even making it this far. It's always an accomplishment, and there's next season, hopefully, to look forward to as well for all of these players.
And this is just the end of a season, as we have a balance patch to look forward to soon. Hopefully we will get a little bit of spiciness in the meta after that. And then we got the other portions of the expansion to look forward to. So really exciting late portion of the year for Legends of Runeterra. Hope you guys enjoyed this competition, just elite level of gameplay of Legends of Runeterra, and just some incredible players, as European region is a very, very strong region at just, good players. Totally not biased. And you guys can look forward to the NA broadcast in a few hours as well. But that does it for us. Thank you guys for sticking around. Hope you enjoyed the games. And we'll see you next time.
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.